We're live. Okay. Welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast with your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me, as always, are the talking heads. Damn it. There we go. Reese 2753 and Foodnum
2753.
Yeah. Because we couldn't get the other 2,752 Reeses. Yeah.
It took me 2,752 tries to get me
to get it right.
Yeah, they had to clone him that many times.
I can't wait till you get banned and return as Reese 2754.
Oof.
All right, I'm just.
Did I tell you how I had to fight back? How I had to fight to get this name back for my Pokemon Go handle?
You did tell me about it. Was it Fudanari King or something?
It was Captain Fudanari.
Captain Fudanari.
And I wanted to go back to Reach 2753. I was like, nope, you can't do that anymore. I was like, fuck, why not?
Yeah, what Pokemon want you to be more
what kind of asshole would pick Reach 2753 besides me?
That's a good question. I certainly didn't take it.
Well, I'm going to take it on every account I ever make going forward.
Well, fuck you
That's
then.
the biggest dick move. From now on, he's going to have to join social media as real Reese 2753.
Reese 2753 official.
The real Reach 2753.
Real official Reese 2753.
No, just real Donald Trump, real Reach 2753. Right. Exactly.
I'd like to address that almost an hour ago, Lance was here. By the way, Danny wants to get in contact with you. Go check the comments on the last podcast. Danny wants to talk to you for some reason. I'm sure it's all good.
It's because I think Danny hates Discord.
Yeah, Danny left Discord.
Oh, did he? Okay. Well, I don't know. Anyway, I have a feeling it was probably more about the childhood trauma or something, because I don't remember what we talked about last podcast. I just remember Joe Biden sniffing me.
That's all. That's what you really need to remember. Make sure you write that down too.
It's burned into my memory. I'll never be able to forget it. Okay. Lance, the other Lance, both Lances here, double banned tonight. All right. This is the best podcast we've ever done. We're totally not at all stalling for somebody's second supermarket run. The other Lance says, freaky alien gyrotype. Welcome to the NHK. Me and the mythical nightmare have a lot in common. We are both very hoarse. I will now evolve into the almighty Chatmaster 69. Oh, dear God. And proceed to permaban myself. He's way ahead of us.
This is referring to bumping.
It was that damn maple loving fuck.
It was.
I bet it's Augie.
He's playing Supermarket Sweep Baby
Yeah, bite guns once a week. Yep, that's the truth. Okay. Also, we went live for you. Sorry. Sorry, you're good night. Okay. And then Reese let everyone know it was my birthday. Birdie Day. Thank you for the happy birthdays. We'll now open
Levels.
Okay.
Plebbles. 27.
Like
the
Book of Reese, chapter 27, book 53, or book 27, chapter 53, or whatever it is.
Chapter 27, verse 53.
Yeah, don't sniff me, bro. Yes, that's what it is. Chapter verse. Anyway, okay, so enough stalling. I forgot what I was doing. There we go. Yes, so a full fucking 5 minutes into the podcast, if you'd like to support us, this shit show, you can do so on the Open Chest Anime Podcast Patreon, which is in the description. And if you would like to support me the lowly anime collector, who makes videos sometimes, kind of. There's that. Also, Stealth Weeb. God, I haven't gotten through any of the new stuff I want to do on this. Where has all the time gone? All right, let's get started. So, English mistake makes Kyoto the enemy of the world. Rising again. Save the world from Kyoto, Japan. So, look out. Japan's old capital appears to be rising again with an army of koi fish behind it. Hey, Reese, what's the difference between carp and koi?
Koi.
What's the difference?
Um.
You don't eat koi.
Okay.
They're the same fish. We've seen a lot of English on display in Japan over the years, with big companies like Pizza Hut and Osaka Metro proving that straight translations into English from Japanese don't always pan out as planned. I hear an echo. Now another English language hiccup has come to light, this time standing loud and proud on an ad from Takashimaya department store in Kyoto. The large, eye-catching poster shows a person in a koi patterned mask with a school of koi fish rising up in the background. Red text written on the white background reads, "Rising again, save the world from Kyoto, Japan." Save the world from Kyoto, Japan suggests we should all be ducking for safety because Kyoto is coming to get us. It didn't take long for the ad to go viral online, with English speakers pointing out that the message makes it sound as if Kyoto is a rising superpower, out to fight the world like a terrifying final boss from a video game. Comments included, quote, "Is Kyoto the enemy of the world? Are Kyoto attacking the world by sending koi fish to us to smother their faces? All the world are belong to Kyoto. I get what they mean, but now I have this image of Kyoto turning into a giant robot and menacing the rest of Japan." A comma would have gone a long way. I guess, yeah. I guess a properly placed comma could have made that easier to read. It just goes to show the importance of punctuation, because the intended meaning would have come across a lot better with a couple of commas, which would make it "rising again, save the world from Kyoto, Japan." It didn't take long for the Japanese media outlets to pick up on the English blunder, and Takashimaya eventually got wind of the news because a day later the message on the poster had been covered up with white tape. I think you should have just leaned into it. Plan a hostile takeover of the entire world. And now the entire poster has been completely wiped from the wall on which it was posted. Well, okay. Despite the notoriety it received, the reason behind the mistake becomes understandable when you consider this smaller poster, which shows commas aren't necessary when the text is broken up into separate lines and varying fonts. Rising again, save the world from Kyoto, Japan. Why do you have to say "from Kyoto, Japan" at all? Together, let's kick this corona out of the park. Yes, let's do it together. 6 feet apart with masks on. It's unfortunate that Takashimaya wasn't able to somehow fix the text and keep the poster up, as the intended message is a heartfelt one, if you say so. Plus, the design features art by local contemporary artist Hideki Kimura, who is known as the rock star painter from Kyoto. That guy sure looks like a rock star to me. Looks like a fucking janitor in a jumpsuit. He can paint around corners, though. That's saying something. This video on Kimura's official Instagram account shows that the poster was part of a promotional for a pop-up shop inside the department store, which ended on the 6th of October. What are they selling? The masks with the koi fish on it?
Koi fish skin
It's
mask.
It's very fashionable.
Damn, he's running fast. Okay. All right. Anyway, It appears that Takashimaya liked the poster so much it kept it up on the blank wall next to their store after the pop-up shop had closed. I'm kind of surprised it took him so long to get this article up. It closed on October 6th. That's like over a month away. The thing must have been up there for at least a month before that, right?
Yeah.
If that's the case, taking the poster down now doesn't seem to hurt either party, given the pop-up shop has ended, and Kimura has collaborated with Takashimaya in the past, suggesting they have a strong and well-established relationship. Click, click, click. Damn it. All right, come on. Okay, so how that relationship will fare following the English blunder is yet to be seen. However, if they heed the artist's message of Rising Carp being symbolic of going forward, they'll be able to take it in stride and use the experience to go on bigger, greater things. Yeah, like taking over the world as Kyoto, Japan. Come on.
Exactly.
That's exactly what the world needs to get over this pandemic, is a unified front to take down Kyoto. All right. So actor Akira Kubodera passes away. Reese, you shared this. Do you know anything about this guy?
Nope.
So he was a
Wonderful.
live-action Mobile Suit Gundam 00 and Sailor Moon actor. And I thought this was kind of weird. So his name is Akira Kubodera, right?
No.
The Tokyo native performed in a variety of live-action television series, films, and stage plays. Kubodera's live-action series roles included Kane in Kamen Rider Blade and Kunzite in Pretty Guardian Sailor Moon. He played Ali Al-Sachez in the Mobile Suit Gundam 00 Rebuild film, something I didn't know existed, and its sequel Mobile Suit Gundam 00 Re-Innovation, which opened this past July. Kubodera also played himself in the musical Fukuoki Shinsengumi Kitan. So, Jennifer Sherman, great job writing this article. It's very well researched and total shit.
I mean, it could be true.
No.
We're still covering
I call
this
it
thing.
no. I call it no, not true. This is a thing, 6 days to go, so we don't have to look at it beyond next podcast. Continuing, Denver Anime International's former president, John S. Walker, passes away. Walker was also a staff member of Non-Descon. So, Reese, you have anything to say about this, or are we just sharing it because dude died?
Yeah.
All right.
Next.
Find out how. Was it autoerotic asphyxiation?
Oh God.
We are really not going to be able to stretch this out the amount of time.
That's what I'm saying.
Crunchyroll announces Jujutsu Kaisen, Noblesse, and more fall 2020 season dubs.
Finally, they're announcing dubs because I've been like scouring the internet. I'm like, is Tonikawa gonna get a dub?
Yes, Tony Kawa,
I'm
open moon for you.
I'm
Exactly.
surprised this Jujutsu Kaisen hasn't been licensed yet. I'm assuming Viz will have it, but I mean,
Well, maybe Crunchyroll has the license and they're gonna get whichever partner they're actually going through with to distribute it, whether that's Sentai or whatever the other one was. Oh yeah,
Viz.
Viz.
Because since Jujutsu Kaisen is a Shonen Jump series,
Oh right,
I'm
Viz might have.
I'm
interest.
assuming Viz is gonna
Yikes.
try and throw as much money as they can at it.
Yeah.
These are some of the absolute worst headshots I have ever seen.
Yeah, all the best ones are in Modern Warfare, aren't they? No.
And apparently, go back for that one quick. I'm stretching for time. Go back.
Go back.
Yep, not too far. All right, scroll down. Just the first one. That guy. I don't think he does any anime. I
What's
think
his
this
name?
is Adam MacArthur.
Oh. I was gonna say his name is not Yuji Itatori.
Itadori. Yeah. I think that's a video game.
Is it Star versus the Forces of Evil is a video game? Seriously, these are the worst headshots I think I've ever seen. Anyway, Toonami to start showing Gridman in January.
Interesting.
Boy, we're running low on articles already. All right. So the DBZ Year-End Special was finally discovered in a watchable quality. So David or Dubu David, W David maybe, I don't know, is God damn it, go away. Is making a translation of it, subbing it. So follow them if you're interested. By the way, in the group I'm a part of that is Restoring Films, they were talking about needing funding for some Dragon Ball episodes that they were going to get and scan in 4K. So the funding is usually like, oh yeah, send them $17. And that's pretty much it. Okay. It's like nothing crazy. They've got a lot of backers, but the episodes of Dragon Ball, these 4K scanning sessions cost like $400 a piece, like per episode. So it adds up, right? So anyway, I don't know if there's a public way to donate to them. But you might want to follow this person and maybe reach out to them. This is the person that I got added to the group through.
Guy?
Yes. You could just tell them like, hey, like if you're interested in helping this, you could just tell them like, hey, I heard on the OCA podcast that you guys need help funding the purchase of reels and scanning of some Dragon Ball episodes. If you wanted to help out, you could let them know. Okay.
My question is, how do they source all of these film reels? Because I went on like eBay, I'm like, anime film reel, and it's like these obscure, like Western cartoon film reels, and that's all I'm just like, okay, I have no idea what
they have members in countries all around the world, and they're finding stuff through all sorts of different auctions and whatnot. They got access to one that they tried to scan in 4K, but it had been hit with vinegar syndrome so bad that I don't think they'll ever get the color back, right? Go check out the timeline. You'll see stuff. Also follow Femboy Films. Yes, that's what they're calling it. Oh God, no. Whatever's happening down there, I'm going to nope out of it.
That was a bad combination of sequences. Follow Femboy Films, followed by a police furry.
Yeah. Pokémon the Movie, Secrets of the Jungle, premieres in the West in 2021.
I thought this was interesting that they changed it from Pokemon the Movie Coco to Secrets of the Jungle.
Yes.
I mean, it sounds better than Coco, but Coco had a freaking
monster. Coco.
Coco had a freaking ring to it. Come on.
Sorry, I'm just pouring this really tiny Dr. Pepper into this glass with alcohol in it. Because if I slur my speech enough, maybe Augie will show up. Anyway,
we're gonna have to have you. We're gonna have to have you crush that tiny Dr. Pepper can in your hand.
It's cutting me.
I forgot. Wasn't thinking. Do you have redemption in California? Redemption?
Okay, like can I use like recycling?
You take it back to the store and get your nickel back.
I don't know. I've never done it.
I wasn't even thinking about that.
Like I'm gonna do it. Like fuck off. Give me my nickel back.
Oh, we lost FDM. Shit.
Well, it's gonna be that much easier to drag this out. All right. So yeah, let's check out the chat. Punctuation, you mean like starting on time or punctuation? Hashtag harder nunny. School photo headshots. Worse, like selfie Instagram headshots. Got distracted. What I miss? Yeah, you missed yourself talking about harder nuns. A mention of autoerotic asphyxiation. Yes, you did miss that. 400 and up for Dragon Ball. Good luck. Yeah, so that's why, for the record, that's why it's so hard to get things rescanned. That's why companies in the West don't do it, because getting a rescan costs a lot of money. Funimation was able.
Yeah, 400 times 291.
Yes, but that's at 4K. They're scanning these at 4K for preservation purposes. When Funimation rescanned Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, it's because they have a copy of the reel. So they have a transfer of the original film, which innately is less good quality. But they were able to do it in-house, and that's how they were able to do that. That's why they were able to do the Blu-ray transfers for Dragon Ball. Yes, a really tiny Dr. Pepper. Oh no, he is a Titan. Look at his hand next to that average size can of Dr. Pepper. I'm glad that I'm not the only one who used that joke tonight. The nuns got STD in them. I guess we could always have Lancer on the stream if he wants. Anyway, back to the secrets of the jungle. It's like its own.
It sounds so lame.
Right? Like
it's like anyway. It's like a Dora the Explorer title.
Right? So Kimetsu no Yaiba or Demon Slayer Mugen Train becomes Japan's 5th highest earning film. So this is news, right? It went further than it was before, getting the 5th spot.
It went even further beyond.
Plus ultra. So I saw another article on like 3 different sites about how Hayao Miyazaki would rather pick up trash than talk about Demon Slayer. Because somebody asked him while he was like picking up litter outside, they're like, so how do you feel about Demon Train? What is it? Is it called Demon Train? So it's Mugen Train. How do you feel about Mugen Train almost overtaking Spirited Away? And he's like, fuck off, I'm retired. Like, here we go. Here's something you shared that I hope you have something to say.
I thought this is another Aniplex property. They released the first series sub only on Blu-ray multiple times. Mm-hmm. And the movie, which is sub only on Blu-ray, but they're going to dub the 2nd season. So are they going to go back and
get cucked people who bought the Blu-rays?
Yeah. Are they going to go back and dub the first series and movie and re-release those?
I'd assume so.
Just like with the what's it, Kaguya-sama Love is War?
Oh, that was the truest form of cuckening.
Okay.
That one was.
Even truer than having another man bang your wife. The truest form of cuckening.
Isn't that Rice Pirate Mick Lower? What's his name? I don't know. I think that's his name. Rice Pirate.
Mick Lauer?
Yeah, he was in JoJo. Rice Pirate was anyway. I don't know if Mick Lauer is his name.
Okay. Well, anyway, it's nice to see that they're doing that thing where only people of a certain race are able to play characters of certain races. That's cool. I mean, I honestly don't care. I think that the best voice should go to the thing, but it's great that they're upholding their own standards. So that's cool. Moving on. Studio Ghibli's new CG anime is keeping its setting in the UK and has an official premiere date.
That screenshot looks pretty not great.
Ass. Yeah, it's funny how like bad that character looks, but like everything else in the backdrop is like, I could watch that.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, this is like, oh no, my PS2 cutscene started. So the last time Studio Ghibli adapted a story from England, it switched the setting to Japan, but not this time. In bold text. It's been a long time since the last feature-length Studio Ghibli anime. While we were happy to get the Hayao Miyazaki directed Boro the Caterpillar short that plays at Tokyo's Ghibli Museum in 2018, the most recent Ghibli film that's longer than 15 minutes was When Marnie Was There, which debuted in 2014 as the tail end of an 18-year streak where a new Ghibli movie was released every other year, if not sooner. So when word came that Goro Miyazaki, Hayao's son, was returning to the director's chair to helm Earwig and the Witch, or Aya and the Witch, or whatever it is in Japanese, Ghibli's next full-length anime, and its first ever all CG one, we were excited, even with the hazy initial release window of this winter. But now we know exactly when the wait will be over, right down to the exact minute, as Earwig and the Witch will be shown on Japanese public broadcaster NHK at 7:30 p.m. on December 30th. So her name? Yes. Well, it's a series, isn't it?
No, it's a movie.
I keep hearing that it's like a couple episode miniseries or something.
It's an 82-minute movie.
Okay. All right. So I like how they've got an English title, Earwig and the Witch, right here, but the Japanese title is Aya and the Witch. The anime's principal voice cast has also been announced, with 13-year-old Kokoro Hirasawa playing protagonist Aya. Hirasawa already has dozens of live-action TV and movie acting credits, including the role of Yuzu in the live-action adaptation of Bleach. Who the fuck is Yuzu? Does anybody know who Yuzu is off the top of their head?
I've never seen any Bleach.
Is that his sister?
It might be.
YUZU?
Yes.
Anyway, but this will be her first time voice acting in an anime production. Studio Ghibli has created such a legacy of outstanding works, Hirasawa says, and all of them were made before I was born.
Younger sister. Ichigo's younger sister.
Okay.
Boom.
And I'm so excited to be able to participate in one of their productions. This is like saying, oh, hey, Lance. Nice avatar.
I got to get that fixed.
Punished. I wanted to make you. This is a little behind the scenes talk without giving anything away, but I wanted to take your duck avatar and put an eye patch on it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that would be sweet.
And I wanted to put the piece of fragment shrapnel in the hat.
Mm.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you can just take any any rubber duck, throw a fedora or something on it. Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna do punished Lance. Right?
Hell yeah.
From Metal Gear Solid 5 or whatever that was. Anyway,
Yeah.
All right. So
I got a new one for you guys. So be ready.
Geez.
I'm ready as soon as it comes up. Okay, so but anyway, I think it's kind of funny because it's like Studio Ghibli has created a legacy of outstanding works. I'm excited to be able to participate in one of their productions. That's like somebody saying, that's like Star Wars Episode 1 comes out, and the little kid who plays Anakin, or maybe Natalie Portman, is like, Star Wars is such a breathtaking series. I'm so excited to be a part of this movie. Opposite Jar Jar Binks, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Like Jesus.
Also joining. Oh, there you go. The fuck was that? Right on.
Yeah.
I like it. I want to run it through Gigapixel AI and see what that turns into.
Oh god. Yeah, we would tell us some shit.
Also joining the cast are this person and that person.
And a cat.
That cat is a
Like
person.
Kurosawa, blah blah blah. Who cares about any of this? All right.
I'm allergic to cats. I don't like this movie.
I'm allergic to cats, but love can change anything.
Okay.
Why do you have such a big gap? Am I delayed?
No. I'm just thinking about
I
how
almost-
love changes things when it comes to cats. Like
I
thinking, like,
screwed up my quote, but I felt
Yeah.
like I'd ruined the pacing if I went back on it.
I was thinking, like-
awkward.
I was thinking like, yeah, like, is FDM's favorite waifu a cat girl? I'm trying to like
We're
get
gonna
in my
find
head.
out.
Like, how is this okay? And then it made my brain go down this whole rabbit hole of if you're allergic to cats and you're in
But
love
the
with an
power
actual
of
cat
love
girl.
can conquer
And-
anything is
and
what I
Dude,
meant.
Like,
Dude,
what if
dude,
Tenchi? What if Tenchi was allergic to cats? Wait, are there cat girls in Tenchi?
I thought
They're okay.
I thought Ryo
Is Ryoko? She's like a
uh,
demon.
thought
She
she's
just
a
has those
cat demon,
ugly
so
long
fast.
ass ears. Yeah, she is kind of a cat, right? She does like cat things. Anyway, let me pick a different show. Aisha Clan. That'd be the worst thing ever.
Nekopara.
Well, like I'm thinking of a waifu that's worth it.
You know, that is fair.
Oh, what about Cat Planet Cuties?
Fuck that. That show was balls. Fucking Magnum PI and his twink nephew. All right,
Oh, Miliana from Fairy Tail.
I haven't watched it.
Ooh, yeah.
She
Bad
and her
kitty
cat
restraints.
and the cat. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna move on. Now that we have
You know,
we
we
don't
can
have
leave
to
that
stall
one
as
behind
much.
for a few minutes.
Attack on Titan manga is 1% to 2% from completion.
That seems so oddly specific, but okay.
It'll probably be done before the year's out, and it'll end
You'd
at
think
volume
that it would be
34.
done by the time this article came out if it's that close, but whatever.
Creator Hajime Izayama had said that he aims to end the manga this year, meaning 2020. A fitting end to 2020.
Just
Yes.
fucking end it, man.
So I think it would be funny. Hold on, I want to address the. Oh yeah, yo, that is Rice Pirate.
Okay.
More sleepy cabin
cool.
rep. Zach Cash says residence. Residence to you too, Zach Cash. FDM, the nuns told Augie the same thing. Not sure what that's in reference to, but great job. Okay, so when I told my wife the Attack
Oh
on Titan
no,
manga,
the love can change
Oh,
things
yeah.
in this quote. Oh no. The power of love can conquer anything is the real quote I meant to say for reference.
what is that a quote from?
Nothing. It's one that I made up
that like
to
a- is that like a
justify
liberal
my love of
platitude?
cats.
It's
That
something you read
despite
off
being
the
allergic
box.
to them, because I love them
Hashtag
so
love
much, I
conquers
can
all.
persevere through the
Love
allergic
wins, or whatever that thing
reactions.
is.
Age is just a number. Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong one.
What the fuck was that? He needs a beer.
It's pineapple hard cider that I saw at the store. That is better in the store than it is in your mouth. That's not what I meant to say.
That sounds like a lot of things. Because at least you know to pay for it.
Window shopping is never
Glu-
a good thing.
Gluten-free
Especially when
and
you put this-
vegan. That's all you need to hear to know how bad it tastes.
You're
Uh,
vegan
anyway.
now, officially.
Ugh.
Okay, so back to this. So when I read this to my wife, she's like, "This series is never going to end," because like I know what it says here, but when you read this title, it sounds like it's saying, "Yep, there's 99 to 98% left," right? But yeah, so he's going to end it. He says the
This
manga
is
is
Lord
1-2%
Frieza
away from
style over.
completion. Izayama spoke at the
Never seen
unveiling
that
of the
power.
statue of the manga's main characters at his hometown. Excuse me. He added that he has been arranging the pieces of the finale like the end game of a shogi game.
Mm.
Well, I'm glad that he's taking it seriously.
I would be disturbed if otherwise.
You'll be really funny. Oh, you'll be so funny. They, you know how they're gonna split the last season, right? We talked about this, right? It's gonna be like half season, right?
Yeah,
The first half comes out.
I think it has to be 3/4 or so too.
Okay, well, whatever it's gonna be,
Mhm.
the first part comes out. Then next year, Attack on Titan Junior High season 2 comes out.
Oh.
Okay. Anyway,
But
yes.
I can see them doing like the before the fall series.
Right. I wouldn't. Well, that sounds boring to me. Number one, but maybe it's good.
Before the fall sounds like it would be better.
I just picture because when I think of before the fall, I know what it actually is, but I just picture all the time right up until the first episode takes place. I know that's not what it is.
Yeah,
but it
Honestly,
sounds to me like it'd be so
it's like
boring.
100 years ago.
Honestly,
Right.
I feel like that's going back to the beginning of Avatar: The Last Airbender and just waiting for the Fire Nation to attack.
So I thought you were saying I feel like that's going back to 100 years into Avatar: The Last Airbender, and we're just watching Aang freeze.
I have no idea how long he was frozen.
You know, yeah, exactly. Like 100 years earlier, he's still here, just like it's like a little stopwatch.
While we're talking about Attack on Titan, I watched season 3, part 1, in the car, or not in the car, in the van on the way up, because we made a surprise trip to go drop off and install a refrigerator. So on Thursday morning, I watched this one. Friday morning on the way back, I watched this 2 of season 3, part 1. That show just goes. I mean, it just flows so freaking fast.
Right.
Like, it's insane.
I want to talk about it so bad. I want to just spill all the thoughts.
The moment you guys,
I know that as soon as we do this, that's
even though I've already seen it, I watched it as it aired. I just goes. I mean, it just like boom, boom, boom,
0
boom,
to 60,
boom.
right? You get it's like 2 episodes, and then fuck shit starts happening, right? Like
I mean, that first
holy
episode,
shit!
That second like that Levi sequence that they said like took 3 months to animate or whatever.
Yeah,
that was so fucking cool.
It's great.
I love
and
that so much.
Fucking Armin posing as Krista, getting groped.
I remember.
Anyway, so yes, I want to say, I have to say, when I rewatched our Watch Club, which granted I previously watched about a month ago or 2, boy, the pacing in that show is a little funk. But we'll get to that when the time comes.
I find,
although it's funny because if we talk about,
it goes by faster.
Oh yeah, of course, because you know it's going to happen. Yeah. You already know what's going to happen, so it,
and you had all these like little in episode 1, like, all the little foreshadowing that you actually caught this time.
But
I'm specifically avoiding Attack on Titan until you guys like decide to watch it, or for a club or something, so I can have a fresh take on it.
When you watch something that really grips you that first time around, your mind is racing throughout the entire watch. Right? It feels so weird having this like right below my mouth from like a foot away.
That's what she said.
Like
make a pixelation overlay right next to
it. Anyway, so when you
put my mic a little closer,
when you watch something for the first time, and it really grips you, like your mind is racing so much that it's kind of like those stories of like the firemen fighting the wildfires, where the wildfire is moving absurdly fast, and they have these stories of these firemen wearing like 200 pounds of gear outrunning it, you know? Because you go into this like superhuman mode, right? Your brain basically draws out the timeline of how long things take. And I think part of it's because when I'm watching shit with my wife, I pause it and say, Julie, oh my fucking God, can you believe it? This is what's going to happen. And then I'm wrong. But like we pause the show so many times that it takes us like an hour to get through an episode, right? Anyway. So let me Lance. How do you get Lance to stop spamming the chat? Invite him to the stream. Whether or not it's a good idea, we'll find out. So Weird Burger says, just finished season 2 this afternoon. Got season 3 coming in tomorrow. Can't wait. Damn it. I almost had an opportunity to unload the extra copy of season 3 I have sitting in my extras
Speaking of
boxes.
copies of physical media, when were we going to do pickups?
Oh yeah, let's do our pickups. I got one pickup. You guys want to see it? My wife went to Ralph's, and on her way out, she picked up Godzilla, King of the Monsters.
That movie is so bad.
For
so
a price
bad. I mean,
even lower than the Amazon price. The only problem is I think it's not the disc.
I don't think you'll care if the disc is in any good shape.
So,
honey, here's the present you got me, by the way.
I almost knocked this onto my laptop. This is why I had that mini heart attack just now. Anyway, Charles Dance is in this.
He does dance in it?
It's Tywin Lannister, isn't that? Charles Dance? Anyway, so there's my pickup. Who goes to go next?
Have fun.
Tywin Lannister? From Game of Thrones?
Wait. Okay, I think I got my camera selected.
I have
Is that Wigglytuff?
Yeah, it's Wigglytuff from Pokemon. That's the sprite from Pokemon Fire Red or Leaf Green, whichever one it is.
Wigglytuff with an Ahagao face?
And it's literally the sprite they used for the game.
Yeah,
and
I'm pulling it open.
I'm seeing that tongue, and I just can't. I can't
unsee it.
Reese is getting the wrong idea.
I cannot unsee it.
Is Fire Red not the original red?
No, it was originally red and green.
Okay,
and
so it is something. I'm going to look at it. I want to pull.
Fire Red is a remake of Red, just in Hoenn region style, as in like.
I want to run this through the Gigapixel AI.
While you're doing that, would you care to know what my pickups are?
No one cares. Wait, never mind.
You can tell
Go
me.
for it.
Well, I got my better copy of ID Invaded. It still had like a, you know how they cut down the center of the box or whatever?
Of the box.
It has the tiniest little indent of that, but the rest of it's in good shape. So I'm like, whatever. I don't care to return it a second time. In fact, who knows? I might hate the show. I have no idea what it's about, though. Then we got One Punch Man Season 2, Fist in Your Ass Edition.
Well, I was going to buy that.
Mine has this little... Like, you can see the papers, like... it's really hard to see, but it came with the paper slightly pulled up.
Bent.
Like...
I guarantee I know what happened. When they slid the sleeve down, it got caught there for a second, and they're like, "Oh shit!" And they pulled it back. Oh my
god, that definitely must have happened. And then the next things I got were some anime works for the first time in 69 years. We got Jungle de Eco that you can't see.
Jungle de Eco.
Eco, which is unfortunately an upscale despite being made in 1997. I'm gonna ask them on Twitter or something about it. And then Aiken, the anime that my brother was telling me about how the girls, their boobs are the size of their body or whatever. It's ridiculous.
We should do that for a watch club after Summer Wars.
Reese is like, I must watch this now.
Let's do it. I'm down. And the thing is, so I had a really negative idea about this show, and then I found out the DVD was ridiculously hard to find. Like, I couldn't find listings of it on Amazon, and there was hardly anything on eBay. So then I'm like, damn it, if only I could have gotten it or whatever, despite it being presumably
now
terrible.
It's on Blu-ray.
And now that it's on Blu-ray, I'm like, I have to get it. I have to get it before it's gone. Yep. And it's also in its most optimal state, which is great. Which is also an upscale because it was made in 2002. And then we have Inuyasha, I guess season 3, set 3. And the thing is, so I read information online that apparently the first 4 seasons were done on cell, and then they did digital, which is a significant amount more than I thought they would have had. So season 3, I'm like, okay, this is supposed to be cell, right? And then when I put it in, I noticed the opening was upscaled, and I'm like, okay, so maybe they split up seasons 1 through 4 within the first 2 seasons or something, the first 2 sets. And then when it cuts into the actual, like the anime itself after the opening, it's all native HD on cell, and I'm like, okay, that's weird, but I'm happy, I guess.
Hold on.
It's still
Hold on.
native HD.
Lance,
Yes.
is this the sprite? This isn't the sprite, right?
That's
I
really
don't.
tiny.
Huh.
Well, it needs to be tiny for the gigapixel AI to scale up properly.
It probably is. I mean,
I'm gonna-
I don't
I'm
want to
gonna
get
use
into
this
why
one.
it's not possible for me to tell.
Well, the thing is that yours has like the dumbfounded Pikachu face or whatever.
Mine was taken from a screenshot that was on an emulator,
Okay.
so it was full screen, and the pixels were huge, and then it was blown up from there.
Giving away our topics of
It's
discussion.
always gonna be Ahigo Wigglytuff.
It's
Okay.
It's Wigglygow.
Wiggly Gal.
But I have a question.
Hold on. Before we go back to FDD&M's pickups,
Okay.
I'll just show you this other weird thing I found. Here you go. Here you go. Igglybuff, Jigglypuff, Wigglytuff, Hillary Duff. There you go. That was the thing I found.
That's blasphemy.
Okay. So yeah,
that's Satanism at its finest.
Didn't Hillary Duff try to sell her kid on Instagram? Never mind. Well,
conclusion, weird, but that's cool.
It's a new form of adoption.
And the other thing I heard, like I looked on Blu-ray.com or whatever the forum for the first 2 sets, and they're like, they selected the wrong color space. Because I watched that one B-dub video talking about.
Can you even tell the color space thing?
You'd need a reference to actually really
So
visibly see it. I mean, it looks
right?
great to me.
Yeah.
But technically speaking, it's inaccurate. But the thing is, like, I only looked into it after B-dub said, like, on his Dragon Ball Z video or whatever. He's like. And then there's the Inuyasha Blu-rays problems or whatever, and I'm like, what's the problem with them?
Okay, I have a question about that Inuyasha Blu-ray. What episode does that go up to? Because I just finished watching episode, I believe it was 52, and that ended the what's available in Funimation.
They are.
That is terrifying.
That is a thing of nightmares.
It's not the same thing. No, I like the Ahigo one.
Just Photoshop the mouth.
What the fuck was that? That was what I posted. What the hell? I hate that thing is like is 2.5 feet tall on this screen. This is disturbing.
Take off suppressed noise. A thing of nightmares, gents. Okay. All right. I don't know why I thought.
So
that
yeah,
would be
Lance. 56 to 83.
Okay, so it's new. So it's new episodes, like compared to that's farther than Funimation's got on their site. Also, apparently, even though I live in the US, that time I got reincarnated as slime is not available in my territory. So I had to turn on my VPN and put myself in Miami.
Sure.
Yeah, to watch, and I had to put myself in Miami to get it to work, and I'm like, that doesn't add up.
Did Cuba annex Miami?
I don't know.
So maybe it's not available in the States. Trump won.
Yeah.
So is there a LE for that show? I don't think I ever bought it.
Yeah.
Slime. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's a
What
for the
does
first.
it look like? We'll have to look at it.
It's blue.
I've got it, but it'd be almost impossible to set up.
I mean, I can grab it
but
if you
can't
really want
watch
to
it
see
except
it.
for on stream. Sorry.
I have the limited and the Blu-ray and the standard on for the first one.
You know what's a real travesty? I have yet to find my Blu-ray player. Have not watched anything on Blu-ray. All right, so back to screen sharing.
Back to the Future.
Hold on, before you start screen sharing, I'm going to screen share for one.
Okay, I sound like an effing psycho breathing while I edit that Wigglytuff.
This is the.
Okay. I
slime.
definitely don't have that. I definitely do not have that.
So the LE came with part 2.
That is really nice.
I can't remember if I have part 1 or not. Is part 1 go back to the previous?
Part 1's a standard.
Yeah.
No, yeah, part 1.
Part 1.
Part
this
1
one with the girl, that one, right?
This
and the slime that blends into the fucking sky. We talked about this.
Yep.
I never knew the slime was up there until you pointed it out.
The dog and the girl.
Part 2 standard is this one.
So Lance, I think before we tail too far off of it, I think Funimation is just adding the Inuyasha episodes as
Greenline 743. You are welcome to join anytime you want.
All I have to do is spam chat to join the podcast.
In fact, if Augie's not here on time for the
oh no, we'll have an orgy of people.
We need to have his performance review. I was talking to the other guys. If Augie doesn't show up, yeah, we need to have our investors meeting with Greenline 743. We'll all be wearing suits. And we'll do like the Zoom background that we'll just have like a picture of a boardroom wall kind of. Right. I was also thinking of just doing an overlay image, like the Brad, but like an overlay that puts us. So if we stay like this, just draw a suit over us, right? So Augie's in the bottom right corner, and we all are wearing suits that are just clip art suits, right? I was thinking about doing that. Anyway,
I really shouldn't say this, but real quick, which you just reminded me of, that whole thing. Me and a friend of mine, we were doing this video game, and we were trying to figure out how to get. God damn it, I can't remember. But long story short, you were talking about have to review Augie's performance. Well, apparently, I don't remember what Google thought we said.
I'm listening.
But but this came up because we were sitting there trying to figure this thing out about a video game. I think we were playing Dragon Quest 11, and I was going to look something up, and my phone, before I got Google Assistant shut off, searched something for me, and I don't remember what it was, but it was something like the hardest working something. But the third result was the hardest working man in porn, and my buddy just stopped, and he's like, "Wait, how the hell does that work?" I said, "Well, maybe they just reviewed his performance."
Ooh, Reese cucked himself.
What happened?
Hey Lance, should I show
he was
them a
trying to
preview
remove
of the?
For some reason, I closed that window, but it was still showing the right.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Show a preview of the document.
Oh, the one, if you want
the
to,
waifu document.
The waifu files at this point.
Yeah,
Weirburger says when the browser thing came up, 5 black gentlemen suddenly appear behind FDD and M. I think we need the black logo for that one.
I still don't know what Brazzers is.
Google
Is it good that I don't?
I don't know. The 10 seconds I saw it, it was the weird man tank shot that I used to get the... Reese took a bullet for the team with that one. All right, let's see it.
All right, so just as a quick little rundown, so this is a Google Sheet, which is basically free Excel and cloud-based, and these are live numbers from My Anime List.
So if
for
you
the number of
right-click,
favorites,
when you right-click, can you refresh those numbers on the fly?
I mean, I don't know.
Because you're sourcing them from SQL
I don't want to click it because I don't want to give away the proprietary code, which I'm going to charge
proprietary
$10K
code.
That's worth $10,000.
You mean the SQL lookup?
Dude, my friend and I had to work on this for like half an hour. I'll have you know. It was really more difficult than it should have been.
It was so hard on me because I had to wait for this shit.
Yeah, he had to wait.
So do you have Toko Aozaki?
Who, what?
Toko Aozaki.
Who's that?
She's in Garden of Sinners.
It's his waifu, finally revealed.
Yeah, she's a waifu. She is the waifu of the Garden of Sinners.
Are you sourcing the photos, or are you just manually putting those in there?
I'm manually putting in the photos because I don't. I don't know if there's any way to automate it, but I'm just like, you know what, man? I'm gonna commit to this. I call it the waifu stock exchange. You get to see the increase on your investment.
I wonder if we could source this as a table into the OCA podcast website.
Dude, that would be pretty cool. Right? I think you can.
Because you could theoretically make this document editable to the public.
But the thing is, this is like my personal picks. Like, so I'm not sure what.
Yeah, but I'm saying for the photo, so that you could have other people, because there's going to be thousands, right? You're going to require thousands, so that way you could do a way for it to fill those in.
My inmate list has multiple photo options, has multiple pictures.
Yeah.
Essentially, what I do is I click on this, do insert image and cell, then I link the URL.
Check the StreamYard private chat.
I got it.
StreamYard
screen share. I got it.
Oh, her. I feel like she's So you'll notice
she's waifu of the series.
You'll notice on my list, there's like half of them say like the waifu name, and half of them just say girls, because I'm just like, okay, there's multiple too many to write down. So
lazy.
Hey,
the thing
working
on for me.
At least it's not walking tits.
Jiggle physics. But the thing is, like, we have been working on this for so damn long. Like, we've been working on this, I think, since like right after that first podcast I joined, if I'm not wrong. Like, has this been come up? So the
was
funny
that been
thing,
like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks?
No. This has been like
8 weeks.
A couple months.
Real Burger has some just.
For the browsers, do a Google search at your local library.
Yeah, in public.
Definitely.
No
But
VPN.
the thing is that I went through, like, for all the images that I got, and for every character that I listed, I got actual screenshots from where they were in the show. So that means I had to go through each and every show. And I'm like,
I would do it.
huh?
It sounds
Definitely
like
not the way most
I
people would do it. But the
That's
thing
how I
is,
would
I'm
do
like,
it. Highest quality version.
so like, whenever people see the list of stuff that I come up with, which they're going to actually see the character in the show, and I feel like I did a pretty good job. But at the way we're looking at this, we might be looking at a 45-minute video from all the content we have created.
It's necessary.
Gotta be thorough.
Evil.
Exactly.
All right.
Someone's got to do it.
What time was Augie supposed to be here?
90 minutes from now.
When was his curfew from grocery store?
Okay.
When were the nuns letting him out?
Seven Seas reveals airship imprint for light novels and prose novels.
Okay.
So the important thing about this. According to Seven Seas entertainment publisher Jason DeAngelis, the company has been publishing Japanese light novels since 2006. But in the last several years, we've dramatically expanded so that light novels now comprise about 25% of our yearly title lists. The company will begin using the airship logo on novels debuting in January 2021. And backlist titles will be included over time. So I guess you're going to have to rebuy the old print titles. Is that what's going on? To get them with the stupid logos to match?
Yeah.
Great job, 7
Or you
Cs.
can just do what Viz does and change the logo and be like, "Sucks for you, kid."
Sucks to be you.
So the thing is,
you didn't like that we changed it 5 times during the rendition of the series?
do any of you guys know what Ghost Ship is for? Is it just for like their more mature titles? Because I think
it's for mature reading. It says 7 Seas launched a new mature reader manga imprint titled Ghost Ship.
Okay. Yeah, because I think Yuna and the Hot Springs to Loveru both have Ghost Ship.
To Loveru.
Ghost Ship is for the naughtier stuff.
Destiny lovers. Creature Girls, a hands-on field journal in another world. What? I'm sorry. Is this fucking interspecies reviewers?
Well, that needs an anime now that Funimation's gonna drop.
I want to click on it, but I'm afraid of what it's
Interspecies Reviewers is licensed by Yen Press.
By the way, so Yuna and the Hot Springs, isn't that an Aniplex title that hasn't come out?
Yes.
Because the UK has a pre-order for it, and I'm feeling mildly vindicated right now.
I'm pretty sure that's a spider.
Spider?
Yeah, I think the girl's a spider.
And then Aniplex has it dubbed, and the UK doesn't get the dub for their set.
Wait, for what?
Okay.
UK is going to release theirs, and then Aniplex produces a dub for it next year.
Oh, right. Well, I haven't pre-ordered it yet, so we'll have to see.
A weird amount of pineapple cider has left my system, and I'm no longer feeling buzzed. Let's get on with the articles. New Xbox Series X fits perfectly with the Nintendo GameCube.
Oh my god, that's amazing. It also has a ping pong ball feature. If you put a ping pong ball on top of it, it perfectly floats.
Does it? Oh, because they're fan or whatever?
That's
Holy
what
shit. They're combining.
That's where the exhaust.
Well, you
that looks
obviously
like a really retro-ass looking guitar amp.
I mean, it sure doesn't look like a next-gen console unless the next-gen console is cosplaying.
It looks like a brick.
Yeah. With no fucking vents. Like, even the GameCube's got vents.
No. The vent is on the top, which is why if you use that configuration, it would just completely overheat, probably.
Well, using this configuration means only playing one GameCube game, and
yeah.
you're not getting
either that or get the Game Boy player and put it in the bottom with a disc in, and then put this on top of it.
Yeah, but how do
no
you
one will
turn
ever
it
take
on?
your disc.
Well, if you turn the Xbox, the other way on its side, then
right.
I guess it wouldn't be the
put
same.
Your GameCube on its side.
Holy shit, guys! This is the black box.
You have to put them butt to butt.
But then you lose your ping pong feature.
Right.
Guys, does anyone know the members the
when you turn on the Xbox Series X?
Dude, I literally just want to get one to have a permanent ping pong ball sticking on top, so every time you turn it on, it floats.
All right.
Does anyone know the main member?
That's our cue. Move on. More Sega Atlas games are heading to the PC. I don't care enough to read about this. Okay, so I know we covered this in the last podcast. Okay, fine.
Well, do they name any titles? That's all I really want to hear.
I don't know. I did not read any of these articles.
Sega Atlas
during the financial report for the investors that the company intends to bring more Atlas games to the PC following the success of Persona 4 The Golden on PC. That is great. I approve, and we can go forward with our lives.
Yep, that's it. That's pretty much it. Okay, there you go. So we covered this in the last podcast. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't the Sankaku Complex article say that 2 fish were used in the process?
Something like that, yeah.
When he swapped out between 2 fish, right?
Right.
It was 4.
Tag team?
A team of fish in Japan has beaten Pokemon Sapphire.
Team.
After thousands of hours, what?
Team. Sorry.
Team.
Good.
Team. After thousands of hours, they are now the very best, like no fish ever were. Ordinarily, setting out to beat a Pokemon game isn't such a Herculean task. The franchise's core fan base is little kids, after all, so the level of challenge has to be something that's manageable for a grade schooler. You know,
God, this is already a false article.
But the group of gamers who 6 months ago set their sight on finishing Pokemon Sapphire are anything but ordinary because they're fish. I wonder if they're going to take over Kyoto. I mean, the world. Damn it, that was a bad joke. Okay, since the start of summer, Japanese Twitter user / YouTuber Muteki Maru channel has been chronicling the Pokemon journey of 4 beta / Siamese fighting fish he owns: Maurice, Lala, Moo, and Ponyo, who play the game by swimming. I know, right? By swimming around the aquarium on camera. With different sections of the tank corresponding to different controller inputs.
These fish are so beta.
Yep. Just getting out of the game's first town was a challenge, but eventually the fish found their way out into the Pokemon overworld and started defeating bosses and earning gym badges. Another impressive development came last month when Lala found a glitch in the game's seafloor cavern that had gone undetected by human gamers in the 18 years since Pokemon Sapphire's original release. Now, though, comes Muteki Maru Channel's Fish's greatest accomplishment, as they've finally beaten the game. Great thumbnail. For a human player, the main Pokemon Sapphire storyline is a 30 minutes to beat Pokemon, is a 30-something hour playthrough. The Muteki Maru squad spent just a bit longer, as their quest to becoming Pokemon Masters took 3,195 hours, which included more than a dozen losses in the final boss gauntlet. Still, that just made it all the more exciting when the fish achieved victory, as shown here when the team's Walrein, is that how you pronounce Walrein? Downed its last opponent, a Metagross, with an ice ball attack. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing these right.
So wait, it used so it beat.
I think they misspelt Walrein. I don't think there's an I.
I have comments, but I think I'll say them.
That looks like it says Imomiamu.
Well, Japanese Pokemon have different names, so I don't think it's going to spell Walrein.
Well, it's a stupid name. All right. So the Fighting Fish's fighting team that defeated the last boss consisted of a Tentacruel, level 77, Walrein, level 73, Mightyena, level 72, Swellow, level 74, Manectric, level 72, and Camerupt, level 6. Wow. Literally, of all of these, I know Tentacruel and Mightyena.
Okay, I gotta say, I'm calling some possible shenanigans. Either that, or they really helped this fish. First of all, it went from a fish to 2 fish, and now the 2 fish have somehow procreated into 4 fish.
Yes.
Second of all, let me bring out the light. I could play this game with my eyes shut. Don't go into details at the moment. I won't go into details at the moment. But the thing is that first of all, that team is very eclectic for being like some random fish catch. And third, I'm very curious on. There are several points during that game where there's no way in hell in 3,000 some odd hours, which I've put over 3,000 hours into a Pokemon game in my life. Yeah. I really have. I played the hell out of Coliseum and Stadium and Stadium 2. And then the subsequent games that went along with them, which is Sapphire is one of them. There is no way in hell in 3,000 hours without human interference of a lot of capacity that this would be possible, because not only did they beat the Elite Four, but they got to the special boss.
The special boss?
Yeah, that's Steven's Metagross up there. The big champion. It's like finding.
I just realized in the Elite Four, isn't there those there's that one ice puzzle where it's like you have to slide into the. Or is it the Elite Four? Maybe it's some other challenge.
No, there's games throughout it you have to slide through, and there are too many places to where if they did not interfere, the fish wouldn't have got out. Yeah, because you can't just go up, down, left, and right. You have to stop, look at the map.
Okay.
And if I didn't have it memorized, I literally had Pokemon I used to blow people's minds because I had Pokemon Red and Blue.
Stage hoax, fake news.
This is how I picture.
It's questionable.
This is how I picture Pokemon. First of all, we've covered this from the beginning. They said that they see the map here that says left arrow, up arrow, A, B, B, right? They said that they went through various versions of this before finally settling on the one that they ended up using throughout the rest of the game. Because the original one they did, which I think was like 6 or something instead of however many this is, right? 25 or whatever this is. And they found that they needed more opportunities for the fish to hit the A button and the B button, right? Now, I will say this. This is how I imagine a game going if you were blind, for example. You get to the Elite Four, and your team is Eradicate, a Pidgeot, Eradicate, another Eradicate, a fourth Eradicate, and another Pidgeot, right? Like all the shit you caught right at the beginning that you evolved
didn't switch out.
Constantly. Yeah, because you're right. That's what I'm picturing.
If you were a fish and you didn't know to go to the damn computer and put something up, I'm like, there are times in this game where like you have to, like, I don't want to spoil the plot my ass. What am I thinking? You have to literally go collect things. Like there are specific items in specific places you have to talk to specific people. Without reading the dialect, you're going to be lost as hell and walking around in null space. So I will digress in the fact that 3,000 some hours.
2 stories about when I played Pokemon growing up. Number 1, in the first Pokemon games, there's a part in the game where you're supposed to learn Flash. And you use Flash in order to illuminate what is otherwise a completely pitch black cavern. The only thing you can see are the items and your player.
Yes. Rock tunnel.
I never learned Flash.
I didn't either.
I got through that whole cavern by brute forcing it. I fought about 1 billion Zubats in the dark, and I made my way to the exit, and I never learned Flash. Story number 2. When Pokemon was going from yellow version to gold and silver, I bought the Japanese version of silver before it came out in the West. And I played that game for a couple months. And there's a part in the game where when you get to this one part, a guy stops you. And I realized way later, when I stopped caring about Pokemon, that guy is saying something like, wait, before you go, you need to talk to some professor guy. But I'm just sitting like, this guy is speaking to me in Japanese. and my little 8-year-old or whatever self has no fucking idea what he's saying. And I played and I leveled up like probably my entire team to level 100 and just thought, well, I'm done. I couldn't get past it. So to your point, I agree. I think that there is a pretty strong likelihood that that there may have been
human intervention was definitely a thing.
Yeah, well, I know that there was because they talk about it in the previous articles that we've covered. But I will also say that you can brute force that cavern that's pitch black and never learn Flash.
But you have to be human to do that.
And you can also get somewhat far, not speaking a lick of Japanese or being able to read it back when I was a little kid. But I actually think it would be more likely in that situation, not being able to read the language, that you would accidentally, as a fish, talk to the specific guy you're supposed to talk to, and that they would have gotten farther than I did.
Okay, here's the thing to me that's just a little caveat.
3,000 hours does seem like a pretty fast beating at time, because it's like the idea of what was the theory we talked about in the last podcast of
with an infinite number of tries,
infinite monkey theory or whatever, where given enough a long enough time frame, a monkey would be able to type out Shakespeare word for word perfectly on a typewriter, just based on that, right?
Yeah. The thing is though, it's also that their team has good type coverage.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
right.
How did the fish know to make sure not to have 2 of the same type?
It doesn't.
So that's
so like I said, if this was the Pokemon that I played, your team would be Raticates and Pidgeots, and that's it. Oh, and then your starter. Bulbasaur or whatever, right? You'd have
whichever one they picked.
right? You would,
which starter was on the screen?
By now.
Which starter did the fish choose?
yeah, you'd most likely have that. So,
Because was this a Nuzlocke? Because I didn't see the fish's starter.
it's not impossible. So, look, I'm pretty sure that the entirety of the playthrough is on YouTube, and you could probably watch it. And I look forward to your exposed video when it comes out.
I need to just go on and do that since I'm the one bitching about this.
but yeah, I do think it's funny. So I'm guessing that the reason that they're playing Sapphire is because there's a fucking giant fish on the cover. Is that what that's about?
Kyogre, yeah.
Kyogre or whatever his name is. Anyway.
Kyogre.
So
yeah, the starter's not up there.
Right. So these ones that they played with are all 10 to 15 levels higher than the Pokemon that the last boss commands. But given the fact that Mutekimaru channel's fish can't look up online facts to maximize lower level characters' combat potential, a bit of level grinding seems fair. See, the thing that I'm
look at the Metagross up there, it's level 70.
The thing,
am I wrong? What is that level?
You mean the Walrein or whatever?
56. The Metagross is 56 and the Walrein is 73.
That's at 58.
What?
So, but the thing that I find weird about this is that the top one isn't level 100, and all the rest of them are like level like 63, 42, 38.
Yeah,
12,
but they deliberately
7,
leveled them all out because this was before the XP share covered the entire party.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know if that's a thing, but I was just thinking, like, dominant strategy dictates that you play because you're a fish, right? So you're not swapping out your guys. The only time you swap out your guy is when your guy dies and the next guy comes in and takes over, right?
Yeah. The team is evenly
so
level too.
They whittle down to their last Pokemon every single battle to get even XP distribution.
But the only way for them to get their Pokemon back to full health is to go to the Poké Center, right?
Well, they die in the second battle of every single adventure.
If your Pokemon die, if your entire team faints, you immediately get revived at the last Pokemon Center you visited. So it's possible that to beat your head, but
you go back to your don't you go back to your last save point though, or no?
No, you just go. You just go back through the start screen.
Literally, I haven't played this since Game Boy Color, so it's really hard for me to know all this stuff. But anyway, continuing here, the final Pokemon roll call and credits video. But as proud as Pokemon fans are of these fish, the thing that makes Mutekimaru channel happiest is that all 4 fish are happy and healthy at the end of the project.
They're still beta cucks, if you ask me.
This one isn't even a beta. Like, is it?
Huh.
It's just a regular cuck.
Fish. Alpha cuck.
Okay, I have a question. Because what am I misremembering? Because when did Steven in what reprint of these games was Steven the final guy? Because there was Steven was an extra boss you'd fight in Silver in Sapphire.
Was the champion.
Yeah, but the thing was that the person you fought the last was a water trainer. And he had a melodic.
For your exposed video, can it just be this image with the word frauds written over it in big bold type?
Hey Chad, if anyone has the full video or something, if you could just link it for me.
The full 16 billion hour stream?
The full like just a link to it. You ain't gotta like
doing it live. Fuck it, we're doing it live. What? Don't be.
Let's see. Because Lance wants to look into this.
Here you go. Videos. I probably should have gone to playlist. So here's the end. So what is he doing now? 23 hour, 34 hour, 11 hour, 0 hour, 0 hour. What? That's 12 hours.
But guys, the real question is, did they morally play the fishing minigame?
Oh.
So
man,
he's
the
playing
playthrough of Final Fantasy 15 is going to be amazing.
He's playing it through the GameCube. What do you call it? Game Boy player or whatever?
Yeah, the Game Boy player.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Let me
So
see.
here they
I
are.
can't read Japanese, so let's see.
It's going to be a little bit of a challenge for you then.
Oh yeah, no kidding. But I could at least watch the fish move.
Yeah, here you go. You've got thousands of hours to get through.
You know, I have a lot of content.
We'll see you next week, Lance.
Yeah, I know, right?
The way
See
I
you in a
think
month.
it
Can you
works
link this so I could actually grab it?
Yeah.
The
I'll
way
give
it
it to you.
Oh yeah.
probably
Oh, there it
works.
is.
Is that they will end
Yeah, well,
like their
Can he
stream.
see the private chat? He should be able to see private chat, right?
Lance?
Lance
Yeah.
found it.
There you go. All right. Anyway,
Wait,
so
what?
I sent it.
I clicked on the thing in the private chat and it sent me to Reese's waifu.
Yeah, because I hadn't sent it yet. You clicked on the previous
Oh,
one.
okay.
Yeah.
This was definitely not a fish.
I have a message apparently. I don't know who that's from. All right,
Tremog.
let's finish this real quick. So
Okay,
the fish's well-being always comes first. Blah 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 blah. So basically, it's a no fish were harmed in the filming of this YouTube channel. In
no
keeping
sushi
with
was made.
I forgot to link the podcast on Discord.
Oh, well, that explains why we got 5 viewers. In keeping with the capricious and spontaneous nature of the project, Mutekimori's channel's fish beat Pokemon Sapphire while he was sleeping, and he wasn't aware of what had happened until he woke up and checked on their overnight progress. He now says he's thinking about what his next project will be. And while he's not sure he's ready for another on the scale of this Pokemon/aquatic life endeavor, we can't wait to see what he decides to do. I want to see him play like Clannad or something and see how long it takes him to get
Play Steins Gate.
Yeah, get the good end, you know? That might actually take as long as the monkey typing out Shakespeare, though. Because those are a lot more like...
Yeah.
You have to get exactly these right, you know?
Yeah.
Huh.
You have to answer the phone, or you have to not answer the phone. There's too many different kinds of commands for...
I want to see him play Mother 2 for the SNES.
What about,
and he's got to find the thing in the desert, the little seed.
Yeah. Or when it gets to Pooh in the character Pooh, and you're supposed to just sit there and not do anything. And if you move, it's like you're still doing your meditation or whatever, right?
You know what? More than anything, I'd like to see a fucking fish do this damn. Just for my sick entertainment, do this damn captchas. Find the palm tree.
What if they played? What if they played the fishing simulator or something from like Breath of Fire? Okay, so moving on here, the booby squeezing simulator. I want to see the fish do this.
Yeah, I know, right? You know what? Once he's done getting off, he can fin.
Okay. The booby squeezing simulator, Oculus Rift at its creepiest. You mean finest? Come on. It is a little creepy though, because apparently what this guy's seeing is himself just assaulting this girl. Virtual reality pornography is basically a reality at this point. Fair point. Oculus Rift plus Tenga equals the end of humanity. Oculus Rift plus a pillow equals hugs as real as your virtual girlfriend. Oculus Rift plus a straw equals a surprisingly pleasant date with your anime girlfriend sitting on the other side of the uncanny valley. We're now convinced that when aliens discover the remains of human civilization centuries from now, they'll conclude that it was a magic device known as the Oculus Rift that brought civilization screeching to a halt. And now an Oculus Rift plus a novelty mouse pad with breasts is actually really, really creepy to you. And while it probably won't result in us all withering away to empty husks, this booby squeezing simulator is almost certainly the beginning of the end. Nico Nico Doga user Ryuto recently uploaded a video showing off his creation. It's both simple in design and bizarre in practice. Whether or not the world ever demanded or even knew it wanted a breast squeezing simulator is a question we can't answer. But now one exists. And you might even be able to try it out if you happen to be at OcuFest in Nagoya this weekend. We're guessing you'll want to bring gloves. Before explaining this device, we first invite you to take a stroll through the weirdest Oculus Rift demo we've seen yet with this Nico Nico Doga video. Skip to around, I kind of feel like I'm going to get banned off of YouTube if I click play on that. So as you can see, the device is fairly simple. The user puts on the Oculus Rift, which provides a 3D scene and an animated girl, and then reaches out to cop a feel. Upon squeezing the breasts, which are actually foam from a novelty mouse pad, the girl squeals with shock, covers her chest with her arms, and turns her eyes to the ground. But where's the machine that slaps you while you're doing it, right? And the kicks to the groin under the table, and the police who pull you away.
Now the kick to the groin, that's going into another kind of fetish area. So
we'll talk about that at the end of the podcast article.
That costs
it's not sounding,
extra.
so no Chinese here. They're gonna kick me off the stream yet, Chad. Here we go.
That's the Oculus Rift where you're handcuffed to a bed and have an Oculus Rift on your face in which you're handcuffed to a bed.
guys, let me make a quick comment. I am watching this bitch play Pokemon right now while we're here, and it took it over 2 minutes to get out of the truck. I can't wait to watch it set the clock.
Yeah. So FDD&M has been gone for God knows how long.
He just popped out. He just popped out.
Okay. What is? Hold on. I'm trying to pull off a sock with my foot.
So from booby squeezing simulator to sock, man, we know where your mind's at.
All right. I'm distracted by whatever the hell this is.
Let me pause this. It's stuck in the corner already. All right,
what is this? Says sadly.
Huh?
Sadly, thankfully, this jiggle-inducing piece of video game kit isn't real yet. I feel like we have to read this next.
How old is this article?
Oh, they're both old. This one's from 2015, so it might be real. Is what you're getting at? This is from 2014, and this one's from 2015.
Oh.
Wait, so now it.
I pulled this one up on the last podcast and said we would check it out next podcast.
Oh.
Is there a fan in here? God, not.
Are you?
Granted, I've had the equivalent of 2 beers, but
the equivalent?
Come on,
equivalent of 2 getting by my internet.
Are you getting the buzz?
No, I'm not buzzed, but I am overheating. I'm wearing long sleeves though, so. Anyway, back to this. Where was I? So as you can see, the device is fairly simple. Blah blah blah. Gets hauled away by the police, which leaves us wondering: if you could program anything for the simulator, why would you make the girl dislike having her breast squeezed? So it's more realistic for the creepy otaku. It's a what do you call it? It's a cautionary tale for the otaku.
It's a tale of 2 boobies.
Tale of 2 boobies. I like where this is going. OCA once cucked on another planet, chapter 2, a tale of 2 boobies. It was the biggest of boobies. It was the smallest of boobies.
One start bouncing one way and one start bouncing the other.
No boobers are the same.
They met in the middle.
No, they met in the middle. Yeah.
Anytime they get into a problem, they just call for cleavage.
I'm just acknowledging the fact that we could have like the greatest parody erotic visual or light novel ever. I'm just thinking of all the different chapters. We do the body switching arc. We do you could just go through
the golden mustard shower.
We do all the tropes. Or you guys do all the tropes.
Like you could do the has to cross dress to go to the all girls school for one reason or another. I mean, there's so much gold that we could just do.
I do that in my own story I'm writing. I'm working on it.
I'm glad you added story to that.
And the thing is that the whole cross-dressing thing is hilarious. And that's definitely one you want to cover.
Well, we could even cover all the really gross fetishes too. We're not going to
cover all of Reese's fetishes specifically. You never know what's going to happen with that one eye. Are you looking at me? Probably.
There's an entire chapter where they remove a bike lock, an electric cable,
where they jumpstart a car.
I'm trying to think of all the things we read about that they pulled out of the Chinese people. The fish.
They also had to play Sherlock Holmes about how the hell this fish robbed the bank while it was in the bowl.
The magnets.
Yeah, the buckyballs or whatever those are called.
They have to have this long arc. You got to have this entire subplot where they're trying to figure out what the hell's sounding machines.
I didn't hear that last part. What did you say, Lance?
Sorry, I said you got to have this entire subplot where they're like, "What the hell is sounding?"
Yeah.
I can't even say it.
You made him say it twice.
Good sounding.
A third time.
Yeah, all right. So no, I switched my AirPod, and it I was in that phase in between where it's reconnecting. That's why I didn't hear you. Anyway,
sorry. Me and this fish are hanging out while it talks to a macho.
All right.
Over and over.
So why would you make the girl dislike having her breast squeezed? Well, strange design choices aside, the setup is still pretty cool. So let's look at what Ryuto has come up with. It's pretty cool. All you literally have is a goddamn fucking trash can with your stupid mouse pad on top of it while you're using an Oculus Rift. I mean, come on, that's so cool. It's about as cool as when Vic unveiled his Funko Pop on that trash can.
Jeez.
In the video, the designer first explains that, quote, recently, the number of demos for virtual reality using head-mounted displays has increased a lot. Putting on a head-mounted display allows you to experience virtual space. And while Project Morpheus is shaping up nicely, there's no doubt that the Oculus Rift is getting a lot of love from the community. All right, okay. Next, Ryuto writes, quote, and I also got to experience the Oculus Rift head-mounted display this February. Using Unity and MMD, I was able to visit Mommy, whom I quite like. I was shouting, wow,
what the fuck?
Wow, the whole time. You're right, it was Mommy. So the thing I find funny about this is that he dressed it up in a frilly bra for the demonstration for some reason.
No, ma'am, I'm buying this for
just how
science.
he has it all the time now.
I wonder if he tried it
would
on.
Have been lewd otherwise, right? But despite how awesome,
I have to fit it on this mouse pad. Clark, yeah. All in this size. I don't want to work at that Victoria's Secret. Some guy walks into the mouse pad.
I'm just thinking of to be a virgin again and believing this is what boobs feel like. Some hard foam that's supposed to be ergonomic for your wrist. Right? Next, what was there? But despite how awesome everything was for Ryuto, he pointed out that there was still a feeling of distance. You can't really reach out and touch things in virtual reality, or can you? Using Leap Motion, a pressure sensor, and an Arduino, Ryuto set up the novelty mousepad above to respond to the squeezing action.
Huh.
I also got the Oculus, the Arduino Mega. Where's the bra thingy? The rosy Victoria's Secret bra. The complete setup. Oh, here's the Virgin. Right here. That's important for the setup.
or he's really, really gay, and that's why they let him do testing.
The complete setup.
Look, they have to trust him.
Above. I should have said the complete picture is set up above. No, you forgot the Virgin pictured below. The pieces include an Oculus Rift position tracker, the leap motion, directional. So I wonder, you'll be funny. What if the bra is actually just hiding the sensors that center the character's breast to the physical breast? So, like, when you reach out and touch the breast, you're not actually grabbing her eyeballs or something.
Okay,
what if that's why he had to put that on there, so it would still look appealing, even though there's like a hard plastic like receiver underneath.
Okay, now what if they're like joysticks, on a video game, on an arcade machine, and as you pick up one, what if they just turn her? I hate myself right now. Fuck, I'll go for it. All right, God, my throat hurts. Now what if there were like censored, like little sticks under there, and like as they move on down, your character moves.
Okay.
So that's the secret to the game. You must.
Okay, I thought you were going a completely different direction. I thought you were.
I don't know where I was going.
Like mini.
Because I know right now my landlord's probably inside that door.
I don't know any idea. All right, the complete setup is pictured above. The pieces include did I already read this? I feel like I already read this. All right, an Oculus Rift position tracker, the leap motion, directional speakers, the Booby mouse pad, and an Arduino Mega 2560. All of this is connected to a computer running the demo and the Oculus Rift. Ryuto looks around the world he's created, and then he molests the purple-haired girl. Family fun. After watching the girl's reaction, Ryuto gives her another grope, eliciting an identical reaction from the girl. She covers her chest, squeals, and looks downcast. We still think it's an odd design choice, but we will say that this is certainly a very practical workaround for the lack of tactile feedback in virtual reality. Look, Ma, both hands.
I'm doing it, Mommy.
Why is it MAW?
You know what I can't understand is there's probably millions of yen going into the production of this.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking, like, at this point, why not go get a mannequin, or just might as well get a real doll.
Yeah, right.
Dress it up, like put the sensors in it, and why don't you do like they did in Cat Planet Cuties? Just have where people go in this room and have it all virtual. You can practice anything you want.
But wait, the simulations are basically this, though.
Japan is spending trillions of yen to end their species, right?
they're slowly making themselves more awkward. I don't know. It's got to be really alluring,
Well, I think the idea is that the AI reacts and is more lively than a piece of plastic.
So what I don't understand is that survival of the fittest dictates that by now, after theoretically millions and millions of years, that we
are the apex of humanity.
You'd think
we're fucked.
You'd think that we'd be left with only the most alpha people with like so much game that they're just slaying pussy day and night, or rapists. Those would be the only people left. How are we still breeding neckbeards? Right?
Well, it's like you were saying before. We keep preventing them from killing themselves or whatever by being stupid.
But
by like eating
that shouldn't matter, because if they're not breeding and passing on their genes, then how are there still so many?
Well, I mean, at this point in our society, I mean, kids get a hold of a BB gun, everyone yells "duck." I call it thinning the herd. But at the end of the day, you've just got to let people start learning. And when you give them stuff like this, it's like saying, "Hey guys, the threat of being around real people? Yeah, let's throw that out the window." Because
at a certain point, it seems easier to just actually talk to a girl than spending
don't get me wrong, it costs less.
Thousands of dollars for some less than satisfying experience where you're getting rejected in the game as well, right?
What I just can't get is like Okay.
See, what this is for the very, very, very niche market of guys who want to molest someone and have them call the cops on them, who actually want that response, not the "What are you doing, stepbrother?" It's not for that crowd.
Money. I think we do need a Catholic priest.
Now, I saw a picture on Reddit the other day. You know how like important politicians and celebrities don't actually run their own social media account.
Yeah. That's what I heard.
Right. So like every once in a while you've got Ted Cruz's official Twitter liking a porn post or whatever.
Oh, that.
I saw one that said that some like Instagram thought in like a Catholic, like a slutty Halloween Catholic schoolgirl outfit with some like filthy title, and it said liked by Francis and 1,638 others. You click on it and it's Pope Francis, like the actual verified account of Pope Francis. Right? And some guy's like, I thought the Popes only like little boys. Right?
I mean, he definitely didn't like that woman holding his hand in that one video I saw. Where he's like,
really?
Pushed her off of him. Yeah, he grabs his hand, holding it for too long. He like yanks away from her. Yeah, pretty much. He's like, you were wrong gender and wrong age. But the thing was that like, God, I don't even know.
Nice to have the blessings from our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ upon us. Thank you, Jesus. Okay. Thank you for dying for our sins and coming back for the stream. I really appreciate it.
We'll be talking later because me and FTNM have a lot to repent for.
Oh dear God! Oh, yeah, going back to our erotic light novel.
Oh my God! Joking.
The fact that I don't know what that is
where you trying to make
harder.
I'm really worried about what it is.
I'm gonna have to do a Google search at my local library.
Do one. Screen share your Google search right now.
I'm gonna just.
Joking is where you. I actually know what this is, and I hate myself for knowing it if I'm not wrong.
Penis stretching.
Pretty much.
Oh, see,
like you know how is it kind of like those neck bracers, like neck stretching?
Yeah, I had to type it with an M instead of an N so that it would autocorrect for me because I don't have an N key and I still haven't gotten this fixed after all this time. Thanks, COVID.
Well, you couldn't take Pokemon Platinum.
Yeah, apparently it's spelled with a Q.
Yeah, JELQING. It's where
stretching exercise. It involves massaging your penis tissues, stretching the skin to create micro tears that look engorged when they heal. Joke from healthline.com. Joking. 10 facts about side effects, techniques, and alternatives.
Don't do this, guys.
I think that's for the people that are really insecure.
I'm trying to think about how we work this into the Once Cucked on Another Planet OCA podcast light novel.
It's got to be Kim Jong-un Coons who does it.
No, I'm thinking about the mustard bottle, right? And then it becomes like the family-sized mustard bottle.
No. The thing is like this is the chapter called "Does Size Matter?"
No.
Harder, better, faster, stronger.
I'm just trying to think about like
if you do it right, it gets longer.
Disgusting mustard things that just came to mind, like when you're trying to put mustard on your hot dog, and like you go to squeeze it, and like the like yellow watery shit comes out instead of actual mustard.
You didn't shake it.
Yeah. That's not an allegory to pre-cum or anything, but yeah.
No, of course not.
I mean,
I'm trying to think of like a serious medical condition for that. It's premature
a serious medical condition with which
once again, I'd like to thank Jesus Christ for.
Shout out to Jesus for this stream.
I didn't know. FTM, let it be known. Heaven has Wi-Fi.
Oh, heaven has Wi-Fi?
My
Is their connection any good?
Well, it's definitely not hell, so.
The router is in your heart, guys.
Let it
Honestly,
be known
Hal
that
probably
your
has
prime
better
time
Wi-Fi
viewing in
connection
heaven.
than mine.
Okay. So if you feel like getting your rope
Heaven's
on,
watch parties are lit.
if you feel like getting your grope on, Ryuto is even letting the public get a shot at the demo at the upcoming AkiFest in Nagoya on September 14th.
I thought that thing's going to be covered with STVs.
Yeah, you can find a map with the event location here, and the demonstration should be available from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Just be sure to bring your hand sanitizer.
I would like set up a bathroom with some bleach. And be
I want to know what this is, and I want to know for real. Is it a guy pulling he's pulling a string, right? He's pulling a string from the back, right? Up here, his hand. Look, see his hand? He's pulling a string, and he's like the puppeteer doing like the breast jiggle for like the move. Oh no, he's literally pulling the string of the bikini top. I thought he was pulling a string. They were like hooked through the back. I gotta know it. I have to know about this.
You've got to understand the jiggle. Oh, hey guys. If y'all don't mind, a real quick update. 11 minutes and 51 seconds in, the fish hasn't made it out of the house.
I thought you were going to say 11 minutes in, the fish still hasn't chosen his rival's name.
No, he still hasn't. He has just cut away from the mod choke who kept him pinned by the TV.
All right, so a new promo video for the latest installment in the Senran Kagura video game series tells of an exciting new piece of virtual reality kit developed during production of the game. Whilst working on Senran Kagura Estival Versus, apparently some hardworking chaps in the Department of Hyper-Enormous Boobage Development.
Wow.
Okay. I thought that was going to like spell something in like the initialism or the acronym, but it doesn't. Anyway, realized that the game's female ninja characters' chests were just not jiggling realistically enough. Right. So to rectify this, they got a mannequin and stuck some water balloons on the front. Instead of hiring a woman to come in.
Well, they get canceled if they got a real woman.
I mean, there's only this strip club somewhere in Japan where you have like a planogram with fucking Funko Pops, and on one of the things you can go in there and you can pay to watch someone throw a piece of glass. You know, maybe they could have gone in there and done some research instead of that.
I'm sorry. Hold up. Okay. Granted, my ear has been clogged with a lot of shit over the last 5 days, spraying really high pressure water into garbage cans. But of that jumble of mess you just said, I heard something about grandmas and paying someone to watch them throw pieces of glass.
Oh wow! Let me restate what I said.
Also, hello, Augie.
Apparently, there is a place in Japan, you guys covered it on the podcast, where the planogram has Funko Pops, basically. Remember we looked at it, and it was like the place, it was the strip club-like thing, or whatever, where you go in there.
We're talking about like the multi-tiered.
Yes, like, the multi-tiered.
It was an adult film studio theme park or something, right?
Yeah, okay, but there's like that, and they're saying they had to go through all this trouble to get like this sort of data. I mean, just go in there and spend about 5 hours. From what I understood, it was like what, $10 an hour or something a person.
Dude, I guarantee you, if all you have to do for something to not be prostitution is film it, hello, you hire the girl and you fucking film it, right? And now you've got your reference data. Anyway, hello, Augie. You've come in at an interesting time.
Oh yes. Wait, where's the Brazzers logo for this?
The nuns let him go, guys.
I've got a better.
Where did they touch you? Show us on the doll.
It always mutes our mic when it plays.
Sorry, wrong browsers. I meant to click that one.
So I'm coming day and night.
What's funny to me is what I said, and then all of a sudden the screen goes blank. I'm like, well, I killed the stream.
I could hear Lance throughout.
How is it that Lance is the only one who's unmuted the entire time?
Because he's quicker to the click.
Also, I got this one in here too.
Hey, come on!
You can unmute it.
All right, so someone's 32 today.
Yes.
So that means that person is old.
Yeah. Halfway done with my life by now, or something like that. Okay, so the new promo. Where was I? I was. Female ninja characters were just not jiggling realistically enough. They set to work researching and designed the Pizzap. Dear God. Okay, a kind of treadmill add-on to gameplay in which players run after a well-endowed bikini-clad woman and watch her jiggle.
All right.
Sounds like a day at Daytona Beach.
So you're telling me that this came out in 2015 and it was Pokemon Go that caused the neckbeards to lose the weight.
Well,
as you may have guessed, the Pizzap is fictitious. Oh, here we go. As is Marvelous's boobage department. Although we do have to congratulate them on that name. But the promo video for it is real, though, and it's pretty hilarious. Join us after the jump as we check out who wrote this. Who wrote? Well, I know
Brand
this.
W.
They thought they were writing this for Crunchyroll. The Pizzap, we are told, is a system which will shape the body and soul of the player. When observed closely, we found that a sense of realism does not emerge when there is a lack of literal swaying. Breast expert and designer Tamio says.
Was he a plastic surgeon?
A sense of realism does not emerge when there is a lack. Okay, so they're saying that it doesn't seem real if they aren't swaying. Lateral swaying. Breast expert and designer. I like this resume. Breast expert, right? Breast expert and designer for Senran Kagura at Marvelous Studios. So we use a servo monitor to control both vertical and lateral swaying. The invention appears to essentially be a treadmill on which a female animatronic torso acts as encouragement for the player to run on. By running towards the boobs, you can progress through the game. See, the way I feel is happening here is that when you're on the treadmill running really fast, your like head, because you get so tired, like your head is swaying back and forth. So what you're actually seeing is like the motion blur from your own head juggling back and forth to see them moving.
Yeah.
Through this invention, by having the user's visual image orders issued directly to the feet. Okay. So without further ado, let's watch the video in all its glory. I need to download it. Like that's always something I need to do because these things just disappear off the internet at random times.
Yeah, man. I can't wait to let me know what your wife says and she finds this in some random folder. Honey, what is this?
Well, I've got much weirder stuff than that.
Yeah, me and Reese have witnessed the much weirder stuff he did for science and business.
Look, man, research is research. We can't just well, maybe we can judge them, but we can't do anything about it. Oh, wait, is that like
anyway, so
no, it's
as you can see, the team carried out painstaking research into their specific field of interest. We found that a sense of realism does not emerge when there is a lack of lateral swaying. So we use a servo monitor to control both vertical and lateral swing. I like how they've got like what are these called? A
square?
No. It doesn't it? Oh no, that's just a hanger in the back. I thought it was one of those things that you clamp down to measure the precise like width or whatever or something. Anyway,
I forgot what that's called.
Here's one of it's going to come to me later.
Isn't that a square he's using? Like it's just
is, but I'm seeing the hanger in the backdrop behind it, And I thought it was like the thing that slides up and down the ruler so that you can get very, very precise measurements.
It sounds like cropplers, but that's not it.
No, it's something seps.
Forceps?
Not forceps.
No.
It'll come to me. It has a word in it that sounds like mathematical measurement. I forget.
Hold on, I've got it. Give me just a second.
Here's one of the experts demonstrating the difference between a convincing and unconvincing fake boob. Oh, I'm sorry. They have a water balloon and a filled-up condom.
Micrometers?
They're both filled with the same thing. Your guess is as good as mine.
This is this one is filled up with that stuff that comes out of the mustard bottle before the mustard. Right?
Caliper.
That good shit?
Yeah,
caliper. That's what it is. Thank you.
I should know because I used to have one, but I'm an idiot. So
same here.
We also get another look at Team Boobage's first invention, the head mount pie play. Is that pie?
What?
Is that a bad symbol for pie? A wearable headset shaped like a woman's breast and worn over the eyes. Yes, I can.
That is the pie symbol, just in a different font.
Sad. I mean, I know it's the pie symbol, but I feel like it's like a different symbol that they're using because it's so
Guys,
short.
There's not
too hard. I need to understand.
Sadly, happily, that one wasn't real either. But you guessed that, right? I mean, I don't know anymore in Japan.
At this point,
We are treated to some words of advice from enormous breast expert Hisashi. So I wonder, what's the pay raise or difference between being the breast expert and the enormous breast expert? Are you an expert in enormous breasts?
One's a more special study.
Is it the difference between 34C and 42 FF? I don't know.
Okay, so we are treated with some words of advice from the enormous breast expert Hisashi, who offers up this tidbit about dried plums. Bakunyu commentator Hisashi, is that enormous breast expert? Do you ever start to salivate just by looking at a dry? No, I don't actually. Truly, this is food for thought. As the end of the video warns us, though, the Piz app is still under development, what with it not being real and all. While you wait, they suggest you buy the game. We suggest, however, that if you like the look of this much to be satisfied with a mere video game full of bouncing breasts, you should just bite the bullet and get an Oculus Rift. Oh, look, it links back to the article we were just reading. Anyway,
they would end it with prune for thought after that image, but oh well.
All right, so there's a black hole of articles we could keep reading, but I'm going to continue here. Oh, Bookwalker has a "We will keep selling them" campaign. What are they selling? All the light novels that have recently been banned off of other platforms, and they are volumes 1 and 2 are 80% off, and the sequel volumes are 20% coin back, whatever the fuck that is. So that's a thing. There you go. You're welcome. I hope you wanted all those Ari Ferretta, Lazy Dungeon Master, Welcome to Japan, Miss Elf.
That aired on Funimation.
Yeah, these are the light novels that got banned off of a bunch of retail stores like Amazon.
You mean all the ones now?
All the ones thanks to Sterling Griff. Anyway, Sentai Filmworks licenses Venus Wars anime for home video and digital release.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Similar to Lock the Superman. It used to be released by Discotech, but now it's going to be released by Sentai for some reason.
Right, but will it keep the English dub? Because the one for Lock the Superhuman, they got rid of the English dub.
It'll be interesting to see if now all the panning shots are stuttery and shitty. Media Blasters discontinues DVD on demand system starting in 2021. Company will produce pressed discs for a limited number of titles. So, first of all, I'm hoping that is not lewd, and I'm not going to get banned off of the platform for having whatever this is. I think it's okay. I'm pretty. Yeah, she's wearing it clothes. It just happens to be called First Lover. I'm gonna assume it's not lewd.
We can't even tell what that is.
It's on freaking Anime News Network, so they're not going to put.
Anime News Network has stuff anyway. So North American. So I'm going to say this is probably a good thing, right?
Not into DVDs at all anymore. Just going to be doing strictly Blu-ray.
Well, no,
which
I think
will save a cost factor for them.
So the thing is that there's diminishing returns for using duplicators instead of replicators, which is what it means to do burn DVDs instead of pressed. So if they are now opting to do pressed discs, that surely means that they're doing better than they were, or at least I hope, right? So North American anime distributor Media Blasters announced on Facebook and Twitter on Tuesday that it will no longer use a DVD on-demand system starting from 2021.
The fish is still trying to get out of the house. Sorry.
What?
The fish is still trying to get out of the house. It's done the same. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I need to shut up. Mute me.
How did fish leave a house?
It's a long story.
I'll tell you
The company
later.
will produce press discs for a limited number of titles. Fuck, he just comes in. He thinks we're talking about actual fish and lances out. The company will produce press discs for a limited number of titles that it continues to circulate in the DVD format. The company stated that DVD sales have been dropping and that there have been increased incidents of Media Blaster DVDs being reported as inauthentic on marketplaces such as Amazon. So you think that they mean that Media Blasters is getting bootlegged, or that people are reporting their legit titles as bootlegs because they're burning them?
Option two.
The company urged customers to forego buying its DVDs if they are concerned about the authenticity of the product, and assured refunds and exchanges for those unhappy with their purchases. The company also urged customers to buy the Blu-ray disc counterparts of the products, assuring customers that they are priced similarly. Media Blasters also stated on Twitter that it is considering halting DVD production and switching to Blu-ray discs only. So there you go.
On a lot of collector sites.
We're caught up.
On a lot of collector sites. So
I do need to get. God damn it!
I'm glad to see Media Blasters is considering axing the DVD.
On a lot of the collector sites, for those who are vendors who were selling the different Media Blaster titles, they keep getting reports back from the buyers, even though they buy directly from them, that the press disc is not an authentic product, even though it is.
The press stick is not authentic.
Yes, because Media Blasters, the print quality of their what do you call it? That's not what I wanted. The print quality of their
That's what standard was.
The DVD labels or whatever, the artwork is really shit. So like it actually looks, and it's funny, it's like they lost their old print documents and just Googled their own shit and found a low res JPEG and started printing those at an even lower res, right?
Oh my god.
They look so bad. I have a couple of them that are in my collection boxed up now that were comparisons of like what they both look like, so I could show it in a bootleg video that seems to be getting further and further away from me. Anyway, so yeah, I'm going to put that there to remind me to get it before it goes out of stock. Also, the 6-hour Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind Kabuki stage play is finally coming out on home video.
6 hour.
I'm glad to hear that it's on home video. I would hate to be the audience to sit through a 6-hour version of the story.
Yes.
I'm scared.
You might as well just watch the movie.
The 6-hour movie.
Keep in mind, it's Kabuki, so these are all men.
That's what it means.
Traditionally, it's supposed to be all men.
That's no duh. That's what it means when I say keep in mind this is Kabuki.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, so yeah, you can buy it on Amazon.jp. I'm sure it's riveting and not at all a total cringe fest, where they've got a stuffed animal fox squirrel instead of, like literally anything else. A baby in a fox squirrel outfit. I don't know. All right. Anyway, so celebrate. So I'll just say this. I hate that they call him Zoro. I hate it.
I did when I first, watched One Piece, and then I kind of got used to it, basically.
So when they first brought One Piece over here with the One Piece rap and all that, they called him Zolo, and I think that's way cooler.
I remember that.
Because in Japanese, R and L is the same, so they translate them.
I want to say the Viz manga still calls him Zolo.
That sounds so much cooler, doesn't it? Doesn't sound like he's like.
I prefer it over him.
When I see this character's named Zoro, I think of like
he has a rapier.
Guy who has like a Twitter account. Maybe he's running for public office or something, and he's trying to be serious, but like the name of his account is like Thomas Paine. Like he's named Ben Franklin or some shit like that.
I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check on Shonen Jump what they call Zoro.
I'm used to the other half of the time where they just call him Roanoa.
I mean, that's true, I guess.
And also, this is like the most cringe thing ever. Like, oh, look you can buy this thing. It's One Piece themed. See that little One Piece thing right there? And then boom, it looks like shit when you wear it.
Well, guys, we know what Luffy's looking for.
Moving on.
One Piece.
Gintama and Adidas team up for an Out of This World collaboration. What's Out of This World about it?
Holy crap, they call him Zolo.
Yeah.
Boom.
Mr. Pirate Hunter Zolo, sir. We didn't realize who you were.
Live reading from FD.
Why does Gintoki look like Jackie Chan?
Why is Gintoki so cool?
Because maybe you are superimposing that on your image of him.
You want to look like him in Rumble in the Bronx, even though it doesn't match the complete white suit and suspenders? I don't know. Why do you think that?
I think Rumble in the Bronx, he's wearing like a black wife beater for a lot of that movie.
He only beats black wives?
There you go.
That is the evidence.
That is the thumbnail.
Thank you for proving that I wasn't talking out my ass, FDM.
Oh my God! There's an Amazon box in his background.
Oh, Reese,
Okay,
believe it or not, dude, I believe you guys said Zolo because I remember it.
So, Japanese Twitter discovers a crazy comfortable pillow has been hiding at IKEA. So,
What?
as you can expect, it's a cat bed, a cat house, right? But what's funny
Hell yeah,
is
it
that
is.
the guy who did the photo decided, well, this is so comfortable. Let me try other things cats sleep in.
This is a cat bed. Let me go in.
I feel like this is that one stupid guy that can't resist falling for that stick box trap you see like in old cartoons.
I felt like you put a sign up that says "Don't touch the stove," and this guy's like, "Must touch burner."
I choose not to read this sign.
Okay, Sailor Moon Gashapons return bigger and better after 18 years. So, Reese, you shared this. Was there a...
I thought it was a thing. I don't know.
It's a thing. It is a thing. You're right.
I collect Gashapon, so
Okay,
I
so
find something out of
Ava
that.
Unit 1 inspired rainbow stove. Damn, that segue was almost perfect. For cold winter. Lance, don't touch the stove. It's hot.
You know what? That was perfect. What the hell is this?
It's a stove.
I like
It
how
looks
it,
like a
I like how
lantern,
it
doesn't it?
radiates.
So
Looks
I
like
think
a
when you turn it on,
kerosene.
it like the flame. This is the burner, right? You put like a
Oh.
pan on top.
Huh.
And then in the middle, there's a glowing picture of Ava Unit 1 for some reason.
I was thinking, is this thing just gigantic and it's like a little kiosk with a bunch of elements around it with the biggest switch of all time on it?
Yes.
Is that what the nuke
That's
button
what it
looks
is.
like?
Moving on. All right.
Ew.
A giant 161 centimeter can of Pringles is exactly the kind of snack system we need. The potato chip maker sends us a present to celebrate Pringles Day. Yes, because that's a thing, and it Does it coincide with my birthday? Thank God.
That's taller than I am.
Hey guys, I just thought of something. You know how easy that would be to make? All you gotta do
you just gotta connect a bunch of cans together, right?
No. Just get a freaking I bought a lot of posters in my life. Get one of those large poster or wall scroll tubes. And just make that print that top there.
Like 2 feet wide.
This is like, to me, this is like when you buy the actual 6-foot sub and you got it with a side of chips and they throw this in with the 6-foot sub.
Hell
there
yeah.
you go.
6 foot, well, 5 foot chips and go with your 6 foot sub.
Yes.
Well, we know it's the cheese flavor in this side.
Cheese. All right.
As anyone that may ever continue. I don't need to touch that.
Cheddar.
Potato chip maker sends us a present to celebrate Pringles Day. Walking in the door at Sora News 24 is always a bit of a roll of the dice. You never know, for example, if there's going to be a wrestling match taking place in the middle of the office floor, perhaps right next to someone building a cardboard toilet. All right. And so on Wednesday morning, our Japanese language reporter, Ahiru Neko, God, that's his actual name, took a deep breath and mentally braced himself as he showed up to start his shift. And sure enough, there was some weirdness waiting for him at his desk, though luckily not in the form of body slams or bodily waste. Yes, that's great. So this is it in package form. Instead, there was a long wrapped package, almost as long as Ahiru Neko is tall. Wondering what could be inside, Ahiru Neko, God damn this, this tongue twister. Ahiru Neko opened up the box and discovered
a big black
a
dick.
gigantic, oversized Pringles can.
I was going to say it's almost as large as his dick is what the article was going to say, but...
Ladies, it's as big as a
It's
Pringles
so
can.
funny. Next week we have to cover an article. Our writer got his dick stuck in a Pringles can. Okay, so this must
Some
be
Ben Stiller antics here.
Okay, so this must be some weird gag
He was
decoration,
joking.
right?
And it worked.
No, it's got real Pringles in it. Why wouldn't they?
Okay, so this must be some weird gag decoration, right? Ahiru Neko thought to himself. Maybe it was the latest quirky product from offbeat book/gift shop Village Vanguard. Is this the one with the bird shit? Oh, it's just a search for Village Vanguard because they've done so many. Okay. Well, we're not gonna open that can of worms. But given the shape, he could feel something inside. So this wasn't just an empty novelty container. Wondering what was inside, he popped the top, and then he just couldn't stop. No,
Good luck getting to the bottom
again.
So I like to know that no matter how big the Pringles can, the chips are always shattered to hell and disgusting.
Thank you.
Thank
Like
you.
there's
Chips.
always this crushed. It's always like crushed. I'm like, how does that happen?
Oh, so this is like the long candy bars are like 6 feet wide. You open the box and it's just individual packed to be that size.
I don't know if they're 6 feet, but I mean the
Oh,
larger
okay.
candy bars with smaller, like say.
So it's just a
Okay.
bunch of regular tubes stuck in a big tube.
Yeah.
That's
So it's
dumb.
basically what I suggested.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
So you're saying that it's a Pringles tube stacked on top of another Pringles tube inside?
Yeah,
That grossly like
That's
diminishes.
disappointing.
that's so lame.
Yeah.
Oh,
That makes
it is
Lance
Pringles,
sad.
so is there really any loss here?
There's a
Wouldn't it
lot
be
of loss
funny-
there because
wouldn't
it's
it
not
be
as cool.
funny wouldn't it be funny if it's advertised as the cheese flavor, but all the ones in the tube are actually like salt and
Dark
pepper
honey
or
Or
whatever?
something.
Onion and
Yeah.
barbecue.
In
They're
fact,
mixed,
he
so they're
looked
all
inside and
pizza
found-
flavor.
He looked inside and found potato chips. Ordinarily, there's nothing
Good
shocking
shocker
about
there.
finding Pringles inside a Pringles can. But when the can is this huge, it's definitely a surprise. And yes, the chips go all the way to the bottom. Boy,
Lies.
My.
Shocker, there wasn't something else in there. Eventually, Ahiru Neko's break time came around, and since the sun was shining, he decided to go for a walk and have a snack while he was outside, since he had such an ample supply of munchies. How many calories do you think is in this can?
Enough to give you a heart attack.
How many cans are in there? Like maybe 5?
Look, I know.
Considering his height, I would say 1.
Not everybody is as giant as I am. But if you assume that
if hand size is a very French thing, ladies,
right?
We know his wife wants.
If you assume that's the appropriate, like, you know, size person to Pringle, how many Pringle cans are stacked on top of each other in there?
5.
5.
Yeah, I think it's 5.
I would say 5, considering they're roughly a foot tall, just because it's a Japanese dude. Yeah, 5 feet.
Okay.
I'm questioning why he's wearing socks with Crocs.
How dare you? He's Japanese. They take their shoes off at the door. He's
socks and sandals, dude.
Yeah, these are his.
I can understand socks and sandals, but socks and Crocs.
I mean, it's next level.
He knows he's going to be hopping on rocks.
All right. So anyway,
eats Pringles while he talks.
All right. So he has an ample supply. So anyway, find out how many total calories are in one Pringles and multiply that by the serving size, servings per container, and then multiply that by 5, and then we'll know roughly how many calories you'd have to, if you were to sit and eat this in one sitting, how many days of nourishment it would give you.
All right.
I'm actually doing the math right now. There's 100 chips.
Cheese flavor. Look up the cheese flavor. Don't get that wrong.
If Pringles are, if we're in a regular chip bag,
at the bottom of my video,
how many would that be?
Say what?
There's 100 chips per can, and of standard Pringles. I love that we're doing this right now.
My Google search says 150
per serving
calories, but I think it's far more than that.
Yeah, it's 150 per serving. How many servings?
The hacker typing in the background.
Let's see here.
Nice types like a madman.
Okay, cheesy cheese flavor per can is 961.
So 961.
So that's not per serving.
So it's more or less 5,000 calories.
So, here, I'll put this where I found it in the private chat.
Okay.
It's because none of you can see this if I share. Oh,
here we go.
Switch the camera back to my screen share real quick.
Roughly 13 chips.
What the fuck is Evert de Mueli? Are we on some, like,
I don't know.
What language is this?
Okay, guys.
Yeah,
apparently 13 chips is a serving, so 155 calories per 13 chips. Holy shit. I'm glad I don't eat chips.
How come this is telling me? Oh, because this is 190 grams. Okay.
I'm looking at the Pringles potato chips, cheddar cheese.
Calories per 100 grams, calories per 4 ounces. So calories per can is, I guess, the best we're going to get.
I've got 7 servings per container, 150 calories per serving.
So
okay,
how tall is the Pringles can?
So multiply that by...
What? So we multiply that by 5.
Damn it, open.
I mean, this is the mega stack can.
Times 5. 4,805 calories.
2 days.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay, and when you think about the amount of
that's not gonna last you long.
Oh. Jeez. 13 chips for 155 calories. That's like anyone who's trying to be in shape.
I got 50. I got 15 chips for 150 calories.
Oh God, why did I even ask this question? All right, back to the article here. Ordinarily, I hear and echo some strange looks from the officers in the police box on this corner, but the cops in this part of Tokyo seem to have gotten used to us by now. What is this article linked to? Oh, that time we almost got arrested for doing mankini cosplay.
That time we almost got arrested as a slime.
The
slime did get arrested.
My mankini. Chapter 8 of Once Cooked on Another Planet. In another world with my man King.
and a can of and put another one
Subtitle, harder,
with my
better,
green
slimier,
bikini
longer.
and a can of Pringles.
Oh. So why did Pringles send us this giant can of chips? Well, it turns out that the Japanese division of the company has decided that November 11th is Pringles Day. We're not sure how they came to that decision or whether they stopped to consider that since November 11th is already Pocky and Pretzels Day in Japan, most people's snack schedules are already pretty busy. Pringles has spoken, though, and so they made up a batch of giant Pringles cans that are 161 centimeters or 63.4 inches. So that's just under 5 foot, right? That's what we determined?
5'2".
That's 5'3". 63 inches, 5'3", literally.
5'2" when you're measuring in an American.
Wait, 63 inches is 5'2".
Are we really arguing over an inch? This is one angry inch here.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Matching the height of Pringles Japan celebrity spokesperson, media personality Fua-chan. Dear God. Oh, yes. An article we covered. Why? Oh, is Fua-chan the girl who pissed herself on stream? All right.
Yep.
Apparently this girl, Fua-chan
That's
here is the spokesperson for Pringles somehow. Okay. There she is.
Well, guys, those Pringles are wet.
However, despite Pringles' claim that once you pop, you can't stop, there was no way a hero Neko was going to be able to finish off the entire can by himself in one sitting. So once he chowed down on enough to fill himself up, he put the cat back on and headed back to the office to share leftovers with the rest of the team. Yes, that seems like something safe to do when you're deathly afraid of COVID.
Well, at least the can is 6 feet long and you can at least dump it
The
out.
ultimate game of I'm
Pour
not
it into my mouth.
Imagine the cone of silence like in Get Smart.
Is that
Start
coloring
yelling.
natural? From the spokesperson, the lady?
Is what natural?
Is the coloring of the tube natural?
Here's what I would use the
I
tube
mean,
for.
soaked in her urine? That was a really dumb joke. Anyway.
What I would do with that can, paint brown spots on it.
You know, really,
Look at this.
Take like this long strip
it looks
of
like
brown
this
apple,
standing next to an unsharpened pencil.
put it all the way down on the tube. Then at the end of the tube, get like one of those real life masks and kind of tape it with yellow tape to put a giraffe's head on it. That way you dress up as the bomb for the giraffe and start messing with people with that costume.
Giving them all Pringles.
That sounds like a disease. They gave him Pringles.
Sharing the potato
Got the
chip
Pringles.
wall turned out to be really easy too, since he could offer chips to coworkers across the office without even getting out of his seat.
What flavor Pringles you got, COVID? Wonderful.
Not going to
I thought he was flipping them off.
Hey, you want some chips?
The giant Pringles cans were a limited run for a giveaway promotion that's already ended. Well, fuck. But hopefully they'll be offered for sale eventually because, in our opinion, you can never have too many chips. What is this article I'm not going to read?
I can see this being like a FYE
wait, hold on, I
exclusive.
got it now. Here, the tasty salt is a flavor.
Tasty salt.
Sour cream and onion.
I've heard of that one at least.
DY consomme.
What?
Jalapeno and onion. New York cheeseburger.
Ooh.
Green curry.
Hmm.
Spicy sour cream and onion. Eggs Benedict. Gross.
Ooh.
Brazilian
Well, I
lime
mean,
and chili.
They do have the piss lady and doing the promos, so.
Tasty salt again from the Winter Symphony. Sour cream and onion Winter Symphony. Okay. So this is
maybe that really
mushroom
good salt.
soup.
Oh my god, French salad. So the
Well-
Japanese can't have like carbonated beverages, but they'll eat the most disgusting snacks.
Okay, here's
Wasabi
the
nori. That sounds kind of
Ooh,
good.
sweet potato.
Smoky
Here's the
potato
question.
salad.
Oh no.
How can Japan afford to
Music,
have
tasty
7
salt.
billion
What the
flavors of everything?
Why are they speakers? Can you plug them into your MP3 player? Basil and salt. Pizza
Basil and
toast.
salt.
Pizza toast.
Manhattan clam chowder.
Ooh.
holy shit.
Everybody knows the New England style is better.
Not
Nacho
that red
cheese.
crap.
Yeah.
Flavor of the world. Brazilian Greek steak. Damn, there's a
I'll
lot.
try it.
Sour cream and onion. Tasty salt again. Pizza
That's the
toast.
hentai flavor.
Crushed
The
black
salt.
pepper.
Wink, wink.
Quattro cheese.
Quattro cheese.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I like how
just if
they
it's
actually
Charlie,
wrote it up. Quattro Chizu. Roast chicken. American roast chicken. Hawaiian barbecue.
Ooh.
Mexican salsa. Tasty salt again. Sour cream and onion. Quattro cheese again. Takoyaki.
You'd think that would be the first flavor.
Karage. Sour cream and onion again. I'm sorry, this is herb sour cream and onion.
Herb sour cream and onion.
This one has herb in it.
Oh, we're
Wasabi
going back
nori.
in time. Wasabi.
Okay, we got to be getting to the end soon. Tasty salt. You think it's gonna? Which one do you think is gonna end on?
Hopefully, salt and vinegar.
Tasty salt.
Quattro cheese.
Jalapeno and onion. Mayo cheese.
Oh God.
Not
Mayo
surprised.
cheeky.
Ah, that's the last
Yeah.
one.
All right. Moving on here.
Okay,
Lucky Star Konata lights your way on an LED lit manhole cover.
Yay! Now, how long will this last before?
But
someone
why
steals it?
though?
It's Lucky Star. It's popular.
Yeah,
Good
but
luck.
why light a manhole with LEDs?
It's near Christmas time.
Has nothing to do with what I asked.
It would have.
It is near the time of what you asked. Therefore, irrelevant.
It would be one hell of a bragging right to steal it.
Yeah. I wonder if they auctioned these
If anybody
off
wants
after
to
the
send this to me.
promotion.
By the
was
way,
done.
I think we need to address. Reese. Yesterday was November 14th. You want to tell us the story of trying to go see
The Chronicles of Reese.
Fate
I don't really
Stay
want
Night,
to.
Heaven's Feel? You don't want to share? You don't want to tell?
It was a shit
Anybody in
show.
the chat? Did anybody in the chat manage to get there on time and get the footage I required? I hope. Oh,
a
God.
friend of mine was going to do it, but he couldn't find a theater near us.
Well, Reese, I appreciate that you tried. And I'm sorry that their theater burned down. Or whatever the hell happened that caused that screen to come up. I'm sorry.
No,
they
that
spliced
just
penis in the
happened
middle.
at like the last scene of the second movie.
Yeah. I thought it was going to happen during the sex scene when she starts glitching out, like, and then it shows the scene, the picture you sent me, where it's like Windows Media Player has crashed or whatever it said.
Yeah, you're done. Yeah, but yeah, they didn't have they didn't even show the any pre-show thing even before it because I asked somebody who was there. Did they show something before it? No, they just went straight to the movie.
Okay.
So they didn't
So
even.
once again, when they claimed they were going to do that, that was before COVID, and then they like canceled that showing, and then I was just hopeful that they were going to do it for this showing.
Yeah.
I'm not in any hurry to make that video.
Clearly.
right now, 'cause I've got a lot of other ones. I do have a plan B for it if I have to. That would be just as good to do. But I do appreciate you trying. I really do. And I hope somebody out there worked at a theater as a projectionist and already pirated it like years ago when it first came out and has already has yet to become a fan of the podcast and later on just sends it to me in the mail, all like shady style on magnetic tape, or USB thumb drive would work, or you could just email it to me. That would work too. Somebody please give it to me. I need it. Japanese police hide at shrine in camo gear to catch a thief who stole $6.
Wow.
Elaborate sting operation lasts over 5 hours. Sorry, let me rephrase that because I read that wrong. Elaborate sting operation lasts over 4 hours. Ends with an officer tripping over and another one appearing from the bushes in a full-on ghillie suit. That's the ones that like the special forces snipers use that make you look like Swamp Thing. They're like the suits that have like all the leaves and stuff attached to them.
Are you talking about a jute suit?
No, a ghillie suit.
A Jew suit?
Ghillie suit.
In Japan, busy cities and quiet residential neighborhoods are dotted with small local shrines that never close their gates. And while people usually limit their shrine visits to the daytime hours, there are some individuals who walk through the grounds well after dark, and not always for innocent reasons. Yeah, isn't that always when the rapists are walking through the park that they always warn people about in anime? That's what occurred in Iruma City in Tokyo's neighboring Saitama Prefecture last month, when a man was seen entering the grounds of a local shrine at around 10:30 p.m. on the 16th of October. He headed over to a collection box containing coins, tipped the contents out onto his palm, and strode off like a rich man. That's like when you go to a soda machine and you reach into the coins like return slot, like maybe, oh sweet, like somebody left their change, you know. However, he wasn't rich, and he didn't get very far because he was immediately pounced upon by 4 police officers who'd been waiting for him in the dark, blending into the scenery as if they were about to bust up a gold heist. Watch the moment the man is apprehended below. Dear God, there's actual footage of it. Oh my God, they do. Why are you not full screening this? It's just like, get him! Oh God, that's that was the ghillie suit, by the way. Oh, that's right. Oh wait, yes. That's fun.
Quick, guys, get him! Man, they treat this guy worse than they did that guy who cut up his dad and stuck him in front of the house. $6. How dare it? $5. How dare you cut up a little man?
$6 and change.
Rob a shrine. Oh my God, it's a crime.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. I want to put that together. The thing with the guys like falling through the building and stuff. We got him, like slipping and sliding to catch some guy.
He's like, wait, I'm the spirit of the shrine. Let me go.
The clip plays out like a scene from a movie, or rather a comedy, as one officer is so keen to catch the culprit, he slips on the ground and falls over, who simply stands there looking stunned. As the officers shout, "Keisatsu! Keisatsu! Police! Police!" Another figure runs in from out of frame, dressed in camo gear and a full-on ghillie suit covered in fake leaves, suggesting he'd been standing motionless against the trees. Just picturing that scene in Rambo First Blood, where he's up against the tree bark, covered in mud, and the guy's like, he's like looking out for him, and then all of a sudden the eyeballs open. Good work, guys. You made it look like a comedy sketch, but you got the job done. According to reports, the officers involved in the sting operation had to hide for more than 4 hours, as it was necessary for them to witness the crime in order to make an arrest. I mean, for real though, you had a camera rolling.
Camera should be proof enough.
With one of the 4 officers concealed in camo gear like an army sniper, the other 3 in plain clothes had no choice but to huddle together under a large covering until the criminal appeared. Yeah, I love that. That's my favorite part. They're in a fucking tarp, like next to the bushes. Look at them, like, get him! You know?
If they were standing, like, imagine if all four of them were there and they all got a cramp, like right when they needed to run, they'd all just fall over.
What if they all just came at him and did the whole like Michael Jackson zombie dance? And we're like, "We got you now!" And just all started breaking down. He'd never saw that coming.
Michael Jackson zombie. This is very off topic. Do you guys remember the movie in Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within? In the special features for that DVD, they have the Thriller dance with the 3D models for some reason.
Okay. I love what you say, but I love what you say. That's very off topic. I'm like, by the way, I can elaborate on this.
Yeah. Anyway. In plain clothes, had no choice but to huddle together under a large covering until the criminal appeared. It was a lot of effort to catch the thief red-handed, and viewers delighted in seeing the action unfold as it did. Quote, the officer falling down made me laugh out loud. No wonder he fell if he started running at full speed after sitting there for 4 hours. They must have been so excited to hide out like this. I can't believe they had an officer in a ghillie suit. That's too much. Even the thief looks puzzled by the ghillie suit. I bet they had a good laugh over that suit at the station. The officers certainly came prepared for the stakeout, fulfilling their duty to uphold the law and protect the country's law-abiding citizens and shrines from thieves. So how much was saved thanks to this elaborate police operation? Yes, $6.31. Right?
So did they all like bring their Pokemon cards and sit out there by this shrine and like, hey guys, we're gonna get paid to sit here and watch this. This one guy's like, this is my first stakeout.
Like your tax dollars at work.
You think that they would choose something more simple, like two officers
for a team of what is it, like 8 guys? 4 fucking hours of pay to save $6.
It could be a training exercise. I would think something more simple, like 2 guys playing shogi or some sort of board game nearby to spot this.
Yeah, or better yet, just leave the motherfucking camera.
Yeah,
stealing from an offertory box is not a fast path to riches. After being apprehended on the night of the 16th of October, the unemployed 30-year-old thief was rearrested by Saitama police on the 9th of November on suspicion of other incidents of theft. Given the police were waiting for him at the shrine, it's likely the thief had previously raided the collection box or other similar offertory boxes in the area. You know, I just realized something. Sorry, I just had a weird thought. So, like, in America, you can't not work, right? Because, like, if you, at bare minimum, even if you own your place, right, you have to pay the property tax, which is theft.
You got to pay some form of income.
Yeah.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is that, like, you can't, like, in anime all the time, you see these guys who, like Hikikomori, who've lived in their house without, like, going outside for, like, 11 years, right? Do the Japanese not have property tax? Like, could I literally buy a house in Japan and just, like, live off of, like, shit I find in the garbage if I wanted to? Is that a thing?
That'd be awesome.
I want to look into this. This seems like a good way to live. Like, because, like, obviously I would work. Right.
They do have.
Instead of getting paid for the internet, no. How is this
1.4%?
You got
the rate of the
a place that you can
city
afford
planning
to buy
tax.
the place, and your neighbor next door doesn't password protect their Wi-Fi, right? Okay. All right. So let's see. Speaking to reporters, the Shinto priest at the shrine said nobody expects people to steal from the offertory box. Sadly, though, it does happen. Back in 2018, a man was arrested for taking 30 yen from one such box at a shrine in Chiba Prefecture. Okay, so previously, this was 665 yen. So this guy took less than, what, a dime? Like, he took a dime. Oh, man, that guy stole a dime. Arrest that grand larcenist, right? The priest expressed his extreme admiration for the efforts of the police officers over the theft of a few hundred yen. It just goes to show it doesn't matter how much you steal. Stealing is stealing in the eyes of the law, and the police will go to all sorts of lengths to find you, even if you're a senior stealing one solitary grape from a fruit store. Wow, did this guy get the full, like, the long arm of the law thrown at him? We're saving this one for next podcast. All right, so there's been a spike in empty houses calling the fire department in Akita City, right? So the call is coming from inside the phone. From time to time, emergency hotline operators will receive a call during where no one responds on the other end.
How?
Okay. A call during which no one responds? That sounds like a better way to phrase that. This presents a difficult problem as it could be a prank, an accidental dial, or someone in grave danger who is unable to communicate. But sometimes it's something completely unexplainable. In Akita City, too, every once in a while, a call will come into the fire department's 119 emergency number. That's what they have in Japan instead of 911. But rather than a voice, the operator can only hear various mechanical buzzing and rumbling sounds. The spookiest such incident happened in 2014 in neighboring Aomori Prefecture when fire trucks were called to a villa deep in the Hakoto Mountains at about midnight. However, when they arrived, no one was inside. All the doors and windows were locked and intact, and all the phones were properly hung up. A fault in the phone line was blamed, but no full explanation was ever found. The Hakoto Mountains were the site of one of history's most lethal mountain expeditions in which 199 of 210 soldiers died. Great to see we caught it on camera. Although rare, happening about once or twice a year, these phantom calls are considered a normal part of the job and probably due to a technical glitch. Each time, protocol dictates that the operator hang up, then call back. Okay. If the line is busy or no one answers, then firefighters are sent to investigate it as a potential emergency. Since May of this year, however, cases of phones seemingly calling 119, I'm just going to say 911, all right? Calling 911 by themselves have spiked to 9 within the city. Is that what you have in Canada?
We have 911.
You do? Okay. The calls occur at various times of the day, always from a landline, and often when the residents aren't even home. Some homeowners were surprised to come to find fire brigade they're getting swatted. Some homeowners were surprised to come home to a fire brigade parked out front, while others were woken in the middle of the night by sirens.
Others were woke.
Their house had called 911 seemingly by itself. This increased frequency has raised the severity of the problem from a mild inconvenience to a potentially life-threatening nuisance. So Akita fire departments are pushing phone company NTT East to look into it more seriously. Readers of the news were certainly beginning to take it more seriously too, because who doesn't love a good mystery? What a peculiar thing to happen. I wonder if someone was screwing with the switchboard or if it was the result of maintenance testing. Cosmic rays, maybe. I know this is serious and dangerous, but I think it's a great topic for a cult lover. Scary. It's got to be someone breaking in and pulling a prank. I remember reading about the Aomori incident. They said it was the wind, but the wind alone couldn't have done it. I've heard if there's a short in the overhead wires and the wind blows it just right, it'll dial 911. That's a good mystery. So I kind of feel like what happened is probably like that. There's probably like a short that causes like a number to dial, right? But it's usually probably just like gibberish, like one or two inputs, you know. But 119 is short enough, and it's like a universal calls the nearest, emergency branch kind of thing. That's what ends up getting called. What do you think?
Well, phone lines over here, if you press on a landline, it's usually in hexadecimal, if I recall correctly.
I mean, okay, but you're pressing the input being a button.
Yeah.
Okay, the thing about it is, it's like most phones in the U.S. have a goddamn auto dial. So So on my old flip phone, which I still have, which is the one I have in my recording studio, it would you dial 1. Fucking you dial 1, and if you press send, it would go straight to the police.
Okay.
Well, the thing is, though, on a landline, now it's possible for it to dial the call backwards, I guess, somehow click, I guess, redial with a glitch. But the thing is, usually you have to trigger the phone on. I used a landline up until 3 years ago. Had one. So you have to press the button to turn on the phone, or if it's a rotor, where you turn the thing, you have to pick up the phone. You would have to do something physical to activate it. And it's not impossible that they would get a call, but the fact that they would get a call that they could sit there and listen to and nothing, and this hasn't somehow been to...
Well, they said it was like buzzing and whatnot, which is what makes me think that if you had a short that was allowing it to dial, like the input of 2, 3, 4 random buttons, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it randomly gets you not like 911 theoretically, because if I'm not mistaken, if you dial a number, if somebody gave you their phone number and told you that their number was 149117, like if they put 911 in it, like doesn't it automatically redirect to you've dialed 911?
Are you thinking like Google autofill? Because
no, I'm thinking
no.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. It's so unimportant. Let's finish the article. All right, this is so unimportant. NTT East have been looking into the matter since September, but no explanation has been found. And meanwhile, the Akita Fire Chief inspected their 911 system and found everything to be in order. He also told media, "This is just my opinion, but based on what I've seen, I think it's from really old equipment like black telephones," racist, "that still haven't upgraded to touch tone." I'm going to sneeze like so hard right now.
Sneeze it. Sneeze it. Sneeze it.
Black telephone is a Japanese derogatory term for black people. No, black telephone is a Japanese term for rotary telephone and occasionally Kim Jong-un's haircut. Okay. I just have to know what picture accompanies this. So this reminds me of the guy who was the Hitler worshiper in Lupin the Third, the First. What do you think, Reese?
Oh yeah, Geralt.
Yeah, Geralt, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey.
Even though I think that character was modeled off the actor who played the Russian guy in Rocky IV, but
Yeah, his name's Dolph Lundgren.
I don't know his name.
Don Flamingo?
Yes.
Wrong show.
Yeah.
For those too young to remember, these phones dialed using a plastic circle that made a sort of clicking pulse sound while it is rotated. Great proofreading, guys. This pulse sent the corresponding number information across the phone line. The fire chief might be right, but this troubleshooting film strip starring Susan Shaw doesn't yield any clues. All right, you just wanted to include something in your article. It still seems like a very possible cause, though, as those subtle pulse sounds are rather easy to imitate. Okay, so they're saying that yeah. What was that thing where you could actually dial a phone using sound, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was a thing, right? I remember that. I remember that from the 90s. There was a guy, he did something. He hacked a phone system literally using sound.
Yeah, using the whistle.
Yeah, the whistle. What was that? The whistle from the Cracker Jack box, right?
Yeah.
What am I thinking of? That's you're like bringing up some very like repressed memories. What was that? There's some right?
Google search. That point.
What was it? There was something specific that he cracked doing that.
So is it because it imitated the specific tone that the keys do when you dial it? The burp, burp, burp.
That the rotor dial does?
John Draper.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was it, right?
Captain Crunch.
John Draper, the original whistleblower.
The original drapist.
Yeah, he used a toy whistle package with a box of Captain Crunch.
Was it Captain Crunch? I thought it was Cracker Jacks.
Nope.
Hold on, I got it right here. Is this what you're looking at? Is this what you're looking at right here?
I'm looking at the Wikipedia one, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay. John Draper, the original whistleblower. John Draper is the hacker's hero for a reason. Not only did the electronics genius use a plastic toy from a cereal box to crack open the entire phone system, he also used his skills to befriend Steve Wozniak and while his way out of prison chores. Sorry. Okay, let me think. Picture 224.png. Great job. Great job, MFs. After he left the Air Force, Draper continued to explore the inner workings of the phone company as a hobby and found some kindred spirits in the process. They called themselves phone freakers. That's right. I remember these. And they had meetings via free telephone conference calls. One of the original freakers was Joe Ingracia, a young man who'd been born blind and had developed an ear for perfect pitch. One day, he happened to be whistling a tune while on the phone and was immediately disconnected. He redialed the number, whistled the same song, and was cut off at the same point. He called AT&T's tech lab and asked an engineer why he kept getting disconnected. The unwitting engineer explained that the telephone switching system worked on a 2600 hertz tone, and that Joe must have somehow managed to hit that frequency with his whistle. Not long after Ingracia shared this information with the other freakers, John Draper discovered that a toy boatswain's whistle that was included in a box of Captain Crunch cereal in the late 1960s could blow a perfect 2600 hertz tone. Once a long-distance call had been initiated, the meter was running. When the Bell's equipment heard the tone, it was the signal that the call had been terminated, and one end of the trunk line was closed. However, when using the crunch whistle, the other end of the trunk was kept open, and the person on that end of the line was now considered by the equipment to be an official telephone company operator, meaning they could call anywhere free of charge. Yep, that's what it was. So he was making long distance calls back when those cost a fortune for free, using the whistle from the cereal box.
Mm-hmm.
That's genius.
You got prison time for that? That should just be a fine and you're done.
This is John Draper. I'm pretty sure he did other stuff. Isn't John Draper the guy in Mad Men?
Isn't he the guy that kills people with sheets?
Don Draper. That's Don Draper, not John Draper.
You're right. Okay, so
he was referenced in the Cowboy Bebop movie.
He was arrested in 1974 and convicted of wire fraud. Right. No, didn't he steal money using this too?
Okay, that would make sense.
In Draper's case, he could. Okay, hold on. He served. We got to read this. Draper and his good pal Steve Wozniak, who would later co-found a little company called Apple, used this technology to build blue boxes, which would generate a variety of tones that would further manipulate Ma Bell's intricate web of phone lines. Blue boxing led to black boxing, beige boxing, and other permutations of phone trickery gadgets. The further the technology spread, the more it was utilized by newbies, or folks who were unaware of the original gentlemanly culture of freaking. Instead, they use it to disrupt businesses, harass government offices, and otherwise make mischief. And then another company that can't proofread anything. The FBI decided to go after the supposed leader of the freak movement and made an example of him. John Draper, right? He called himself Captain Crunch. That's right. Was arrested in 1974 and convicted of wire fraud. He served his sentence in California's Lompoc Federal Prison, where he used his freaking skills to survive. in most prison cultures, an inmate is destined to become someone's bitch unless he has something valuable to offer. That was actually written in this article. I think that's a quote. Oh no, bitch is the only part that's in the quote. Okay. In Draper's case, he quickly converted the radio that he was allowed to keep in a cell into a receiver that monitored the walkie-talkie calls of prison guards. He also knew the various internal loop numbers of the telephone company so that he didn't have to rely on any collect calls when using his allotted payphone time. Once his reputation quietly spread, he gained a level of cachet among his fellow inmates by giving informal classes in freaking. Draper later commented that he was bemused by the fact that many of his pupils were barely literate, yet they could watch one demonstration and then construct their own radio receivers. So the lure of the electronica proved to be too strong for Draper, and he would go on to be arrested twice more after his first stint in prison. Sadly, he is something of an eccentric genius today, living in semi-squalor. He has extreme intelligence, but no business sense, and has never been able to work within the corporate structure. Wow. Okay. Interesting. I don't know how. That is so weird that thought just came into my head, and you actually knew what I was talking about. Anyway, I'm not even going to bother reading the rest of this. That was more interesting than this article was. But I do want to know about this man. Also, apparently, I never added that one article with the. I feel like I didn't add any of the articles that I sent to you. It doesn't matter. The one about the Madoka Magica toy.
Oh yeah, that's more about it.
Whatever.
Yeah,
Police in Japan looking for suspect who threw octopus at condominium over and over for 1 hour. Full marks for persistence and weirdness, but it's still a crime. Where? Show me in the penal code where that's a crime.
So all those kids playing ball on the back street, bouncing against the house, man. Good luck, guys.
Well, I think it's the fact that he was throwing an actual octopus
for over an hour.
Like,
I think it's dead.
I like the way it sounded when it smacked the glass.
Once fine, 5 times fine. Over an hour, that's a cry for help.
Uncharted waters there.
Definitely, Augie. Definitely.
Thanks to the country's historically strict firearm control laws, police officers in Japan rarely have to worry about dealing with gun-wielding criminals. However, over the past few months, Japanese law enforcement officials have arrested suspects for crimes committed using knives, sickles, and even fireworks. And now, investigators in Hokkaido are searching for a man who armed himself with an 8-legged instrument of mayhem. On July 27th at around 2 a.m.
You will take part in my personal movie.
Oh, I'm going to switch my AirPod out. Yeah. Sorry for the echo. Give me a second.
So aside from A Promised Neverland, what have you three been watching lately?
Nothing? Oh, wait, no, I've been continuing on my train of Uzaki. Well, they pronounce it Uzaki in the dub. And Rent a Girlfriend, that train wreck of a cuckdom.
Yeah, I thought you wouldn't give that like more than 2 episodes and quit. What's going on there?
Which one? Rent a Girlfriend?
Rent a Girlfriend.
Well, the thing is,
all I did was switch my AirPod, and now we have to have a conversation about Rent a Girlfriend instead.
Well, it's better than dead air time, AC.
Dead air for 10 seconds.
It's better than
you
AC.
knows.
Wait, get it? Dead air, AC. I'll shut up.
All right. Thanks to the country's, I already read that. 8-legged, 8-tentacled instrument of mayhem. On July 27th at around 2 a.m. in the morning, most of the city of Sapporo, the largest city on the northern island of Hokkaido, was sleeping. One resident of the city's Chuo ward, however, couldn't sleep because he kept hearing a thumping on the exterior wall of his condominium building. Look, man, I understand. Everybody who lives in an apartment has to try to sleep through their noisy neighbors' sex antics. These ones just
tell me about it.
At the exterior wall. While Japan appreciates peace and quiet in its residential areas, most people won't immediately call the cops at the first bit of noisiness. After the thumping had gone on for nearly an hour, though, the resident contacted the police, who came out and searched the area. While they didn't find any suspicious people lurking around, they did discover some suspicious seafood in the form of a dead octopus, which they said had been thrown against the building's wall repeatedly. The octopus was uncooked and the carcass in pieces.
That's the only crime.
Though it's unclear if that was due to damage from being tossed against the condominium over and over, or if it had been cut into pieces by the perpetrator in order to be easier to throw.
Or maybe a cat found it, once he was done.
No speculation has been made regarding a motive because that what possible reason could someone have for throwing an octopus at a building? If it's just to cause a noise nuisance, it seems like a tennis ball, baseball, or basketball would produce a more powerful reverberations throughout the building interior. And sure, raw octopi are kind of slimy, but if vandalism was the point, raw eggs are messier, plus probably a lot easier to throw, not that we can say, seeing as how we're sane people who've never thrown an octopus at a building. On the other hand, an octopus with its rubbery resiliency is no doubt cheaper than a full hour supply of throwing eggs. So maybe the culprit chose his unusual ammo because he saw it as a trade-off between grossness and cost effectiveness. In any case, the suspect remains at large, but will hopefully be caught before he goes mad with sea life flinging power and starts stockpiling squids and oysters, or perhaps gets recruited by the Yakuza for his comfort in dealing with gross looking aquatic creatures. Well, now I just gotta know what the headline is.
Okay, so my question is, wait a minute. They're saying that a freaking octopus to buy one is cheaper than several dozens of eggs?
Yeah, they're saying that an hour's supply, like how many eggs do you think you could throw a minute? Probably,
I mean, this
have to be in the carton,
like
30
or out of the carton.
At minimum,
single egg
minimum.
A minute. I mean, I don't want to
I must make a video of this.
No, I'm not going to go buy 80,000 eggs to
I
throw
am
it
down.
on the wall for an hour. Look,
there's a lot of
starving in this country.
Look, man, we can make
throw away rotten food every day at a grocery store. I don't want to hear about the hungry people.
Rotten food. Anyway, Yakuza currently threatening Japan's sea cucumbers, apparently.
When you were reading that article about the squid, was I the only one thinking of that one Family Guy sketch where he throws the octopus lands on the wall, and it's like one of those
It's a frog.
capsule toys, and it falls down?
You're thinking of the frog. Were you trying to get the frog out the window or whatever? And he's
I know that there's an octopus toy like that.
Anyway. All right, so please tread on me, beg anime fans. I told you we'd come back to this, right? Right? There was a segue from the booby squeeze one. It's no secret that some of the most obsessive anime fans develop, let's call them intense feelings for certain animated characters. Peer deep enough into their psyches, and you'll find a dirty laundry list of things they'd like to do to or have done to them by their favorite anime heroes and heroines. There's something so unappealing about the cosplay wearing the anime style mask, though.
I don't know. Some cosplayers probably do need it more.
Manfei comes to mind. Usually, these desires are kept private, where they should be.
If only.
But when a special event, missing T, at the recently held anime convention, Anime Japan, offered an opportunity to make one of these fantasies come true, some fans couldn't resist the chance to be stepped on by frilly costumed anime girls. I mean, who can even say that these are girls at this point with the mask? This is some young entrepreneur saying, bro, you know those really shitty ass Halloween costumes in those Halloween stores that we get in Japan? I know how to turn that into $1 million, right? Get a bunch of freaks. Can you handle a bunch of freaks on the bottom of your shoe?
You know,
go ahead.
I feel like most of these articles are covered by people that are like, what is the latest weird ass fetish or just this all weird ass fetish that we can cover? Because okay, you go from people like, oh man, I want to hold this animatronic hand to I'm gonna squeeze this supposed breast to now I want to be stepped on. I mean, what the fuck is next?
There's still far worse things out there.
Oh, trust me, I know, but I'm like, these articles in depth cover this shit.
No. Of all the stuff that we've covered, being stepped on is like the least weird thing.
This is the least of our worries.
Well, yeah. Technically, this is more tame than some pedophile wanting that, and they make an article of it. To me, this kind of reads like they commission
pedophiles into this. What?
Well, you keep doing that at the every end of the articles for some reason, but
apparently the guy inherently like being a pedophile and getting stepped on is worse.
They didn't try to find this convention or whatever you call this special topic, but the special topic came to them to report on it for more advertisement for this type of special interest.
You don't know. That could be a picture of Casey Bestial right here.
I don't know who that is.
The author of the article.
Oh.
Every time I see this, for a split second, I think Mechazawa's in the background.
Yeah, I keep thinking that too.
Okay, so the anime in question is Phantom Thief Twin Angel, which began as a series of video clips for pachinko machines, which spawned... Okay, well, now it's getting weird. Which spawned a 2008 direct-to-video series and a 2011 TV follow-up, which was internet streamed in English-speaking... which was internet streamed in English-speaking countries as Twin Angel, Twinkle Paradise. The story was initially centered on Catholic schoolgirls Haruka and Aoi, who transformed into magical girls when duty calls and go treasure hunting to find enchanted artifacts before they're snatched up by the forces of evil. So, I mean, is it weirder that the demographic that's playing pachinko and seeing the shorts has this weird step on me fetish, or is it less weird that the older generation gambling? I don't know. I can't speak to this.
I don't want to think about it.
Weird. You're rejecting the concept that someone can enjoy this and actually enjoy it.
There are many levels of weird in the universe, and this is one of them.
Far more reasonable than the Chinese sticking fish up their buttholes.
Floundering.
An accidental bottle article. Was there any others?
Oh, God. Oh, all right. Haruka and Aoi's team would eventually be joined by a third member, Kurumi. But whether because reprinting their official stationery would be too much of a name or because the English word triple isn't as well known in Japan as twin, okay, the franchise has retained the title Twin Angel. I mean, they're not even twins. Like,
you don't know that they could be fraternal twins and both be boys. What?
Well, there's
You've been playing too many light novels, good sir. I mean, visual novels, good sir.
I have never played a visual novel, sadly.
Fun fact, Phantom Thief Twin Angel has nothing to do with the similarly named 1994 anime Lascivious Beast Holy War Twin Angel, despite the newer franchise being able to inspire plenty of lasciviousness itself. So I'm guessing Augie's comment about the pedophiles is because he's seen the show and knows about the school swims girl here.
I know nothing of this show. I just remembered that for some reason at the end of a podcast, you want to put pedophile
news. In the miscellaneous news when we covered depraved acts, Phantom Thief Twin Angels producers had a booth at Anime Japan with a special participatory treat for fans in the form of a rock paper scissors tournament. So what was the prize for the lucky winner of each round? A poster? An autograph from one of the voice actresses? No, silly. He got to be stepped on by a performer wearing a costume of one of Twin Angel's magical girls, of course. So is this... Okay, that's this one. I'm guessing that's this one, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see it. I was going to say, at first glance, I thought it was the same character twice. Anyway. Let us repeat that. This was the reward for the winner, not the punishment for the loser. Apparently pictured the thrill of victory. This is a completely different character. Who's this green-haired bitch? There are a couple of strange things about this situation. Also,
there's a lot of things strange about this situation.
Also, grass is green and water is wet. Yeah. We understand. Sometimes there's no accounting for fetishes. So we're not going to try to delve into just what pleasure these guys derive from being stepped on, and instead are going to move on to two other puzzling points. First, this may just be a dark reflection of the lack of trustworthiness that lies in our own hearts, but we've always figured that with these anime-headed costumes, there's a possibility there's actually a dude in there.
Oh.
I said it!
Having a mustache, goatee, and full beard. I was gonna say not this one, but honestly, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. His chest is flat.
Look,
good.
There's a reason why you should, get to know someone before you flirt with them, because you don't know anymore. You really don't. I have true life stories where you don't know what someone's gender is until you hang around for a little bit. And guys, for the people out
there,
there,
make stick figure animations about this.
It
might be funny. No, you need to make stick figure animations of this.
I need to do it with the anime figures.
Video.
I'm also apparently working on the fish video. 30 minutes in. But I'm like, this is so. I just zoomed in on this and got a good video of it. This is so fucking creepy.
Right.
Like, first of all, these cosplays aren't that good.
Yeah.
Second of all, this really does look like a bunch of guys who are like, hey, you want to do something extremely creepy and give someone a nightmare when they find out it was us?
Seriously, like that's I can't that canonically in my head that's how it goes. Also, while your desire to be stomped on by anime girls is between you and whatever god you worship / embarrass.
Jesus, please come back to the chat. We need you.
Y'all. How powerful does your passion for pastel boots have to be that you don't mind that other people are openly photographing the event? And Twin Angel's producers are actively sharing them through their official Twitter account. Say cheese. I wonder if anybody tried to pay them to come back to their hotel. One man couldn't even say no to the chance to face up at his candy-colored dominatrix. Oh God, they've got a bunch of almost panty shots in here too.
Well, I'm down.
And then you see the bulge.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm thinking. This guy is doing this just to be sure, right? It's like, if I'm going to enjoy this, I have to know.
He's like,
although the excitement at least left him the mental capacity to realize that using a mask and flyer to obscure his face was a good idea when he noticed all the cameras about. Okay. Honestly, we've just got one question. If this was the prize for the winners of the event, what happened to the losers?
They got to go home with their lives.
They got a dead octopus thrown at them for 3 hours.
They went home with their dignity intact.
This isn't my thing, but if it's their thing and no one got hurt, good for them. I wouldn't be in the same room as them, but stuff exists.
You
right.
You take them to the altar, you all right, look, lines, we gotta talk.
All right, so that's it for articles. It was. I'm sorry we had to drag this out. Hey, look, it's Otakuso saying he's seen Twin Angel. When you say you've seen Twin Angel, are you talking about Phantom Thief Twin Angel or Lascivious Beast Warrior Twin Angel? Holy War.
I've never heard of either of these series.
Bestiality.
That makes it.
One
better.
is a hentai.
You don't know that. Lascivious Beast Holy War Twin Angel could be anything.
Well, you should know that. You got it in your collection too.
I don't think I. What is
Twin Angel? I mean,
Twin Angel?
yeah.
I don't think so. I really don't think I do. Let me look it up real quick. Hold on. Let me.
Should be an Anime 18 title.
Ends. Kaito Tenchi. Oh, Kaito. That's funny. I knew. I'm like thinking in my head, like, why do I know this? Why do I know this from somewhere? This is the show that pops up in my Anime Planet video when I click on a random. You don't need to show it.
There's the Bandai Entertainment set called Twin Angel as well. The one where the 4th volume is hard to get.
Galaxy Angel?
No, there is
Galaxy Angel Rune?
Not that one. There's another set.
Okay, I'm just gonna pull up my cataloging app and do a search for Twin Angel.
Also, real quick, hey Otakuso, it's Lance.
Hey, Dakaso.
Me and him have been on a lot of streams together.
Right on. I'm gonna do a quick search for Lascivious blah 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 Twin Angel. Beast Holy War Twin Angel, just to find out what that is.
If it's a hentai, what kind of holy are we talking?
We're talking Swiss cheese, man. We're talking that good shit. I don't know.
It's funny. It's funny because when I type that
Twin Angels, I'm sorry, Twin Angels is the hentai.
When I type that title, all that comes up are pictures of the Sora News 24 article things. Okay, so I mean it might be. I feel like this might have been released over here. Yeah. Twin Angel. I don't think I own this, that what Augie's talking about, but I do know of it. Anyway, I'm gonna check. I mean, I might. There's every possibility because
Who's Lance?
I was starting the app. There's the app.
Oh well.
Sometimes this app just does not load because my collection is too large for it to. It like quits on opening.
He's got that
Angel
Flex
Tales.
collection.
Angel Tales. That's what I was thinking of for Bandai Entertainment. Sorry.
You would think that it's literally just loading text and, the picture that you're on
Right.
would be too
It
bad.
shouldn't be that hard. It's just an XLS or whatever it is.
XML?
XML, thank you.
I only know that because I was researching the code for the waifu list.
You should be able to use SQL tables though. Angel Tails. I'm pretty sure I have Angel Tails. I've got the art box without the plushie. Yes, I do. I do definitely have Angel Tails. But as soon as fucking Movie Collector wants to open, here's the cool thing is that I got it on my phone and that opens way faster for some reason. I will get to the bottom of this. Do I own Twin Angels?
Well, I mean, he sure got to the floor really fast for them to be stepped on, so.
Twin Angel. I feel like when I think about getting stepped on, I kind of think of like the weighted blankets for autistic people.
Huh?
Like they like
Look at my Avatar's face.
For seizure patients as well. There,
I think there's many uses for it because I thought it was like for people with anxiety or something.
Oh no, I'm saying that it's like largely used for autistic people because it helps people with anxiety calm down. And there's a lot of anxiety had. Yes, it doesn't help calm down every part of you.
So getting stepped on calms your anxiety.
Yeah, I've never heard of that before, and I've known a lot of people who like deal with that kind of shit. Like
I'm sure
maybe like sitting in front of some cold air or a
being
box
that I
fan
know
or...
your day job is as a dominatrix.
Yeah,
yeah.
You know what? Last time I checked,
0 results. Why am I getting 0 results? Let me just type in twin.
real quick while you're doing that, I may be posting my first video to YouTube and putting it on Discord.
Holy crap!
Huh?
Your
I think
debut?
Weeaburger, I meant to bring this up way earlier. I think Weeaburger said that they had a video. Yeah, got a.
Yeah, I've been watching Weeaboo stuff.
Recording yesterday. Cool. I look forward to seeing it, Weeaburger, if you're still watching. Also, we are ready to discuss the yin yang of ahoge.
What's that?
Ahagao?
Retarded hair.
Ahoge.
Ahoge.
Oh, you're talking about that curl hair.
Mm-hmm.
Retarded.
That's what ahoge or whatever means?
That's what it means.
There's
Ahoge.
ahoge and ahegao. Ahegao is the Wigglytuff face. Ahoge is the little swirly hair thing.
Okay.
Why do I have a message? Oh, it's Weeaburger.
Weeaburger.
Oh, you're right. Oh, shit.
What?
Bro, why didn't you text me this? Like, why didn't you send this in the chat? Damn it. When I asked Lance to join, Weeaburger said, hey, if you need somebody else,
I think
if you're still there,
too many people.
Post in Discord
to join. Oh man, I saw that I had a message like hours ago, and I didn't. Oh, I feel so bad. Okay, so
you could have been sitting here with him rather than putting with me. What have you done?
I don't feel like I
in the background.
Was I ever on a stream with Weeaburger? Did I? I mean, I was like,
oh yeah, he was on the one time. Well, actually, wait,
He
I'm not
cameoed
sure
when he was on one. What's with the cat?
Let me find
Someone pet that cat.
Simply G.
Someone pet that pussy.
Please don't. That's my daughter.
What?
That's my daughter meowing outside.
Then say it's your daughter. We thought it was a cat. When?
Just
When you
now.
said someone pet that cat, and I said that's my daughter.
I thought you said please don't as a joke. I don't know anymore. I'm going back to listen to part of that stream.
All right, here we go. Promise Neverland. Here are the tweets. So I shared this because Reese took a picture of his TV to share this. So I thought, here you go. Here's the 1080p footage for you, Reese. Do you have comment?
That scene was adorable. It's just cute as shit.
Yeah.
The problem is, as I said here, the yin and yang of ahoge. One distractingly adorable, and the other an abomination in the eyes of the Lord.
Okay.
Look at that frickin' cowlick. Have you ever seen the 4-panel
hair?
Yes, no, okay, thanks guys.
Seeing the what?
No idea what you're talking about.
4-panel comic for the cowlick.
No. The official Cowlick manga?
I got it right here.
I don't know.
It's a 6-panel comic apparently, even though I usually see
six
only 4.
Well, that's fake news then. Unsubscribe.
I have verified you did not say that was your daughter.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
I literally just listened to the. I literally dropped out of stream and went back to listen. I'm like, I know I'm not that retarded. You did say it after my stupid comment though.
Yeah.
I said it way louder after your comment. Like, don't say pet that pussy regarding. Oops.
We got double Reese right there.
Yeah.
Here you go. Here you go. All right, here you go. All right, there you go. That's it. So, as we go into our discussion of The Promised Neverland, Lance, have you seen The Promised Neverland?
He's muted.
I have not. Y'all need me to go on duck out?
You don't have to. But,
It's up to you if you want to get spoiled.
If I were you,
I'm
I
fine
would
with being
recommend
spoiled.
watching. Hello there,
Spoils never bother me.
sweetie. Would you like to give me a hug?
I'm going to
I'd,
go back. Oh, I'm going to go back to bed. I'm going to go back for you.
You're gonna go what?
I'm going to go to bed. I'm going to apply.
You're gonna drive? Oh yeah, we have to drive to get you to sleep. That's what we do. Okay. I prefer if you didn't take that. Can I have that?
I need it on my wrist first.
You gonna put it on your wrist? She's taking the cable for my Ethernet.
The charge cable for a bracelet.
We're gonna lose internet.
Can I take this hard drive with all of your data on it for your videos?
Can I unplug this?
It's too cold at bed at night. I need
It's
your
a
laptop.
Velcro cable management thing. She wants to put it on her wrist. Can I have your wrist too?
If you stick it on your beard, would it stay stuck?
Well, does it for any hair?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking. Pussy doing around we go.
It's a good wristwatch. What do you think? Full screen.
Fashionable.
I like it.
You got it. Here's your mirror. How do you feel? Do you look pretty? You do. Okay. Go enjoy the drive with your mom, and make sure you shut my door, and take that off before you go to bed. Okay? Thank you, sweetheart. All right. Promise Neverland. Lance. So I don't mind if you're here. I'm totally cool with it. But I'll just tell you that this is a show like Attack on Titan that you're probably going to want to experience. It's on Netflix. So it wouldn't be hard to experience, and I think you could.
Isn't it also on Funimation? You know, your
Well,
favorite
It
service.
probably is, but
I mean, I will leave if you would prefer me to, because I mean, it's your stream.
no, it's
But
We're
at
just
the end of the day,
thinking- we don't
spoilers have
watch
never
spoilers.
bothered
in
me.
the show, and I
Spoilers
think
are not going to bother me.
It will spoil if you.
We don't want to tarnish your experience.
I will admit I have talked quite a bit. I've been mentioned about Promised Neverland before because I know with not going to plug, but a certain someone that I order from has mentioned it on several occasions because I've talked about merchandise and stuff.
Mhm.
But spoilers are not going to bother me. I'm either going to listen to it with you guys and be here, or I'm going to listen to it, in the podcast.
Sure.
So.
All right, then stick around.
Also, AC, not to be a jerk, but I listened to it again, buddy, and you did not say that was your daughter until after I said it.
When Augie says something about the cat, I said that's my daughter.
You
There's
I
no-
literally say, he says pet that cat, I say pet that pussy, you say no, please
I'm
don't,
gonna-
that's my daughter. I'm
I'm
like, oh
gonna-
god, no.
I'm gonna have that as a clip in the that I can
Post
click on.
video.
This is gonna be.
So I'm coming
So
day
I'll
and
pet
night.
that cat.
I mean, it's terrific, right? So, I'm in heaven.
What happened?
I didn't do a thing.
I think it was Lance.
I hacked the
How
stream.
does Lance have that control?
He was playing the stream. He was checking it out.
Yeah.
You
No,
at
no.
least see my mouth moving.
But the Arnie clip played.
Yeah, I played it because I
Were you censoring him in real time?
Oh god,
No,
that's amazing.
I was gonna make
You
my
work for
own.
YouTube now.
I was gonna cut the clip from this podcast to have it as a clip I can click on next podcast for Lance's exposed segment.
Do it.
I'm trying to scroll back through our chat, Reese.
So I'll pet that
Yeah.
cat. Simply
Someone pet that pussy.
G.
No, that's hilarious. Marcus.
I must have said it while you were saying it, and then said it louder.
It
Was
was
the
not.
cat on me
It
or
was
was it
technically
on
not
Twitter?
audible,
Yeah.
and
Anyway,
don't worry. I will. I have people.
He
with audio
retracts
equipment.
his statement.
I
If
don't.
you're-
I most certainly
I know, I said it.
retract my statement.
I would almost guarantee I said it as you were saying.
That's what you said at the moment. The moment
If it
after I
wasn't
made the
audible,
comment.
people couldn't hear it.
Dear God, whether or not you can hear it does not dictate whether or not I said it.
Anyway, let's continue to talk about it further.
Promise Neverland. I'm trying to scroll back through my chat with you, Reese, because I gave you my thoughts on it right after I watched it. And I got to tell you, my second time viewing, look, I just want to say I really enjoyed the show. I really did. But my second time watching it, the pacing felt weird. Krona comes into the show and then leaves the show, like pretty quick, it feels like.
Even on my only watch through it, I felt that way. I'm like, that was rather quick. But also she was terrifying, her expressions.
Yeah, so I watched it dubbed, and I have a feeling that her over-the-top acting didn't... I feel like there was probably more to the experience of watching it in the original Japanese that made it feel like she had more to give than what she ended up giving before just dipping out of the show, you know? Like, because again, she comes in and then leaves, and she's actually there for like 5 episodes because she comes in like episode 3 and episode 8, right?
Wait, did you read the light novels to this?
Manga.
Did you watch the live action movie in the future yet?
Not yet. I'm thinking about it.
I watched this was
manga and anime, not light novel, then manga, then anime.
Manga to anime. It was a Shonen Jump series.
Right.
Oh yeah, I remember when it debuted in Shonen Jump.
Yeah. And it has finished.
Hillary Clinton to cameo in the live action.
I think this was actually like a one-shot type deal that they only gave you like 3 chapters or something, and then they would decide on whether to publish more.
No.
No.
This was a full serialization thing.
Well, it was a full serialization.
It wasn't a one-shot attempt.
Well, I feel like it was kind of like a Ghost. What is it? Paradox Ghostwriter or whatever. Time Paradox Ghostwriter, where they just cancel it after like 15 chapters or whatever because they're like, oh, it promotes mangakas like cheating and stealing stories. It's like, shut up. Anyway.
I have no idea what's happening in this conversation.
I get what you're referencing, but I'm puzzled why you referenced that to here, but okay.
All right. What were you saying, Brad?
I'm not following where you guys are going with this conversation.
Doesn't matter. We're going back to the main.
Okay. So Promise Neverland. So I think it's a very fun watch. It's very reminiscent to me of the pacing sort of style of Death Note. Because the characters are thinkers, right? They're planners and plotters, and I think that it does the same thing that you were decrying that Attack on Titan does, where every episode ends with a cliffhanger. Oh no, the doorknob is being twisted to Mom's room, and we're in the room.
And next episode is just the kids. It's like,
and then it's like the kid, right?
No.
So they did that. But when I was watching it, even though I knew that they weren't going to get caught that quickly, I still enjoyed it. You know, I still enjoyed the. I still enjoyed the watch a lot. I enjoyed it all the way to the end when they escape. You know,
watching the show week to week was the experience.
I bet.
Oh god, that must have sucked.
I tried watching the show week to week. I couldn't do it. When I was able to sit down and just binge the whole show, to me, it felt I can get into it a lot more and get all the details. It's like I would have to sit down and watch this and binge because when you watch Home Alone, you don't watch that in pieces. You watch it in one string.
So I think real quick, now that we're way into this, I should also acknowledge that Reese spent almost $1,000 for us to all get to enjoy this and have this podcast.
It was like not $1,000, like $500.
Yeah,
wasn't it like $100 and something?
No, $130 some dollars each.
Okay, I thought for some reason it was like 170. Regardless, it doesn't diminish the fact that you dipped pretty deep into your pockets for us to be able to do this, and I do really appreciate it, and we'll cherish it even more. Due to the fact that it was, a close friend who bought it for me and not just something I picked up blindly. Although I will say, sorry, I shouldn't say although I will say, I will also say, side note, that Aniplex titles, every Aniplex title I own, with the exception of
Monogatari.
9, I have not watched Monogatari, but with the exception of Occultix 9, I think that all of them have a similar kind of pacing and watchability to Promised Neverland. So I don't know if they're all like that, but Erased comes to mind.
Are you including the Fate Zero and Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works? And
I haven't watched those. I'm talking about those I watched.
Those are Aniplex titles.
Okay, but I'm saying of the ones that
He's
I
selectively misremembering. Okay.
So of the ones in the when you buy an Aniplex set, and it has like the plastic covering over like what's essentially just like those old Naruto box sets from Viz, but like premium quality. I feel like every show I watched that I actually paid the extra money for that like special edition set, Madoka Magica, Erased, this set that you bought for me, all of those have felt like a show where you put it in and you finish the disc and you look at what time it is and at what time you have work in the morning and you say, well, tomorrow's gonna put in disc 2, right? Right.
Mind you, there are more discs, so you're doing that more often.
I feel like we really should do Fate Zero and the Garden of Sinners for that specific reason alone.
Okay. Well, I would love to buy Flip's old, now certainly grossly valued Garden of Sinners.
It's already sold.
It's on sale on Right Stuff right now.
But is it the original release or is it like the re-release? That's
the one that I've got, the box set. But you still
which is the re-release, but that's the better one.
The re-release. It's the shelf.
You don't want the AIDS Square edition I got.
I want the stupidly expensive ass one.
Yeah.
$500 one.
The huge one.
Yeah.
You hold on. You want to buy the cancer size one?
No, I want to buy the one that's like it's like a normal.
The one that I've got, which is the one that's on.
It's like a normal disc-sized one, but it's like
that is a re-release.
Yeah, that's the one that's on sale.
I don't want the cancer one. I want the exclusive-y good one.
If we're gonna watch that, we need to get 10 out of the way since that was bigger.
To where I talk.
We got a super chat from Overlord Greenland 743.
Ever wonder how they make children? It's all mothers. Also obligatory B-Day money. Thank you for that. You got arrested a few weeks. Yes. Thank you. I have not forgotten.
He gave you a down payment last week or whatever.
So I did consider this. Who is Ray's dad?
Don't explain what happens to the men in this show.
No.
If you spoil yourself with the manga, it'll explain, but it's as if the world is ruled by women.
Well, they're obviously going to get to that because there's that author.
I mean, there's moms, so naturally, moms aren't reproductive.
Right.
I like to think that it's a massive semen farm where they're all just like in chains and stuff, and they're milked for their semen.
I can barely even reach it there. There you go. It's on my wrist.
All right, Chloe. Let's
Are you gonna break it?
Yes.
I'm gonna meet you, AC. So, but yeah,
I'm surprised how they did a good job at the beginning of the show showing the deaths, and I like it. It gives that grim tension feeling that, well, obviously they're being farmed for food or some sort of labor. But I'm surprised that they don't kill more kids along the way. They were able to save everyone, which kind of feels a lot better for the ending because they were able to figure out a way to solve this
if
problem.
they killed more kids, that would have made it more tense and kind of neat. But I was still satisfied with what they did for that. What I thought of the beginning. So I had this I avoided major spoilers for the whole thing. It's just I knew there was some sort of catch, like a school. What is it? School Live or School Live? How it's
Right.
oh, it's not as it appears type deal. I knew something was going to go on. I was thinking, okay, the kids are going to be like killed or something, right? Is what I assumed. But I did not predict they were going to be eaten. So that's when I was like, whoa, okay.
You know who ruined that for me? Flip Otaku.
Fuck that guy.
In Fan versus Pro. Now, granted, it is ruined, like it is revealed in the first episode, but yeah,
it would have taken away the spark that ignited it. I guess
it spoiled episode 1. But yeah, so right regarding Greenland 743's super chat, I do wonder who is Ray's dad. Reese, you've read further, right? So do we?
I've read 16 volumes so far. I'm reading them as they're being released over here in the States, so I'm not caught up.
I'm glad they didn't.
I'll tell you right now, I'm not convinced Norman is dead.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not convinced of that either.
I'm not either because they alluded to something that was different.
Here you go. So you know how they're like, so here's a big old demon guy. He's gonna eat you, or you can become a mom,
right? Or you can become a dad.
So Norman gets there and she's like, "Hey, you, wait in here." I bet they're like, "You want to be a dad?"
I kind of cheated and read ahead, but
well, don't spoil it for us.
I'm not saying a word.
Thank you.
It's just precautionary.
I'm more excited for season 2.
I won't spoil either because I already know who Ray's dad is.
Thank you.
I've never seen the show.
It's a very different show.
It would have been funny if it was just Nolan. It was generic semen farm. Oh, sorry, I have to stop talking about that.
Yeah,
because
One high praise for the show that I like is the world expansion.
I was waiting until we addressed the chat to address that.
Ask him if he finished Island. Did you?
I
finish
haven't,
Island?
but I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to finishing it for a watch club, or I guess on my own, because we probably don't want to watch it for a watch club because we'll be like,
you'll have plenty of time this week for watching Summer Wars.
Summer
Wars is amazing. I love that show.
Enjoy. Bon appetit.
We will.
I'm tired of watching it.
No one's making you.
I know.
Why am I completely unable to find the part of our chat where we talked about this? Was it before September 2nd?
Probably. Hold on, I got the.
I moved in like late September, right? So I must have watched it in the middle of September. So I guess Neverland just never came up in the discussion.
Was it between just you and me, or in the other chat?
It was just between you and me because I wouldn't have ruined it for everybody else.
Okay, that's true.
Oh, here I got it right here. It's right at, so it's like literally the chat that loaded right before where it left off. Okay, so here it is. So here's what I had to say. Nope, it's there is further loading of the chat. These are my thoughts. Oh, here's you showing the picture that says, "Don't watch till we can do it together for a watch club, please."
And you already binged it, presumably.
Yes.
No, he binged it as soon as he watched it on Netflix. As soon as it went up on Netflix.
Yes. Well, here's the thing. It was necessary for my wife because she was having a hell of a time dealing with the fact that we were going through that move. So it was something that I pulled her aside and said, "Look, you're going to sit on that bed and we're going to watch this shit so that you can have just 30 minutes to 3 hours at a time of not thinking about that." Right. So it was necessary.
Let's not worry about moving it. Let's worry about these kids being eaten.
I found this amazing meme I sent you from Cursed Comments. Hold on. Let me right click and open an image in a new tab. All right, here we go.
Also, by the way, Augie, just
yes.
from earlier, why I didn't drop Rent-A-Girl is I don't drop things. Anyway, that's all I was going to say.
There you go.
All right, I forgot if you were the one that dropped
a
things.
tweet.
Reese.
A tweet or whatever from LeBron James wearing his shirt "Vote or Die." LeBron, I'm only 12. I can't even vote, dude, and I don't want to die. I'm sorry. Your crimes cannot be.
Damn.
Where is that from?
Twitter.
This movie, the one with Wesley.
Yeah,
Snipes?
yeah.
I don't know off the top of my head.
At least I know the actor, so I can figure that out.
Yes. Well, have fun. Okay. So anyway, yeah. So let me give you my thoughts because honestly, as I was going through the show a second time, I'm like, I know that my thoughts are very different this time. So I'm just going to go through them real quick. Okay. So here's what I said.
Perhaps Green Line 743.
I'm just skipping over the parts where I'm reiterating the thing of my excuse about my wife.
Is it okay if I go over the world building as you find this out?
I said I really liked the show, but I saw every twist coming except that Ray was Mom's son. I turned to my wife during the credits of episode 1 and said Norman is going to die for Emma. I also said, why haven't they burned the house down yet? Like 5 times. And I said, is Norman alive? Because I also said that as soon as he walked into the room in the tunnel. The direction of the series was not conducive to keeping the twist mystifying, but you still wanted to keep watching to see the next hurdle they would be faced with. Oh, and when Norman was running up the wall, I said, I bet there's a cliff on the other side. These are all true. I said that exact thing to my wife as soon as they got up the hill, because like the formula of the show was like, well, as soon as we get to this, we pass this hurdle, the other side of the hurdle is another hurdle. Right? I knew that was coming. I said I really liked how they got around that, though. I actually really did. With the only thing I didn't like about the show, and this is how I felt the first time. And the second time watching it was how they do that shit where the characters sort of betray kind of how they really feel to fool the audience.
Can you elaborate?
Like for instance, the part when
Emma seemed like she was down and sad when she was actually scheming with the other kids.
Yeah, so that's part of it. Like she was putting on a show. I kind of wish that they had shown Mom like here's how I would have framed it. Okay. So I'm gonna pretend that I'm the mom character, right? And I'm gonna be like way off halfway of the scene. And like in the background, you see Emma sitting under the tree looking all depressed, and you see the mom character like kind of side-eyeing, like she's clearly not looking, but it implies that she's like thinking about Emma over, and she kind of smirks and smiles, right? Like I wish that for every time, or not necessarily every time, but I wish that they had shown a shot like that indicating the defeat, right? But also that Mom believes the ruse. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I wish that they had done that. And then the part where she's talking to Ray while he's about to burn himself alive, kind of felt forced in that they were like giving you more than the actual. Like again, it was something where they were playing it for the audience, and they're going way too far. And then dialing it back for the like, we fooled you, audience, kind of thing. Like that was just a little bit too much, just a hair too much there. But but not enough that you couldn't let it slide and enjoy the scene, right? Mm-hmm. I said that was a satisfying conclusion. It is excellent. The main 3 have exactly the voices you would hear in your head while reading the subs. But Krona, or whatever her name was, is a bit off as a character. They call her Krona in the dub, right? Because I had spelled it Krona.
Sounds like Corona.
Right way, but yeah, it is. I was saying they spell her Krona in the dub. I didn't like that at all. Preferred Crone, as you pronounced it, right? Yeah, that's what I forgot. I totally forgot that.
It's Krone when it's
right. Well, you called her sister Crone because you had watched
the sub.
The sub, right? And that's how you'd read it. And we had this conversation with the Japanese actor playing the. Oh, we have a chat from Weeburger. $5 super chat. Good night, fellas, and happy birthday. Thank you. Also wanted to note the Promised Neverland is a category of children escaping death on some stream site. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's on what you call it, the.
So it's right up there with Erased.
Yeah, Erased and Made in Abyss, and yeah, it's in a meme.
Okay.
A meme genre?
No, it's
random genre.
Some the Reddit is boyches.
Boyches.
Like a boy, right? Some boyches? No, it's
Some biochiz.
Some boys and some
Biochan.
some boys and some bitches and some
I like
boyches.
I like it better that way. All right, so let me get through the last little bit here. So and I said I also predicted Ray was the informant. But I liked how they dropped that on you, and you aren't surprised at all. But then they drill into you, him planning the escape for 6 years. Emma cutting off her ear and throwing it down the hallway seemed like a bad move. Like they only needed one ear in the blaze, and she could have used the taser. Why did none of them use the fucking taser?
Yeah, well, the thing is, the taser would have sent them an alarm to the system, right?
Right.
My thing is, why didn't they like cut out a piece of the ear meticulously instead of cut the whole thing off? I was just like, don't do it, don't harm my child.
Yeah. So Reese's reply was, she hid the ear under a bucket for Mama to look for, and I said, yeah, that bought them like 20 seconds. She could have run outside and chucked it in a bush, right? Like she clearly knows that Emma's not in that bucket, right? It's just a reveal for the audience. So I said, okay, so you said in the same direction they were running. Mama couldn't tell.
Can you share the tweets?
They're not tweets. These are private messages.
Oh, never mind.
Somebody I'm not going to dox their name.
There's no point in showing it if he's going to read it anyway.
So I said, yeah, but she pieces it together extremely quickly when you see Ray's as well. Obviously, the point was for the audience to see it, so we would buy that Ray was still alive. Every time I watched the opening and saw them swinging on the tree branches, I thought of those shots of Naruto where they're flying diagonally while talking, and every couple of seconds their leg will pop down on a branch. When I'm talking about those scenes in Naruto, like where they're just like diagonally going across, they're just stationary, but the background is moving diagonally away from them, and every once in a while their feet will go down and touch a log or a branch or whatever, they're actually jumping instead of just flying across the screen. My wife kept complaining. Every time I said I kept wanting to cut in a Naruto insert song because I'm easily amused. And you said, I love that opening. And I said, my wife kept complaining about it. And I'm like, bitch, just let me hear it. She didn't like the.
I love that song.
Yeah,
I love that opening.
It was a great song. The ending song wasn't spectacular.
Both felt very 90s with the saxophone.
There's a saxophone in it, which is an instrument that was invented, exclusively used in the 90s, yes.
No, AC. Very exclusive because it has that 90s sitcom feel to it.
Sitcom.
Yes. When I think sitcom, I definitely think
yes, Mr. Sarcastic. Yes, Mr. Sarcastic.
Yes, let me cut in the Seinfeld snare.
Baseline.
It cuts to the ear. All right. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Yeah, I forgot that I did actually predict a lot of that stuff the first time around. But like I said, it was still worth. Like when I was in film school, I had a class. I forget which specific class it was, but a teacher brought something up, and I said, but then it becomes predictable. And the teacher replied, that's fine. The audience feels smart when they properly predict something in a movie, right? And I was like, that's fucking bullshit. I hate it when I properly predict something in a movie. But I realized later that we were talking about two different feelings. Because when you do properly predict something in a movie, like, yeah, I knew it, right? Like there is like a benefit in some ways to that.
I think you need to moderate it. Have some things that they can predict and some things that are way out of reach.
I think that the thing is that you just have to recognize there's like it's a minuscule thing, right? So like the part that you do predict that you get excited over is something that you predict and want to see, right? Like I want to see Best Jeanist from My Hero Academia eat a hot dog by unzipping the zipper to put the hot dog in. If that happened, I would be really satisfied.
Oh god,
he's Kakashi Hatake right now.
But there are other things that if you predict it feels like lazy writing.
But when he rolls in the master, he's gonna have the jagged teeth. Don't forget that.
So yeah, but there are things that when you predict it in a movie, like for instance, something. It's not even so much a prediction. It's a moment where you're like, oh my god, I really want this to happen, and then it happens, right? Like in one of the seasons,
dude, Mob Psycho. My brother and I had that moment when it's like, oh, find out the boss is Reagan, and it was temporarily, but yeah.
In season 2 of 24, in the last couple episodes, like because the story is told through a bunch of different perspectives, right? Because it has to eat up in real time, right? So Jack Bauer's daughter Kim is being hunted by the guy that she babysits for, and she's on the phone scared shitless with her dad, and she has a gun, and he tells her like what she needs to do, and she shoots the guy. And then they're still on the phone, and she's like, he's not moving. And I'm like, shoot him again, right? And then Jack says, listen careful to me, Kim. You need to stand up and shoot him again. And I was like, yeah! Like, so stuff like that, where when it's predictable, it can sometimes be like it's even more gratifying, right?
Well, in that case, it sounds a bit like not necessarily that it was predictable, but more like you just wanted this stupid thing to happen.
Exactly. I had a moment in I talk about it in the first impression for Sonic, and I probably already talked about it on the podcast. But when I saw that with Duo, I'm sitting there and I'm like, the movie's okay. Like I didn't really like it. I'm just sitting there like watching the movie. And then it gets to the part where Jim Carrey is talking about how just from the quill, the electrified quill he found, that his computer has already predicted the appropriate height and weight and spinal curvature of the creature that they're tracking. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, as he's going through that speech, I'm getting like, I'm off my seat. Like, I'm like, oh my God, here it comes. Right? Because I thought for sure that he was going to say, my computer has built a mock-up of what it would look like, and it was going to be the old design of Sonic with the creepy teeth and everything. I was so disappointed when that didn't happen. Like, I thought that would be the fun, because they have the Sonic like crayon drawing of the crazy guy, Crazy Carl or whatever. I thought they were going to lean into that meme so hard, and I was just like, I was on the edge of my seat. And so disappointed when that didn't happen. I mean, I get it, though. It would have been a little bit too far, for the movie to go. I was hoping for maybe like a deleted scene or something so that it could kind of be in there. But anyway.
Dude, does the Blu-ray have like a behind the scenes? Yeah, so this is how we redid the entire movie.
It has behind the scenes, and they are so unsatisfying. Like, they just... It's as unsatisfying as the commentary for Gunsmith Cats. they just gloss over the existence of that controversy. You know, pretend like it didn't happen at all.
I love how you mentioned after I just watched it. Continue.
Yeah, that was last podcast. Isn't it?
I just bought the Blu-rays.
Yeah. From Anime.com. You thought they were bootlegs or something. Somebody in the chat thought they were.
Look, Lance thought PayPal. He's like, "You sure this thing's safe, PayPal?" Because I was helping him set one up for the first time. Like, what was it, yesterday?
Yep.
Or something.
Sweet summer.
Yeah, that's forgivable.
So, when PayPal first got created, didn't they like give you like $10 or something? Yeah, like their whole way that they got the ecosystem started is they invested like $10 million into giving away free money for people to create a PayPal account.
I'm gonna sue them for not giving me free $10 when everyone else got it earlier.
Yeah, because they had used up their $10 million in their promotional campaign. Brilliant strategy.
All right, back to Promise Never.
Anyway, yeah, Promise Neverland. So, what is everybody else's thoughts on Promise Neverland?
I like
hated
the
the
world
show.
building. Oh,
Yeah, Reese hated the show clearly. 0 of 0. Actually, that's a perfect score. 0-0.
I like the world building in it because you
perfectly
start with a
balanced.
small school, small orphanage, then it just continues to, like as you said, every hurdle you see more of the world as they try to explore it. I didn't feel like it was that predictable, but I liked the excitement of the scenes as they progressed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Said before, surprised there weren't more children dead, but it was more satisfying to see them flee.
I thought that first episode could have been really boring as shit.
Oh, the thing I
They have
actually
the reveal at the end of the episode, right? But what they did instead was that they utilized the first episode to show, and like Augie was saying, the world building, where they were showing, like they gave you everything you needed for the lead up to episode 2, right? They're showing the kids doing the scanning of the barcodes or whatever for their testing.
that seems really impractical. Is that how they used to do it before like computers existed? But like in the middle of technological advancements?
No, we had scantrons before computers, and also
Yeah, so the scanning the barcode on the screen seems like the thing I thought was weird about this.
Scanning the barcode was like them choosing the answer, right? And that was the input method because it takes place in 1945, right?
2045.
What? Oh, 20.
2015, isn't it?
2045.
Yeah, they were saying 2015 at points
Because that was the newest. That was the newest books that they could get.
Okay, so it's 2045. Okay.
I thought the technology was really weird to me. There were some things that I'm like, okay, cool. And then you hear there's like, so they have these trackers and it's like, oh, but it has a notification thing likely. And it's like, okay. But then they say, yeah, it's really primitive. It only shows a dot. I'm like, if you have this notification function, shouldn't you have like a indication of which child is on the thing type deal? Like there was a couple moments where I'm like,
look at it and just see like Roller Coaster Tycoon patrons walking around, like the little Gaia Online,
the amount of money they have to spend.
like a little like Super NES pixel map of the farm with the little people and doing their different things. Now, well, so that makes sense why when he said that the technology was all dated, like because they were getting Polaroids and stuff. So I was thinking that it was taking place in 1945 because of the
Literally says on the calendar.
Yeah, that's
I
know. So, but that was what was weird to me is because I heard them saying, okay, so for my rewatch, just for the record, I watched at least 2 episodes while driving. So I was listening to Netflix while going to and from work, and I did most of the rewatch listening, right? Mm-hmm. But I'll tell you this: when I watched it the first time, I devoted full attention to the series, right? But I legitimately forgot about almost everything except for the ending. It's one of those things where as you rewatch it, oh, that's right, yeah. Anyway,
yeah.
But yeah, so I really enjoyed it, and I had the same thought as you did about Christina V. doing Kilua's voice for Ray.
Norman? Or no, for Ray. For Ray.
For Ray, yeah.
Yeah.
Who I called Sasuke throughout my first watch of it. That hair.
Okay. I can see that.
So,
I wish Christina V had voice Ray. As I was watching this, I keep wishing it was, because I had just got done finished watching.
Yeah.
Because I just got done finished watching Hunter x Hunter.
Hunter x Hunter, yeah.
And so I had that. So I had her voice, so it's still fresh in my mind.
And it's funny because Ray sounds a lot like the Killua voice.
Yeah.
But it's not, right? And
right.
You just kind of want it to be. Like, it's one of those things where, like, there's this weird thing about background noise. Like, I do this thing, I've probably already told you guys this, where when I go to bed, I need some sort of, like, I guess you could call it ASMR. So what I used to do is I used to go on Netflix and play The Office and just have it on in the background because it's largely, especially in the first couple seasons, it's very mellow in terms of the way people talk and stuff. In the later seasons, it gets batshit insane, right? But the early seasons would be very mellow. So what I did is I downloaded the DVD rips of the show, which I already had the DVDs, but I didn't bother ripping them myself because it was faster to get them downloaded. But I downloaded DVD rips and I converted them to MP3 and I cut out the intro song and like the credit portion, which in the first couple seasons is completely silent, and then it has music in the later seasons. But I cut those out so that literally you could play it from start to finish and it sounds like one really long episode because as soon as one shot ends, at the end of the episode, it goes right into the next shot. And the background sound to it is largely the same sort of setting because you hear like the ringing phones and whatnot. So it has that sort of ASMR feel, right? Mm-hmm. So, but I've experienced exactly what you're describing in other scenarios where it's like when you have listened to a series of characters talking to each other and interacting with each other for a long time, you kind of miss it. Like when Game of Thrones ended, I wanted to hear those characters talking when I was watching other shows that wasn't Game of Thrones. You know what I mean? Like you want to hear that interaction happening because like it grows to being like almost like a song, I guess, in your ear, like an earworm sort of song. And it's like you sort of I don't want to say Jones for it, but you go through like those withdrawals.
It's an associative thing. They do it in music.
The only time that I feel like I want to hear another voice is when it's Monica Rial. I mean,
Lance is somehow defying everything to do with the microphones. FDM talks and his little like speaker thingy goes like FDM is talking. Lance talks and there's nothing.
What?
Go ahead and talk.
I heard everything you said.
Okay, now it's good.
Yeah.
But it was staying like, you know how, okay.
It was suppressed?
For a second. This will be easier. See when I'm talking with...
Sexy.
There we go. See how when I'm talking, the little like circles jumping and bouncing around with the waveform in my voice?
Yes.
Yes. For a second there, Lance was talking and it wasn't jumping around. Like he was saying complete sentences and it was just nothing.
I'm a magic man when it comes to music, dude.
You are. You're somehow.
I'm a complete total idiot.
All right. So you were talking about something.
The association.
It's an associative thing with sound and audio. If you become like, believe it or not, our bodies have especially our minds and psychological with music. If you have a good association around this type of music or this type of sound or someone's voice, your body will start to re-enter that state of mind. So
yes,
think about it like this: as a child, when I watched Dragon Ball Z, usually was after a stressful long day, and I would usually be watching this, and it's just a moment of decompression while watching this show. So now, whenever I hear them powering up everything, everyone else is bitching about it, where I'm going, my body's having an association and not.
Dude,
I got it. I know. Hold on. So I was reading an article the other day that discussed procrastination and how procrastination is not due to laziness or any of the things you might associate it with. It's due to your mind in the activity associating it with negative emotion, right? So having to do something that you don't want to do, that you don't enjoy doing, makes it more likely, obviously, that you're going to procrastinate it, right? So what you're telling me is that because Reese and I have a great time watching Hunter x Hunter, right? That hearing that voice dynamic rings that sort of Pavlov's, not Pavlov. Who's the guy who did the bell for the dogs? Is that Pavlov? Yeah, Matt Pavlov, right? It sort of rings that bell that causes the dog to salivate.
Yeah.
That you are triggering that pleasurable emotion memory in that sort of neural plasticity of your brain when you hear those series of voices, right? Because like I used Hunter x Hunter because that was here, but the whole time I've been saying this and going off on the talk about The Office, I'm actually thinking about Dragon Ball, right? And hearing some of those voices the exact way that you described, how that kind of brings you to that state, that mental state. I love how we're going on this incredibly out there long
Tangent.
audio
Me being here.
tangent over freaking Ray's voice sounding kind of like Kilua, but it is kind of funny, and it's also I think why it's harder for me to watch Bacano the second time after having watched Steins Gate, right? Because that
it's
I
Okabe.
associate with Okabe is
Jay
I
Tatum.
right? Yeah, J. Michael Tatum. I couldn't disassociate it the second time around because I hadn't seen Steins Gate the first time I watched it. Anyway, so as far as Promised Neverland goes, does anybody want to predict future adventures?
They're gonna find the insert farm here that I cannot speak of, and
Oh, right, that's right. Augie and apparently everybody else has read ahead in the synopsis to find out. I'm the only one who doesn't know, so maybe I shouldn't ask the question.
What?
Shit,
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea what's going
I
on.
am going to say
You can't say the semen farm.
I'm going to say something for AC to stoke your curiosity.
Okay, hold on. Wait a second. I just had the funniest thought in my head. What's the name of the girl in the first episode who gets sent out and loses Bunny?
Connie.
Connie. When they dress up Connie to go, right? Am I the only one who saw Michael Jackson in that outfit?
I guess.
And I find it funny that the show is titled Promised Neverland.
Oh, God.
No.
You sick fuck.
Hold on, let me pull up episode 1 and grab a screen grab from that.
Also, speaking of that, I just watched part of episode 1 and remember that I started watching.
Are you saying MJ is not dead?
Start watching when?
Him. I remember that I had watched some of Promised Neverland a long time ago, and I guess whenever it started, but I had watched some of it. I don't remember exactly when, and I was like, man, this sucks, and I dumped it. I forget what else I dumped.
The house isn't called Neverland. The house is called Gracefield.
Right.
But I get completely what you're saying.
Well, we're still in episode 1. I was actually kind of iffy on whether or not I was going to enjoy it based on the first episode before, the big reveal, because I was just seeing all the, the kids doing the kid things, and Emma was just Mary Sue the whole first episode. It's like, oh, Emma, the problem is you're too nice. And I'm like, oh, great. But
what I had with the show is they kept saying Emma's stupid when she's not.
What AC?
She's
What you
ginky,
said?
but
I don't remember them explicitly saying that a lot. The thing is, I felt like Emma.
Anyone who said that was Ray, who said, "I read in a book, idiots can't get sick."
Yeah. Going back to when AC, you said dressed up Connie. When you said that, it was like dressed up for takeout.
No, gross.
Okay.
So, what's the character in Demon Slayer that also looks like Michael Jackson?
The villain. shit. Kibuchi? No, that's not it. Oh.
What relevance does it have?
Muzan.
I'm trying to find because I need to find the thing I'm talking about so that I can get the comparison with Michael Jackson, so that then I can compare that to Connie for you.
Copy.
I got it right here. It is the Smooth Criminal outfit. Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. Okay. Michael Jackson, Smooth Criminal.
You sly dog.
Hold on. It comes across better with the with
imagery.
With the Demon Slayer one. Okay.
I think I've got the title for the first Demon Slayer podcast. Yihi's menacingly.
Okay.
Guys, okay, let me.
Oh.
All right.
Yihi's menacingly.
I feel like the left one's from Night of the Living Dead and the right one's from.
All right. So this is from Demon Slayer. Right.
The left
on the
right.
left.
Let me now stop screen sharing that and start screen sharing. Right?
For me to say I don't see it would be lost on many, but I don't see it.
How about
Right?
Norman's?
So
That bunny's
Norman's get
definitely not. That bunny's definitely not Michael Jackson.
No.
So I'm just saying it gave me the vibes. Like obviously it wasn't the thing they were going for, but I just thought it
The
was
only
funny
thing
that they
similar would
always-
be the hat.
the fucking hat. Of course, that's the point. That's what I'm saying.
But that's
I'm
literally
just
the only
saying.
thing that would make you think Michael Jackson.
I'm just saying that it's funny to come full circle after having this thought both times I watched it, for me to then come to the realization that the show is titled Promised Neverland. Why isn't it called Promised Neverland Ranch? The fucking joke. God, you guys are insufferable.
Pop
I got it. I got it, AC. I got
The hat
it.
is inverted
No one
in
is there.
terms of the color. But it's not specifically okay, it's not Smooth Criminal. In Smooth Criminal, he's wearing the white one. There is another music video where he's dressed very similarly. I just don't know it off the top of my head, so I'm pulling the one that came from the Kimetsu no Yaiba / Demon Slayer character, because obviously that's what they're going for. Fucking look at it.
Oh, they even got the nose right on the drawing.
Not really the nostrils, but
and the skin color.
I mean, one's a white guy and the other's a black and white picture. Now, the first one I said was on the right, and the second one I said was on the left.
Did you
Really
just assume
creepy
Michael
into it.
Jackson's race?
race.
No.
Oh my god,
That's
the
a
files.
horrifying desktop
Holy
you got
crap.
there.
How do you explore that? Do you like right click file
Did I
explorer?
screen share the actual whole thing?
Yeah.
So that's the
Yeah.
Your wife will never find anything.
yeah. Yeah. So that's the
Hey, back to what I was gonna
the left one. Yeah, I was gonna say because like on the right screen it's like it's all nice and neat, and on the left screen it's like 4 or 5 layers deep of images. These are all. I'm glad that I already deleted that Brazzers one because that was showing up in the stream just now.
All right. I hate to take us off this tangent, but
So, real quick, do you guys want to know what's on the desktop? It's
No.
I'm gonna say
Not
no
really.
I don't
90%
think
keep
anyone
getting
cares.
sidetracked.
90% of these are screenshots of stuff I'm editing in Premiere, where I'm like, oh, I could make that a Stealth Weeb product, and I screenshot the Command Shift 3 in Mac, and it puts the like here. I'll just show you real quick because it's
Okay, guys,
Sounds easier.
just to let anyone who's wondering what he's doing, he's like, guys, look, it's all for research. I
no
swear.
look.
That's what this is.
So this
AC
is what it is.
exposed.
You can see it. Oh,
AC.
you know what the other thing is? They aren't going to pop up like larger though because they're iCloud or whatever. So these are like the
Thumbnail.
low res version of them. Like they're not actually thing, but you can see that's Master Roshi in a hat that says something in Dragon Ball GT, probably episode 1. This is Chi-Chi with a mug that I might be able to make, right? So when I'm editing that video, this is something to do with JoJo. I don't know why that's in here. That's I don't know what the hell that is. Is that like the subtitled thing? I don't know why I screenshotted that. It might have been a mistake.
Oh my god, you're a screenshot hoarder.
No, I just have them on my desktop because that's where they get saved to, and I haven't gone through and gotten them. Like, oh look, here's a purple shirt with the green Capsule Corp thing on it, right? Oh, and then here's an image I saved of Arnold to put on one of the thumbnails.
Well,
more like a cum nail.
That's something hard to explain. Good God.
All right. So anyway, as I was trying to say earlier, whetting AC's appetite. The manga
picture, yes.
The manga ended at volume 20. Season 1 didn't cover 5 volumes.
Okay.
Sweet.
I'm sorry.
Are you saying we're gonna have 3 more seasons, or they're gonna cram it all in one?
At least, hopefully, 3 more seasons. I'm not buying them for any more of you. You're on your
That's
own.
enough. That's fine. That's fine.
In the middle, the baby that comes in that looks exactly like Emma.
Yeah, she has a different eye color.
Yeah.
Exactly like Emma. Emma, little sister, comes in.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I thought.
Going to be a plot point.
I wasn't sure if it was just their character generator was running out of ideas.
It makes sense. It makes sense. Who knows about the parents, but to get the top breed of people they would have.
The moms of these, what is it, 7 hexadiagonal farms or whatever? Like, how many farms are there all connected in the thing? And then there was like the
6 in the center.
5 in that. It's 5, and then the headquarters.
Is the headquarters? Okay. So yeah, they've got 5 actual moms to work with, right? So certainly they're all gonna start looking the same, right? At a certain point.
Well, I'm sure they're not all using, like, I mean, there's more than 5.
Are you saying that they're not all using the same woman? Is that what you're trying to imply?
They're not all inbred.
Well, not yet, because that's definitely going to happen if they use the same pool for too long.
It really no. I mean, it depends on.
They're going to keep eating them and keep breeding more.
No, the women could theoretically just have the babies of, let's think about this realistically, dozens of donors. I was gonna say thousands.
The farm.
Of donors. Oh, wait, no, that can't. It takes 9 months to have a baby. That's literally impossible.
I'm glad that at the end, I am glad that they revealed that Isabel and Ray were brother, and they were related. So to me, that kind of hacks off the whole. They're cloning humans just for this.
I don't think I had that conclusion.
That's possible that the embryos are implanted, and they just need the host to carry it to term.
I was thinking, I had a discussion with my friend for a bit about what I guess Isabella, that's her name. He was saying how he forgives her, and I was saying I don't know, she seemed pretty evil, and they really crammed that flashback of, oh, I'm human too, into the last episode. I mean, maybe in the next season they can elaborate more.
I can't wait to see her redemption arc.
Well,
but anyway,
it was her, right? Not Sister Krona, who broke Emma's leg.
Yeah, she broke Emma's leg.
Isabella.
I watched.
Isabella broke Emma's leg, not Krona.
Yeah.
Right. I watched Jamie Lannister push a boy out of a window in the first episode of Game of Thrones and go through several seasons of redemption only to throw it away. I don't think I can. I don't think I can forgive breaking Emma's leg. I really don't think there's any redemption that can happen.
That's what I'm saying. Is that she did something. She had this evil ass expression for many scenes. She was all like so hell bent on the whole my farm, the quality of my farm, or whatever. Yeah. Oh, better harvest the brain. At least save the brain. And yeah, the breaking Emma's leg thing. It all added up, and I'm like, I can't just forgive it from a simple flashback of I was human. But anyway, like I'm fine with Isabella still being a villain and all that. Like I'm not saying the show's bad because she's not good.
No. I'm saying that I don't care what they try. I don't think I can get over breaking Emma's leg to consider her redeemed. Because I had to watch that shit twice, and that sound effect was fucking awful.
It was not as much the sound effect as it was the end result that like can that links them together as a really bad gross.
Yeah, and having to hear Emma cry, which was also heartbreaking.
Yeah,
that was awful. I don't want to hear that again.
Was awful, but once again,
voice actor, but yes,
die.
He cut his own ear off to never think about it again.
And then
the ear thing that got me.
And then immediately followed up by the adorable scene of their childhood, seeing little Emma play with sneaking in to see Norman while Norman was sick.
So does that actually work? The cup and string?
I guess, yeah.
It does.
I mean, I've seen it all the time in anime. But I never actually tried it. I mean, I understand.
As long as
the string isn't pinched, it can produce the vibrations to one side to the other. It's not high definition, but
yeah.
So you can't have the door clamped.
Yes, I understand the vibration and everything. I understand how it works. I'm just saying, like,
in theory, it might does it in practice?
Well, yeah, but the clarity of it can't, because they're like loud and clear, right? And I'm like,
well,
really?
He literally said, Emma, if you're yelling that loud, won't need the thing.
Yeah. If you're gonna keep talking this loud, he won't even need the cup.
So we keep on going into these little, not necessarily tangents, but I'm just gonna like run through all of my points of my whole Chungus. And then we can lay piece to it. Okay, so start off. I told you, the first episode was setting the stage. It didn't really get me, but at the very end of the episode, that's when I was like, whoa. So then after that, things got interesting. It, like you guys were saying, it was like Death Note. That's how my friend even sold it to me. He's like, it's kind of like Death Note. And I'm like, yeah, it's the whole, they know that the other person knows, but they officially can't like reveal it because who knows? Maybe they were wrong. But anyway, so I thought I really liked that aspect, and I think Norman was probably the best part of the show in this, similar to L, because he had all of these. He was like the main source of all these ideas and stuff. And then Ray was kind of, I guess, the counterpart to him. Emma, it felt like she was mildly stagnated and kind of following along for like the mid section. And then, she really ramped up near the end. But what is it? And I guess the whole Ray thing, I didn't predict it like you did, Brad, but it did make complete sense after you look back on it, because it's like he was creeping around, like following them. The whole reason he even found out from them officially is because he's like, what were you guys talking about? And it's like, oh, well, I guess we gotta spill the beans now. And then
when I originally predicted it, I think I kind of did it jokingly to my wife and then turned out to be right.
Oh.
But yeah, keep going.
And I thought it was, that specific thing, it was neat the way they did it. And then, what's her name? Coronavirus came in. No. What is it? So when she came in, that's when things... I thought she was creepy as hell with her expressions. And I guess the way she was talking and then, like, just rambling on to herself, and the way she just, like, ran straight after those kids so viciously.
Cringe. That felt so forced. The way, and I don't know if it was the English dub actor being incapable of producing that.
No,
like,
the
talking to
facial
yourself?
expressions, in addition to just the act of like
Oh, cringe.
yelling
That
out to
felt
yourself your
so
plan, just
forced.
seems turbo, whatever.
Oh,
But the
turbo
thing,
cringe.
but it wasn't that. The thing that I was going to say that kind of like was bringing the series. That's probably the lowest point of the series, if you ask me, because the thing is, after that point, it seemed like they were getting way too much, way too quickly. It's like it turned into, okay, what do you want to know, kids, or whatever. And then she just was like filling the whole lore to them, and I'm like, okay, well, this isn't really rewarding. It feels like we just threw out the whole aspect of the everything before them. But the thing is, A, she didn't really give them a ton, and B, she, like you guys were saying earlier, she was there like really briefly, it felt like, almost.
That pen is not just a pen; it's a Swiss Army pen.
I figured, which is why that kid had it, and I was thinking, is he gonna stab Isabella?
There's a lot more to it. It's not a Swiss Army pen.
All right,
Go on.
Well, anyway, point being that it felt like she kind of brought the series, well, not necessarily her, but just what she did, like the whole, oh, hey kids, let's like work on a coup together or whatever it is. I felt like that kind of felt like they were just giving it to you rather than they were earning, I guess you could say, their victory. But after she was out of the picture, it kind of went back to where it was before. Like, it was intriguing and kind of interesting. Obviously, like, as soon as it was like, yeah, Norman's gone, you felt this kind of absence. You're like, oh, this uncertainty, I guess you could say. And it was so funny that how Norman is the one who gave Emma the plan. So it's like, technically, it's still Norman who's like responsible for all the awesome stuff. And then
it's too bad he had that horrible cow lick.
Yeah, that was the truest tragedy. The thing is, I didn't like, based on the cover art and everything, I thought Norman looked like, oh, he's gonna be like a side character. He's really bland looking. No one's gonna care about him. But it's like, no, he was like the star player. And I'm just gonna mention this on stream because I've told you guys already behind the scenes, but that girl with the green hair and glasses had such a small face, a noticeably small face. It bugged me to hell.
Yeah, you survived prison school.
Anyway, back to what's his name? Andre?
Yeah.
But that was the point. That was funny.
I thought she was originally the squealer.
I did too, because they had her like what is it? When they discussed it, there was like a shot of her with her face all shadowed out.
The same scene from King of Thrones where the one guy told the different lies, and he was trying to figure out who would say what because they were different, and then he finds out.
King of Thrones?
King of Thrones is Game of Thrones.
Game of
Thrones with the McAllister short guy. That's the one where he invaded. I can't hear what you're saying, AC.
Guy. Tyrion Lannister?
I guess so. I haven't seen the whole series. I just saw the one scene where they pull the same trick in this show, telling the different lies and how they spot them.
Well, that's referring to
the rope situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was a neat solution.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was a satisfying reveal because you're not supposed to think that Ray is the informant, right? The traitor. But it's a satisfying reveal in the sense that so when I was watching it, I knew it wasn't going to be Dawn or Gilda because they had already bait and switched us with Gilda, right? And so I knew it wasn't going to be her, and Dawn seemed way too stupid. So I joked with my wife that it was going to be Ray because I knew that I couldn't see it being either of them, right? But then the way that they reveal that it's Ray was real satisfying.
Oh yeah,
I felt like it was a very well earned the way that they reveal it. But I also feel like Ray was too smart to fall for that trick. So it was a little weird, but his response, and I'll say this, the animation in the show, like the character animation, was really subtly excellent in terms of like the way that the characters move versus shows where a character just kind of like strikes a pose and then talks. Like they have Ray like lay back on the bed, put his hand over his face, and then smile and start laughing. And they had
It sounds like Light in Death Note, something he'd do.
Well, yeah, it was very reminiscent of Death Note in a lot of ways. Music in the show was great, by the way. The not just the opening, but like the whole score was really fantastic.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
And I didn't really love the ending theme, but the rest of the music was great. And one of the things that, like, just as somebody who's had to sit there and draw and draw and draw for animation, I was really appreciative of how they drew the zip lining, because plotting out where the character should be, getting on the zip line, having it dip, and having the dip kind of like,
Yeah,
them was so satisfyingly authentic looking, like to how you feel like it would look in real life. And I feel like that probably took hours of thinking and plotting and planning, and probably they probably strung up some ropes outside the studio and
just had video reference.
Yeah, I guarantee you they had some sort of reference for it to look that way, because it was so believable to me that the weight was there, and it was there in exactly the right place, because you don't really think about it until you have to sit down and draw. Because like think about when you're drawing something for art class and you have the vanishing point, right? So you've got your 2-point perspective or whatever. But sometimes when you draw something, those vanishing lines have to be like, half a mile away in order for you to get the shot you want, right? And so when you're drawing stuff like that, where you're thinking about, okay, so this is connected to this tree and that tree, and here's the shot on my paper, but the trees are like way over here, so my reference point is way over there. Like when you're thinking about it, it's real tempting to just draw it to the end of the paper in the same point, but that's not what the anchor point is. It's way off the page in a completely different spot. And there were times when they're doing like little camera moves with it, and I was just like, I was really blown away at the attention to detail and how well it was portrayed, right? So anyway, I'll stop nutting over the
Nutting over the animation.
There was one plot point that seemed to kind of drop, and that was the whole trying to assassinate Isabella with the poisons.
That was a fake plan. That wasn't even a plan.
Thank you.
That was a fake plan.
Like,
all right.
Okay. Augie,
yeah,
did you ever
because otherwise they would have set up the thing.
I've been wanting to. I heard a lot of great things.
Go watch it and tell me if you had trouble following it. Hey, we have a chat here from Kei Tsukushima.
They're sad that we're spoiling everything in Promised Neverland.
I'm sorry.
So where I left off was like what they're in the Dark Ages after Norman left or whatever, and I thought the burning the house down thing was a pretty solid idea, except like we kind of
didn't do it sooner.
yeah, exactly. I'm surprised there was a number of things they didn't do sooner, but so once they got to that point, let's see. I feel like a lot of the kids would have been harder to wrangle into actually getting to do that. A smiley face now.
Yeah. So, what did you think about them compromising on the plan to leave the 4-year-olds and under?
Oh, I thought that was a pretty good solution, because it's like, okay, you guys are going to be like the second wave. The thing is, they would have died either way, I guess you could say.
It's a damn good thing that none of the kids 5 and older were friends, really good friends with the kids 4 and under.
Oh,
Like I'm thinking
Yeah.
about like, oh yeah, my son and my daughter are in this situation. Yep, my son's gonna leave my daughter.
now the
sister.
reality of the situation is they could have well theoretically, even if they did escape with all of them, there's just going to be a new harvesting floor. Like they're just going to replenish the children.
Real quick, we are talking about The Promised Neverland, which you have not watched. I would recommend.
It says I have watched this.
Oh, have watched. Oh, okay. I read it on the
ACC being wrong?
I have wrong all the time.
Whoa.
So cool, yeah. Then contribute your thoughts in the chat there.
Yeah.
So yes,
There would be a new harvesting floor. And
for the love of God, at least get that right. I have started this podcast with correct factual errors so many times, and you're going to act like it's only happened twice here. So anyway,
Well, back to your comment before, I could follow Razafon and catch all the other stuff. So, without having to do a second watch. Granted, you had a birth child at the time.
okay, all right. So FDM, what were you saying?
I was saying they're going to have to replenish the harvesting floor with more children either way. So
But they're still gonna want to push out quality over quantity. So they gave them
so only bring the quality with you.
What is the thing that they're preparing for? The specific feast?
Tafari.
Kafari, yeah. So I feel like did they know about that, or was that something that the audience learned through conversations with mom?
The audience learned that between a conversation between the demons.
Right.
The kids did not learn.
Kids don't know that. See, because that's information that if the kids had known that, then it would have been more believable for them to leave the littler ones behind.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
But they know that the harvesting is only 6 and up.
The chat's got my back, guys. Everyone is wrong sometimes.
Except this guy.
All right, so
Yeah, I think that morally, either way, it wouldn't have made a whole difference. The thing is that I realized after the fact, I'm like, okay, now that you've gotten like half of the community out there, you gotta feed all of those mouths.
yes, I feel like that's going to be. A
big
one of the
factor.
major, things that they're going to have to do in the next.
All those books with Minerva's book plates are going to be coming in handy.
By the way, I thought the Morse code I feel like might have been a bit of a stretch, but they're supposed to be raised as super genius children for their brain.
This is the farm that Elle and Mello and Mir grew up on.
Basically, so I thought the ending it was in a good place. The only thing I really didn't like was, like I've said like 2 times, how they cut off their ears, and I'm just like, stop.
Yeah.
But apart from that, I thought it left off in a good place. And the only real what
This is the reason I was okay with the cutting off of Ray's ear, because he has a hairstyle that covers it most of the time. Emma, on the other hand, does not.
Well, if Jesus is still in the chat, he could put the ear back on.
Yeah.
It's gonna be funny when Norman turns out to not be dead, and they reach out, they finally find him on the other side of the wall
with no ears,
and he's got no ears either. He's like, yeah, I guess we all came to the.
They'll be like, what?
That the
What?
taser wasn't gonna work.
Nani?
Norman, huh?
Okay, the final nail in this coffin, I'm gonna say, is the only real other major problem I had besides the corona coming in was the whole what is it? The feasibility of these children thinking this in depth. The thing is, I can't gauge this because I'm not 6 years old anymore, or sorry, 12.
My son is 7, and no. No. His like devilish plans are absurd. No.
So anyway, what I'm trying to say is, like, it's the feasibility is the only real thing that I'd be like, would these kids really think that in depth of it would have a notification if we potentially destroyed it? Like,
So,
I wasn't even thinking of that.
The only thing I would give them regarding that is that if you are living in the way that they were, and you're eating good food, and your source of entertainment is a library of books, they're going to be significantly smarter than kids who are rotting their brain, watching TV, playing video games, and on a smartphone, right? So the scenario of knowing that there would be tracking and stuff, that could be something that he would have picked up from reading.
Oh, actually, that's the other thing is how do they get these ideas of some things? Like, are they in the books that they're reading, like all of these ideas? Because how would they conceive of escaping and all this stuff?
So the idea of like understanding the farm and everything, I feel like the suspending my disbelief, I feel like those are concepts that they piece together from reading literature. Because I can imagine, like, if you were to apply it to like real world scenario, there's a couple of books that I had to read that I feel like would give a similar feeling, you know, or a similar idea.
So more or less, I can suspend my disbelief for this, like for the sake of, because it's a subjective idea of, I mean, technically speaking, they probably could if they really tried. So I'm willing to stick my limb out there to believe it.
I love
Jesus.
No, same argument as
I showed
9-year-old
I saw it.
like in Home Alone.
I'm praying for Jesus. You brought Jesus to him.
I showed him.
Augie about Home Alone.
It's about the same thing as can Kevin McAllister really save his home, even though if you go through all the plots and stuff that he does, you can point out every time that he can get himself hurt or if he just burns down the house.
Well, I mean, that show doesn't really take itself as seriously as this does, but yeah.
That too.
Oh, Trump's in that movie. Go ahead.
Oh my god.
That's in the second one, not the first.
But yeah, so I can suspend my disbelief for it. It's not like gonna make or break it. It's just theoretically, subjectively, it could break it, is all I'm really saying. And the technology, that's all. Other than that, I really liked it. It was a fun ride. And
so how old are the kids again? They were
11 turning 12.
So my son is 7, and again, my son.
You'll get back to us in 4 years on whether or not.
No, I can predictively tell you now that he's not going to plan an escape of that magnitude. No, but my daughter might. She's already escaped several times, but that's due to our negligence.
I mean, oh, never mind.
But anyway, so yeah, I think 11. So yeah, I think if you were to read, because I've read like Ayn Rand was like remarkably smart for a child, and I feel like it's not impossible, and given the premise of the story that they're trying to breed superhuman kids, like because the brain is the valuable merchandise. I think it's easy to suspend the disbelief. It is a little bit weird, but then again, watching that kid in Ponyo who was 5 go on that like journey to go save people in the fucking little boat with the like pop candle, that was pretty hard to watch too, and without suspending your disbelief. But anyway,
I just remembered. Oh god, I just forgot it, didn't I? What did you literally just say again?
Ponyo.
the kid in Ponyo.
No, before that.
Your disbelief.
Yes, it was something about. Oh god damn it! Happened last podcast
Should I
too.
clip that?
Yes, please.
What Brad just said.
What? Okay.
He's trying to figure out what you just said to recount his memory. You guys continue.
I was talking about Ayn Rand being really articulate. Oh, the farm. The purpose of the farm being to.
Oh yes, okay. The farm. Okay, so remember how I made the
He's
meme
got it.
about the name should be free-range children, free-range,
Yeah, we
free-range
went over
organic children.
Behind the scenes, we had several podcast titles. I wanted to call the show or this episode "Attack on Children." Reese wanted to call it MILK, Mom I'd Like to Kill. I also thought about calling it Na 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 Na. And then the one I had in the last episode was It's Okay, Jemima. The kid that Ray ties to himself for the zip line.
Now, what is it? So, anyway, the free range organic children thing I was saying reminded me of how the thing is they're trying to harvest these smart brains and whatever, and they said the quality of the meat is better when they're like free range, they have freedom and all this stuff. So I'm thinking, isn't it counterintuitive? Like, wouldn't they have been tainted at the moment they found out that they're being captive? Yes. And wouldn't their meat be worthless now?
But they were talking about the rest of the kids, that they wouldn't sacrifice. See, what he was saying is that stress reduces the quality of
yeah, and do you know how much freaking PTSD those 11-year-olds
you're misunderstanding. What he was talking about in the specific scenario that you're bringing up was why they wouldn't increase security.
No.
He was saying if they increase security, it would be in the method of bringing in another Sister Krona or somebody like that. He was saying that they wouldn't go full authoritarian lockdown because it would stress out the kids and damage the product, right? So that specific thing, it wasn't about him, Emma, and Norman. It was about the rest of the children, that they wouldn't have to worry about security getting worse by a significant margin in their escape plan because they wouldn't risk ruining the other children's product, their brains, by bringing in more tough authoritarian style or totalitarian style security, right? Mm-hmm. That the security would be innocuous and it wouldn't be out of place. Like, it wouldn't be somebody in a bush with binoculars watching your every move. It would be another one like Sister Krona coming to help out. That's what he was saying. So yes, the free range children thing. Yes, they were going through immediate intense stress, and would be affecting the meat, the brain, or whatever. But the thing is that Ray's brain was so significantly smarter than the rest of the average crop yield. Like, look at Gilda and Dawn, right? They're fucking idiots compared
to dealing with the average brain here.
Right. So the thing is that even if he was dealing with intense stress, it would degrade the quality, but not so much that it would have.
We need metrics from the show. They need to say over the course of X months. Is it?
And the other thing is Mom already had Ray as the informant, right?
For 6 years.
She already knew the entire time, and she was trying to manage that through their deal or whatever, right? So don't
you think all the moms would be the stupid ones because they don't want to put a perfectly good brain to waste?
Well, but see, the thing is that part of IQ is genetic, right? So utilizing the moms that have the highest IQ, you can breed smarter kids.
Oh, that's true.
I don't know.
I disagree. And
okay, Lance. I said part of IQ is genetic.
So, what is it? Reese, you've seen Silver Spoon?
That would have been a perfect one to have that Joe Biden clip.
Oh, good.
Oh,
hold on. Let me.
Kids, poor kids are just as smart as white kids.
White kids. Yeah.
Wait. Yeah. Okay. God, I saw that.
I know old man isn't watching, but I went through hell just trying to get that stupid Arnold Schwarzenegger clip up there. I would have gotten all of them, I promise you. But I went through hell just to get that one. And in the end, I had to have
Let's play it again.
So I'm coming day and night. I mean, it's terrific, right? So, I'm in heaven.
I love that the editor for Pumping Iron left in the the awkwardness he feels immediately after saying that. I love that they left that in there.
Okay, real quick regarding the IQ and stuff. One thing I kind of liked about the show that would relate to the viewers that wants to get the children actually in school is the whole testing is critical for the younger ones to survive.
Boys simp on Fortnite. K Tsukushima.
Okay.
Your life is
the that means.
Anyway,
I feel like that was more a commentary of education in general. Where it goes beats me, but if you're smart enough, you won't die from monsters. That's what I got from the show.
So there is a darker subtext to the show in farming.
Yeah, I was saying to Reese, you've seen Silver Spoon, right?
Yeah.
Don't you think the show's like really similar
to human ranching?
It's funny you bring. I mean, I literally just 2 podcasts ago I mentioned I finished reading Silver Spoon, the manga.
But yeah, because literally in Silver Spoon, he raises up that piglet called Pork Bull or whatever, and then it's like they have to eat him, but because she's a good writer, she includes the grim reality, hard reality of a farmer, which is, you raise these things up, you love them, and then you have to eat them.
That's
why
you
don't have
named
to.
The Pork Bull. I've told you the story about Freezer Bag in New Zealand.
But yeah, literally that's what Isabella is. She's the farmer, and Pork Bull is all the children.
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So you're saying that from the perspective of a farmer, you're going to you don't get
they're gonna die
to the chicken.
You raise your livestock with the same. You raise your livestock with the same love you give your children.
Sure.
And they're gonna die the moment they're born, or at least they're gonna be prematurely killed out of their own will, type deal.
Murdered.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So,
silence.
I don't know. I think you guys are really overthinking the point. Okay. Let me put it this way.
We're not.
If these kids were as dumb as real kids, they wouldn't have escaped. Okay. The show would have ended with a bloody demon brawl. All right. With kids getting slaughtered. Honestly, it might have been a real fun watch. But
Thinning the herd.
Wrong move. Demon sweeps in, eats child, and leaves.
Well, actually, what would have happened was those trackers would have said, "Okay, who saw it? Okay, let's split these two up. Let's send them to different farms.
Different farms.
Split them up, demoralize them, and then just end it right there."
There you go.
Apparently, we have our 2% viewership of female ratio in the chat.
Kei Tsukushima hates being a girl. In the modern world, you could be whatever you want.
Apparently.
You could be this Wigglytuff up here. And no one's gonna fight you.
I wouldn't recommend it personally.
I wouldn't either because this Wigglytuff has seen some shit. You could be Reese, even AC's Reese.
Let's not be Reese.
Random 11 has now transitioned.
We will all open our levels to Reese 2753.
I don't know if I could. Well,
I forget. Is Random 11 from the US or from Canada?
He's in Toronto, I think.
Yeah. So you can literally, you are what you say you are at any given moment.
So I legally can't say otherwise. Otherwise, Random 11 can sue me or whatever.
Well, shit.
No, it's against Bill C-16, right?
Yeah. Or sorry, I guess not.
So be careful.
Random 11 is now a boy
it's okay.
again.
He's a boy again.
Better properly gender him. That creature.
Oh, this is too good. Oh, all right. So, do we have anything else we want to say, or are we just like?
I've said my piece.
Go for it, please. You said your piece. Okay. Reese, you were the one who suggested this watch. What do you have?
I mean, I liked it. I my complaints with Ray's voice actors notwithstanding. Dubs.
I don't think there's a problem with Ray's voice. You just like subconsciously want.
I wish Christina V had voiced him instead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the way the character looks, the way the character.
I think about it.
The way the character is meant to sound. And also having Gon voicing Emma.
Okay.
Is that true?
Erica Mendez, yes.
Wait, she does voice Emma.
In the 2011 Hunter x Hunter. Okay, so what about Random 11 says my pronouns are God, Gim. What about I kind of feel like Ray or Norman. One of them kind of reminded me, like, or maybe I'm replacing in my head what Nier's voice sounded like in Death Note.
It definitely wasn't Nier's voice actor.
It's not, but it kind of it's like I'm kind of hearing it in my head as.
Well, anyway. the thing is, while we're on VAs, if you don't mind me hitting, and this is, to me, it's refreshing to hear a female voice like a mid-range female voice on a female character, because I don't know why people have this association with
they must sound like
they must sound
Japanese girl.
Yeah, they must have this extremely high-pitched voice, and then they put the female voice on the young male character, and I'm like, has anyone other than me been around people of all ages throughout their life and realized that people's voices come in different ranges? And
our director on that.
So what you're saying is
it's
down with Monica Rial.
Yes,
that's what
I will say this: she gets too many roles that other people could get, but she's doing a good job as Uzaki. They kind of nailed that one on the head.
Kay says Reese 2753 sounds 5. Don't be mad, it's the truth.
He is officially Miss Reese. Don't forget that.
Listen, Kay, we need to inaugurate you in that Reese is the resident vampire lolly who is 1,000 years old.
Reese is he sounds at least 14. He's more articulate than a 5-year-old.
Reese could at least break out of there
for a single eyeball. All right, so Watch Club next podcast is Summer Wars.
Okay.
Which that's good. And then there's my phone. I'm trying to find out. Okay, so we discovered. Well, we need to come up with the one after that, right? So
you said
we discussed.
When are we doing next podcast?
Okay, so here's the thing. Next podcast will probably be on the 23rd, Monday the 23rd, just because Sundays are less ideal for podcasts because I feel like shit after working 12 hours a day for 5 days straight. And Monday is just better, so I can get the articles done and get through the migraine that comes with the muscle aches and everything. So Monday the 23rd will probably be when we do it. But then the podcast after that is going to be probably also on a Monday, but weird because I think I'm working the Sunday because of Thanksgiving. Because the place where we store the truck we'd use for work is not open on Thanksgiving Day. So it shifts our schedule forward after that day. So anyway, so we're planning Summer Wars, and then after Summer Wars, are we doing Ninja Scroll?
I don't have the TV series yet. They're
We're just
probably
gonna do the
streaming
movie.
somewhere.
Just gonna
Has
do
the
the
TV
movie for
series
now.
been re-released yet? I can't
Yeah,
remember.
by Disco.
Yes, Disco
Yeah.
Tech released it last spring.
Dick-
You know that
Disco Tech-
company that won't sell on Amazon.ca? Or it's more
Right.
Amazon won't let them, but anyway.
So, if we could,
Yeah.
I would like to do. Wait, is that? Shit, I might have that. I might have that.
That's the new district. That's the new discotheque
for the
release.
show. I know I have one of them. I was hoping it was the movie.
You just got the
I
movie.
want to see. I want to see the Kawajiri magic again.
You just got the movie with the kick-ass slipcover.
Okay, so I'll have to look. I still don't have a Blu-ray player to watch it on up here, but whatever. But the thing is that I'm trying to think about how we're gonna do this. So, Summer Wars, Ninja Scroll,
Movie.
Ninja Scroll, Tokyo Godfathers. That might actually work. Because I was thinking about doing Ninja Scroll movie and then the show. The show's only 13 episodes, but I was thinking about maybe giving myself 2 weeks to watch it because of how things have been, especially because that first week, the route for the first week is the hardest one that we do. It's the one that we just did this last week. It's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. So I'm not 100% sure that I will have time, to get through the whole series, and I kind of want to just give myself that opportunity. But if we were to do that with Tokyo Godfathers, would end up on the week of Christmas, which is the perfect watch time for it, right?
Question: when do we? What about Mob Psycho 2? Because I keep on mentioning that one. What's
Yeah, I'd like to do that as well, but let me look at. Hold on, let me look at the way that the route's going to end up on. So perfect. December starts on a Tuesday, which means that I will have Christmas. Shit, am I going to have to do work on the day after Christmas now? Fuck, that sucks. So I might have up to 4 days off. I don't know. It's going to be kind of iffy. My son's finally starting school again, online school, because the freaking old school has been dodging us like crazy to keep him in the system for more funding. Hold on. Oh, Kay, the woman...
Okay.
The girl getting simped on by kids on Fortnite says that they are 13 and don't sound like you, Reese. So
I mean, why would you sound like Reese?
Why would you sound so manly? I love you all. Don't mind me. I'm gonna be here more often. I like here. Hey, we're happy to have you, but I will tell you, as Randall Levin said, the podcast is you must leave.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Wait.
Also, Reese must leave. Oh.
Damn. I guess that means I must leave too.
Because less than 18.
And FDDM must leave.
I regret.
Yeah, FDM's younger than I am, so he's got.
That is true. I must leave by proxy.
It's all right. I'm not going to tell anyone that they can't watch the show, but YouTube has age restricted podcast 64 or 65.
If your parents find out you're watching this and get mad, it's not our fault. That's stuff.
That podcast is the one where we covered Jungle Emperor Leo.
Guys, speaking of YouTube's thing, I would like to re-bring something up that I brought before. I found the video of the hot dog vendor, the Japanese cartoon hot dog vendor. He's supposed to be a U.S. guy selling hot dogs to a bunch of Japanese kids.
From Benabashi Arcade.
It's called Fuck Yeah. And the video is this hot dog guy saying fuck every breath. And I tried to share this, and YouTube denies me because it says this video is for kids.
Yeah.
I didn't get very far reporting that, but I'm like thinking to myself,
you should still be able to share it by copying the URL, right?
Nope. I have sent it to many people, and they're like, we can't click on it. I've done it in several ways. I don't know what has happened in the last month since I've tried to do this, but I tried sending it again the other day, and the link doesn't work when you send it to try to send it to.
Have you guys ever seen the censored Count from Sesame Street,
Oh yeah, that's hilarious.
where he's
Oh yeah,
like,
because I love you.
When I'm alone, I bleep
candles
myself.
on the wall.
That's the greatest video on the internet. It's funny
And when I'm alone, I curse myself.
No, the Bring Me to Life Evanescence cover with flute is the best on the internet.
I don't know. Freaking Kermit the Frog singing Piggy Got Back has been the bane of some of my friends'
Have you
existence.
seen the video? Have you seen the video with Elmo and has the knife and he's like threatening the guy? Let me in the he's like trying to get into this guy's apartment. Where like let me in. He's like, no, you've got a knife. He's like, okay, I put the knife down. He's like, no, it's still behind you. It's like, or like he has a gun or something, and he's like, is that Kermit behind you with a knife? Like, have you seen that video? It's so funny.
I haven't seen that, but I have seen Kermit try to kill Gohan from Dragon Ball Z. It sells over the taking out Elmo, but that's a long story.
So Kay says, I have 2 accounts, so I'm good, man. My mama won't find ish. Okay, well, good luck.
Okay.
Not our problem.
All right, so Summer Wars next podcast. If you can't get a hold of Summer Wars, you could also watch the Digimon movie. That would be appropriate.
It's on Funimation.
Yeah, because Summer Wars is so much less, available than Digimon movie.
Yeah, no shit.
I think it's on YouTube.
I've been wanting that.
I have 2 copies of the VHS.
So the Digimon movie has that, like, there's a video on YouTube of how Summer Wars is the Digimon movie again.
Yeah.
Right? So anyway, that was the joke. Thanks for ruining it. Random 11 says Summer Wars is shit. You mean Digimon movie. Right. Okay. There we go. Digimon is better. Yes, it is. I agree.
I love the Digimon movie. I did like Summer Wars,
both of
though.
them.
So the reason we're doing Summer Wars is because I need more time. Because the watch clubs have been difficult without time. But here's the thing.
Oh, sorry.
So the
That
route,
is the
like
thing.
what I'm doing currently for a living, I am getting a rougher workout than Swole NM over there.
DDNM.
Yeah. So like seriously,
Every day he comes home and
So
it's
I'm
like
coming day and night. I mean, it's terrific, right? So, I'm in heaven.
As soon
Yeah,
as you said
exactly.
comes home, I'm glad I predicted you were going to play that.
So the thing is that this like throwing. I mean, we're doing. I want to say like 400 cans a day. So lifting up, like flipping them around and stuff like that. That's a workout. Scrubbing shit out, like that muscle in the back of your shoulder,
trapezius.
right? Like, like really gets strong and everything. So what I'm getting at is that over time, the speed at which we can get through each stop is going to go up dramatically, especially because the reason I was brought on is because the guy that is in the truck with me, he
is a big anime fan.
He got hurt on another job, and he's been going through physical therapy. So he actually can his doctor only has him at 20 pounds lifting for his shoulder. So he can't do the like scrubbing and like I always have to jump in the other cans and get those out. So anyway, so in the future, I will be significantly faster at each stop, which will get us through the routes quicker. But also the routes have grown literally every month since the guy that I'm working for bought the company.
Oh, wow.
And the larger the route is, the larger it grows exponentially because more people see the truck and see the phone number on the side of it because we're in the community longer.
So that's like a contracting thing?
Well, yeah, we have monthly clients, quarterly clients, and
so
then
people literally pay you because they're too lazy to clean their own garbage can?
Oh, dude, if you saw some of the trash cans that we clean, you would totally understand why nobody wants to touch them.
Do you at least use a pressure washer?
Absolutely. We have a truck that has it's like a portable dishwasher. but we have a much more powerful spray gun, right? Where we do most of the work. But the thing is that, like, literally most of the trash cans, you literally put them up and put them down and dry them off, and we're in and out in like 2 minutes.
Are these standard large like trash cans like you pick up
the kind that the trash truck comes by and grabs
and picks up? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And they're empty when you get them?
What's up?
They're empty when you get to them, is what I'm guessing outside the garbage.
Our route is based on the trash truck's route, but it's a day later, so that the trash truck has already come and emptied.
I'm honestly just sitting here at awe again. I guess different side of the U.S. or different part of the U.S. that you guys actually clean. That you guys actually clean people's trash cans.
Bro,
like, I have never in my life heard of that.
Yesterday, I went to a part of California that was like being in Venice, Italy. The house is stretched on forever. Like, these people are so filthy rich. I was telling the guy that I'm in the truck with, I'm like, on the one hand, these people are so filthy rich that I kind of feel like I should do a really good job. But on the other hand, I know that their maid and butler is coming out to get these cans and they're never looking inside of them. So I don't have to work hard at all, right? No, seriously, some of our clients are like professional baseball players, millionaires, billionaires, like, and then we serve almost all of Irvine, which is what I've been doing this last week. And everybody's filthy rich there. Like, every name on the sheet is Asian, right?
Well, I hope
they're all extremely wealthy.
Do you wear your Doki Doki shirt?
My Doki Doki shirt?
Yeah, for your Asian client, they'll appreciate it. They'll be like, "Oh, Doki Doki."
Do I have a Doki Doki?
Yes. Here's $1,000 tip.
Yes.
Yeah.
He has his fresh print bill. Don't ask where it
come
came
out
from.
and tip you around Christmas time. They give like hundreds of dollars sometimes. So
damn
tip.
Legitimately, I have had so when I first started doing this job, my in-laws kept telling me to move over here from Arizona and do this job because I had a steady job in Arizona, right? And they kept telling me to come over here and do this. But the real reason they wanted me to come over here is that they want somebody else, my wife, to take care of my wife's grandmother, right? They want somebody else to take that burden off of their hand, right? And they kept telling me to do this job. So I come here, I meet with the guy randomly at like a gathering in the neighborhood. I don't even know it's this guy. And he offers me the job and I take it. And now that I have the job, the in-laws want me to do a better job. They want to get me something else. And I have had 3 separate job offers that have come in like, hey, you should do this instead. And I'm like, oh, really? Will they pay me this much and overtime and double time pay? By the way, California has much better overtime rates because in Arizona, overtime is time and a half after you've worked 40 hours a week. Mm-hmm. In California, overtime is time and a half after you've worked 8 hours a day. And double time is after you've worked 12 hours a day. So when you're working 13, 14-hour days, you're getting paid double your hourly rate. Number one, and occasionally there's tips from people that are willing to drop a lot of money. And so like I've had all these job offers come in, like you should do this and that. And it's like, first of all, I like this job. I like the guy that I work
well, that's good.
And
I like the smell.
So then, no, I actually sometimes I'll be honest with you.
I like them cleaning up these neighborhoods.
Occasionally, we'll get to a can. Oh, that's so funny. The guy that I ride in the truck with, he's like 50. Like mid 50s, and like the way he's from New York, and the way he talks about people, he's like, get ready, this next stop, these people are fucking pigs, right? Like he calls everybody pigs. He gets out there, like there's literally security cameras watching us because we're in Irvine. He's like, Jesus, these fucking pigs, right? And I'm like, you're on camera. Literally, they have sensitive microphones. They can literally hear you, right? And he's just cursing them under his breath, talking about their pigs. But seriously, we get people like the worst smelling cans, the ones that have maggots in them, because whatever is in there that draws the flies in and stuff, it's like such an awful smell. And like we use degreaser and deodorizer to get through the mess. And And I got to tell you that I am going to have lasting problems from how quickly I dive into those cans to scrub them clean with that deodorizer spray in there, because I'm inhaling that stuff. But anyway, the point is that the job pays remarkably well. It's still not better than I was making in Arizona, considering the cost of living difference. But with the lack of rent that I'm paying here, it is better, right? So anyway, like I said, it's not a bad gig. And the best thing about it is that I don't have to pay for a gym membership, because the job is like working out for 12 hours a day. So in fact, the guy that I'm in the truck with, he was 190 pounds before he got hurt, and now he's 220 because he's gained a bunch of weight not being able to do the job, right? Because like seriously, it's like doing a ton of cardio and calisthenics, like just throughout your day. So
how tall is this person?
Like I've already, like, I don't know, you guys probably can't tell yet, but like my freaking arms are just jacked, like fucking Arnold. They're seriously.
How tall is the guy that you're working with? I'm trying to get.
He's roughly my same height, actually.
Okay.
So anyway, but anyway, so let me get old man jumping in. Hold on. There's some other.
What's up, old man?
Wars is shit. Digimon's better. I also made that joke early, but you didn't read the comment. Sorry about that. You stole my joke. Okay. Old man says, just dropped in. There's a service that picks up dog poop in yards. Also, I bet they make good money. They probably do. I don't think I'd want to do that.
Pooper scooper?
Washing windows usually is a good quick start.
Yeah, washing windows is a great job because you're suspended high over New York streets. Right.
I can keep that job.
I cut grass in some wealthy neighborhood. Sometimes they give us stuff. I got a shed full of garden tools a few years ago. They were expensive tools. Yeah, so this is the coolest thing about the job. Because I work in Irvine, in places with really wealthy people don't get things fixed. Wealthy people, they throw it away and they buy the newer one, right? So like the guy that I work with said, literally in the past year alone, I have gotten two bicycles that were essentially brand new. All they needed was air put in the tire, and a treadmill for free off the side of the road, right? And I'm expecting to get like a 4K TV at some point. The rate things are going, so
a new Blu-ray player.
I'm gonna stick around because the thing is that if you know what you're doing,
when they're throwing away their PS4s and Xbox Ones,
no, seriously, I fully expect that. In fact, literally my first week, I found a diamond ring in one of the
kids. Your wife's happy.
Yeah, so like hell yeah, but the thing is that like if you know what you're doing, you can pull certain things out before you put the thing on the machine, and you can just sell that shit at a pawn shop and make 20 extra bucks that day.
0.5 of a cent.
It's not GameStop. Anyway,
$60 game today. Come back, try to resell it. $15. What?
It's a pretty like. Honestly, it's not the greatest job. I'll tell you this though, I get to kill a lot of spiders, a lot of spiders. In fact, I don't know what they're feeding their spiders in Newport Beach. We had this one that was so fucking huge. I have never seen a spider in the wild that big, and I mean, think of the biggest spider you've ever seen in the wild, and multiply it by 3 or 4 times. It was so huge.
Talking about tarantulas?
It may have actually been a small tarantula. I am not even kidding. This thing was on the lid, and it freaks me out because I literally was holding this can, because when the cans are full, we're not supposed to do them, right? But when they're kind of sort of full, like sometimes we'll we'll take like our trash bin, like we have our own trash can that we keep in the truck, and we'll just pour the trash in it, and then at the end of the day we'll throw that out at the yard, right? But it had a bunch of like yard waste in it, which we charge extra for yard waste and stuff because it clogs up the filter. But I literally had picked up this can and like helped dump it in there, and then we put it down. We put it up on the truck, and then when it comes back down, I look in the side. And you know how like the lid goes open and it goes over the back. I look and like there's a spot because like depending on which county you're in, there's different types of cans, but they all basically have that function, right? But some of them have little spots where these fuckers like to hide, and this spider comes down that is so fucking huge. I have never in my life seen a spider do this before. It puts its front legs up, touches the lid of the can, and then like climbs up and changes direction, right? Like this is some like Lord of the Rings
It's
shit.
like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Yeah, no, when I saw that, I'm like, yeah, let me explain. Okay.
Could you tell us, would you say the spider is bigger or smaller? Uh-huh.
See this? This is a bottle cap.
Right.
I am not kidding. Make this 1.5 times bigger. That's the fucking butt of this spider.
It's like
massive.
it's like your fist turned to the side.
It's like a small
No,
tarantula.
not my fist. Like freaking.
I don't like spiders.
I hate
regular
That's
size
why I get to
spiders.
kill so
What type
many.
of boots do you wear? Do you wear boots on this job?
I don't wear boots. I should wear boots. My shoes, literally, when I started working at the warehouse around, a little in mid to late October last year, for my birthday, I got brand new shoes, and they are already ruined. They're like $120 shoes. I wear mountain bike shoes typically because I've got really wide feet, and they're the only types of shoes that cater to that. I've got high arches and just remarkably wide feet. So most shoes don't they crush your toes or whatever, and I get real bad ingrown toenails growing up. Not so much lately, thank goodness. I've been doing this thing like my whole life where I take one of these, a Victorinox
razor blade,
not a razor blade, a pocket knife, right? And what I'll do is I'll do like 3 shots of whiskey, and I'll take a razor blade and I'll go and I'll just score the nail over and over again gently until I feel it cut me underneath, just like a poke, right? And that tells me that I have weakened the nail enough that if I don't touch it overnight, or like over the next couple of days, the pressure from the swelling is going to cause that to buckle a little bit, and it'll relieve the pressure, right? And then after I've gone through that agony, I cut it. And then I take a big thing of tweezers and I rip that fucker out. And I've been doing that for years now. And that I think has finally gotten to the point where my toe has decided not to grow that direction anymore for my toe.
No, AC, you do have another alternative.
Yeah, surgery where they're going to do the same shit.
No, God, no. Even cheaper. You have a wife. Remember, females are into the nails stuff.
No. Bullshit. I went to get a pedicure one time with my wife because she claimed they are properly trained and will cut it so that it won't cause problems. Fuck that shit.
As much as I hate
I'm not saying that. I'm saying have to take care of it for you.
Of fucking ingrown.
I'm not saying to get a mammy-pammy. I'm saying let your wife take care of it.
He's saying let your wife cut your daggum toenails rather than sit there and play with a knife, risking cutting yourself.
Bullshit.
But the thing is, I agree with
I am a much bigger
to do the
expert
same.
at extracting ingrown toenails.
Look, guys, he doesn't want the romance to go away because his wife is cutting his nails. He's not ready for that part of his life.
No.
But the thing is, what I'm going to say was
this to you. Ingrown toenail pain is a pain so severe you will throw up. Okay, if you are not controlling it, all right? It is one of those things. If you stub your toe, you will literally get lightheaded. All right, it hurts so fucking bad. Anyway, enough with the eCash. All of our normal viewers are finally tuning in. Your lungs might benefit from those spray paint or gas masks. See, yes, when COVID started, the owner bought these really expensive gas mask things. But the thing is that, like, my wife keeps telling me to wear a hat, which I don't wear hats. I've got a huge fat ass fucking head. I can't wear hats. When you put on hats, your hair does this thing where it's like, oh, you're wearing a hat? Let me stick out all like inside, look like a weirdo. But I don't wear hats. But even if I did, every single time I go into the can, that stupid thing would get knocked off my head. Same thing with the mask. Like some of these cans in some of the places are like, I'm going into a can. I don't even know how you have a can that small. Like, how do you, like, I have to get in there and try to scrub the bottom. I don't know how people even, like, I fill that up every hour. Like my family has so much trash that sometimes we have to like put the trash out. And then when the trash guy comes, we have to then go put more trash out and try to move our can down the block so he gets a can. Like I don't understand how people can get away with these little tiny cans. But yeah, it's not
pay
an
by
option.
through.
The spray paint or gas masks. Let's see. Kei Tsukishima says they are Cambodian, Chinese, Thai, and Laos. Congratulations. That sounds like
that checks off our diversity viewership. It doesn't it?
I was just thinking, like, the food you get to eat at home is probably amazing.
It's Thanksgiving every day.
Old man says I got a TV and microwave for free years ago. They paid us to haul it off, and there was nothing wrong with either. They just bought new ones. Yeah, dude. When I tried
I've done those jobs.
When I first moved to Arizona, I brought with me a washer and a dryer, but the rental I was using already had them, and I used my washer but couldn't use my dryer because it was an electric dryer. Or was it gas? I think it was electric. Maybe it was gas. It doesn't matter. The hookup was for the opposite type, so I couldn't use it, right? And then when I moved back, I had to get rid of 90% of what I owned in order to move because of the shitty situation that 30 days notice is.
Wait, hold on. We're already here. I got to ask a question. I've installed a lot of washers and dryers in my life. Why couldn't you hook that washer dryer up?
Because like how there's a I think it was electric and not gas.
The pigtail?
It was gas. The hookup was not for a gas washer or dryer.
Okay.
It was for an electric. So we couldn't hook it up because it didn't have a gas line to go to.
Okay, I kind of thought for a second that you were saying that you couldn't hook it up because the pigtail was wrong. I'm like, damn, that's like $30. And
yeah.
No. It was because it was a gas one.
Okay,
anyway,
never mind.
When I moved, we tried to sell that shit, and like, oh my god, selling shit on Facebook or Nextdoor app or whatever is such a pain in the ass because people are so non-committal, and they try to bargain you down for an extremely reasonable price. And then we got this lady eventually where it's like, look, here's the thing. I know you only want one of them, but I will give them to you if you just come and get them today. Right. And I had to put them on the porch and everything. It got so fucking annoying.
I mean, not everyone could be like me and FDN who are like, hey, you want to buy this? Sure. Get a PayPal account. How do I do that?
Dude, okay, here's the thing. Random says, unless you let your ingrown toenail get nasty and infected, it shouldn't hurt that much unless you're a wuss. Here's the
I'm
thing.
more in that camp.
Look, my toenails grow in the weirdest, like, Wolverine claw way. Like, seriously, like, your toenail should grow straight across, right? Mine literally, like, it's deep into the skin, and the part that's in the skin grows a fucking thorn on the end of it. It is horrible. I don't know, like, how I've thankfully probably not in the last year. It's my big toes usually. I have not in the last year had to deal with it. Like, it's gone away. I've had like minor ones in my smaller toes, but seriously, I can't even begin to tell you how bad it is. Like how bad it was when I was growing up. It was so fucking bad.
2 comments. You were talking about getting swole from what you were doing. When we talk about getting swole from your job, I used to work with telegram poles.
Yeah.
And I would load 14-foot telegram poles, and I was the lift.
Yeah.
I got jacked from that.
Oh, yeah.
But as far as, like, go ahead.
I'll just say when I stopped working VFX freelance as my primary source of income, I intentionally looked for jobs that was the exact opposite of sitting in front of a computer all day, because I wanted a change of pace, at least for a while. And there's something much more rewarding about very physical work, as you sleep better and everything. But this job that I'm doing right now is what I wanted my warehouse job to actually be in terms of the work, because you're getting a constant drip of adrenaline all day to jump out of the truck and you've got
there's that excitement to it.
I'll just say it's probably actually kind of impressive to watch the routine as a spectator, because the way that I fling open the door and I'm back in there in like a half second, and we're already on our way. The only thing I'll say though is that I have gotten into the bad habit of not buckling my seatbelt when I'm not the one driving, because we barely buckle our seatbelts in the truck because we're in the same neighborhood most of the time and we're not going that fast. And since I don't know the routes by heart yet, I don't know when we're about to leave and when we're not. So I just have to watch the guy driving and find out when he's putting on his seatbelt to know when I'm supposed to do that. But from then on, after I started this job, every time my wife and I are driving my daughter, so she'll go to sleep, every time I'm in the passenger seat, we're out of the neighborhood before I buckle up,
It's not second nature anymore.
Yeah, it's not, right, which is really unfortunate.
But the second thing I wanted to comment on was, as far as the shoes go, not going to completely dox myself, but I've had some serious feet issues in my life, and I have had to wear specific brands of shoes, because I sure as hell can't wear Nikes or anything of the good brands. I can wear good brands, but more along lines of especially wider shoes. But the thing is that I started when I was doing all that work, I got work boots and other kinds of stuff I kept going through. And what I found, the best thing for water, one, like I said, working a lot on plantation, that kinds of thing, would be those hunting boots. But
yeah,
good luck finding a pair.
So it rained in California last week.
No.
And it was the first time in 145 days or something like that. But anyway, it rained, and the route, doing the job that I do while it's raining, is fantastic, especially if people actually leave the cans open, because they fill up with water and that shit just stews in there, and you literally just dump that shit out in the street, and then you put it up on the truck and it comes out sparkly clean, because it's been stewing in the water and breaking down. But my boss kept he was trying to make sure that I had boots, right? And I tried on the boots that were in the truck the day before, because we could see in the forecast that it was going to rain the next day, and my foot went in just fine, no problems at all. Then I tried them on again when I got home, and I could not for the life of me get my foot in there. It was so hard. So he had to go out and buy boots, and I told him look, these will work. I'll wear them, because I have those high arches, so it's really hard for me to get my foot actually in the shoe and in the boots there. But I got it in, and then it was fine. And then he actually bought me some boots because he had to go out for his stepson who went with us, because we had to take 2 separate trucks out that day because we had such a huge route. But I put those fucking boots on. I jumped out of the car at the first stop and immediately took them off when I slammed my fucking heel down on the ground. Because you get in the routine. You get in the routine of jumping out in tennis shoes, right? And then you jump down and there's no fucking cushion. You slam that heel down. I'm like, nope, I'm gonna just wear wet shoes all day.
You gotta watch out for 2 things. One, not bracing your feet. I stopped walking at one point in my life. Won't kill or stalks myself completely there. But you got to watch out for how your shoe is bracing your ankle, because with the way you're jumping up and down and everything, I've done it. Did a lot of construction and stuff like that. Like computer shit's never been my thing. We won't go there.
You're talking about like when you hit down and your ankle kind of like rolls.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, it's just merely the stepping in and out of that truck, holding on. I've ridden on garbage trucks like you have. I've never been on routes or anything, but I lived like on a plantation kind of thing, and to go to get the things, whatever. But I'm like, that you really have to watch out for. So you really need to, like, your best bet, I hate to say it, would be to take a few more minutes and like untie a boot and then put it on properly.
Well, the boot is like, I'm talking like a rubber boot.
You're talking about rubber boots, I know. But then that's one of your issues. Like rubber boots, they are not supportive.
No, totally. I'm going to get some better footwear.
And then the second thing you got to watch out for is you're talking about your feet being wet. Mm-hmm. You can end up with some major infection really fast, especially with those shoes.
I gotta tell you, my feet itch on the bottom of my feet like crazy because what happens is the socks get soaked, and then like the crease in the sock goes into the crease of like your feet getting pruny or whatever when they're trying to get traction.
All right. Well, my last comment real quick on that will be, get you some pure apple cider vinegar.
Oh, I use that every day.
Put a little bit, because soak your feet in that at least once a week. Yeah, I don't know about every day. It depends, I guess, on how bad this is.
Oh, I don't use it for my feet every day, but yeah, I have it and use it every day.
Put it, there you go.
But go ahead. You're saying.
But no, I was just saying, use that on your feet and everything, and it'll keep it'll actually alkaline the skin of your feet and make your feet stop stinking.
Oh, is that what it does?
And two, it will fight all the bacteria off, and it'll keep you from getting an infection and everything.
Yeah, so I use it almost every day because I use it to treat sunburns. Because I burn even with sunscreen.
Because I use it to prime my nipples. I mean,
I don't use it in a capacity of that nature, but you've got me curious. As to the
this thought process is interesting to me.
As a foreplay agent, so I'll just address. Kei Tsukushima says, my quote-unquote husband says the food I cook is amazing. I am the mom of my friend group, and my other friend is like the dad of the group, so it's like a husband and wife thing. Okay.
I've heard that type of thing.
He's 13, right?
Yeah. I was gonna say.
Hey man,
I read that.
They said they're Asian, and in Japan you can.
It's a middle school thing.
Anyway, I have to go now, but over here it's night, so good night. If it's day for you, I'm just saying have a good day. It's night for us.
It's night here as well.
Yes. Thank you. I hope you have a great night.
It's 1:50 my time in the morning.
Man says good night.
12:50.
Love you guys. Goodbye. Take it easy. Subscribe, like, Patreon. 13-year-olds giving me Patreon money over early for me, actually.
Yeah, we should really wrap this thing up.
Yeah, we should. All right, guys. I'll catch you later. I think we talked for like another 40 minutes at least. Summer Wars next podcast, and then after that, we are planning to do Ninja Scroll. And then
what's up? Just a movie for that one, and then following. Yeah.
So what I'm going to try to do, because I know we would prefer to have more watch clubs rather than less. I'm going to try to utilize the watch club time for the movie to watch the movie, and then also try to get into the series, so that we don't have to drag it out over 2 podcasts. So it would be a total of 3 for Ninja Scroll, but we did like 4 for Master of Mesquitan, which is like 6 episodes, right?
We did? I forgot.
Yeah, we did a lot. Anyway.
I have something I pontificated.
It was 2 podcasts.
It was 2, right? But it was 6 episodes, so it's like, come on.
Oh, God.
Anyway, go ahead.
I've been pontificating on this for like a few minutes. You guys are talking about watching a movie. Considering sometimes the streams are over 8 hours, why the hell don't you guys just like, hey guys, we're gonna watch this movie, and y'all like put it on your own screens? And
you mean watch along? The thing, my problem with those things is that there's a ton of dead air if you're doing it the copyright friendly way, where you don't actually show the footage.
So here's the thing, to answer your question, Lance. Not having the time is because the day that I do the stream, that's my day off. I have to watch the show during the week after work, or as I did with The Promised Neverland on the way home from work most nights, in order to have actually seen it and be ready to do the stream and watch it.
But I'm just in regards to like a movie or something. I understand, not a series.
Yeah, no, I'm not opposed to the idea,
It's just a thought I had.
If the
Pontificated.
if things line up time wise, it would be cool. Hey, look, Real Sharks.
Hey, Real Sharks! I'm just
Look,
gonna
you
cuck
check
myself real quick.
Hello, Real Sharks.
How do you
Good look, Real Sharks.
There we go.
God damn.
Count 28.
Those buttons on the side of your mouse that go forward and backwards in the window
I don't have
totally
that.
cucked me.
I don't either.
I am so hot right now, according to Real Sharks.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, dude. Let's talk sometime. I have had almost no time. I have a new job cleaning garbage cans. It's as fun as it sounds, but more fun because I don't have to pay for. So I don't have to pay for a gym membership. And that's the show. Yes, that's. We should have just ended the stream right there when I left. I come back. Wait, I'll talk to you. And it's like, no, the show's ended. All right. So, guys, I've really got to take a leak, but I will talk to you next week. See ya.
We'll see you at some point.